we have a track record of actually transforming Ghana's economy.
On today's edition of Spotlight, we throw a lens on one of Ghana's foremost politicians, rising from being a technocrat to becoming a leading political figure in Ghana's political circles. Ladies and gentlemen, let us delve into the life and history of Ghana's fifth Vice President of the Fourth Republic and the 2024 flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia.
Today is a big day for me. I thank God for making this day possible. There are so many people that I need to thank. First of all, I would like to thank the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for having the confidence to nominate me for a third time. I don't think this has ever happened in the history of this country, that a flag bearer.
Taking a glance at the history of an eminent personality whose civilization and mannerism is said to have positively influenced his political affiliation and the country as a whole, although acting as a subordinate to his superior for 8 years, has been widely acknowledged for changing the dynamics of politics in Ghana and Africa within a pace of his existence. It is therefore not surprising that he is the only person in the history of Ghana to be nominated for 4 consecutive times. This distinguished personality in person of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, firstly after attaining excellence throughout his level of education, was nominated as the vice presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party in 2008. He was re-nominated in 2012, which won the New Patriotic Party 10 seats in the northern region, but unfortunately lost to John Mahama of the National Democratic Congress. In 2016, President Akufo-Addo still maintained him as his running mate in the presidential election. However, on Friday, June 16, 2023, Bawumia filed his nomination to contest in the MPP presidential primary, where he picked the 10th position after balloting for the final selection for 2024 election. On August 26, 2023, he won the super delegate election with 68%. He was later declared to lead the New Patriotic Party in this year's election. On August 18, 2024, he launched his manifesto describing it as one of hope with bold solutions to strengthen private sectors, abolishing e-levy, creating jobs for the youth, and strengthening our digital system, among others. Undoubtedly, Sisala Chiefs, among other prominent officials, has acknowledged his hard work, honesty, patience, prudence, and dedication that makes him exceptional. Dr. Bawumia is widely regarded as the most impactful vice president, having been at the forefront of major government policies. Although the MPP aims at breaking the eighth, they ended up picking number 1 on the ballot paper, creating the impression of whether they can really break the eighth in the upcoming election. However, as to whether it will affect their performances or not, the outcome of the December 7th election will tell it all. Upon all the threat from his counterpart, Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia has proven steadfast to leading as the head of state in the upcoming election. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is a Ghanaian politician, former central banker, and a deputy governor until his nomination as the vice presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party in 2008. He served as the 5th vice president in the 4th Ghanaian Republic. Bawumia was born on Monday, 7th October 1963 in Tamale to Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia and Hajiya Mariama Bawumia. He attained his primary education at Sakasaka in Tamale and gained admission to Tamale Secondary School in 1975. after which he graduated to the United Kingdom, where he studied banking and obtained a Chartered Institute of Bankers diploma. He took a first-class honor degree in economics at Buckingham University in 1987. He then obtained a master's degree in economics at Lincoln College, Oxford, and obtained a PhD in economics at the Seymour Fraser University, British Columbia, Canada in 1995, where he specialized in macroeconomics, international economics, development economics, and monetary policy. He served as an economist at the research department of the International Monetary Fund in Washington and as a resident representative of the African Development Bank in Zimbabwe. Between 1996 and 2000, Bawumia served as an assistant professor of economics in the Hankoma School of Business at Ballot University in Texas, USA, where he received the Young Researcher Award in 1998 and also listed in Who is Who Among African Teachers in 1999. He has also published 2 books on monetary policy and economic development. Alhaji Bawumia returned to Ghana in 2000 to work as an economist at the Bank of Ghana, where he was appointed as the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana in June 2006 by former President John Kufuor. In 2016, he was appointed by President Akufo-Addo as his running mate in 2016 elections. Meanwhile, on August 26, 2023, he won the Superdelegate Congress election by the New Patriotic Party with 68%, beating 9 other candidates in the build-up to the party's National Delegate Congress to elect their flag bearer. Currently, Dr. Bawumia has been elected to lead the New Patriotic Party for election 2024 as flag bearer. He has also launched his manifesto and outlined his policies to be implemented if elected as president in the upcoming election. Although some Ghanaians are contemplating on his poor mismanagement of the economy and his competence of leading the country, it is unclear what the outcome of the election may be as to whether it's going in favor of the MPP government or the other way around. He is married to Samira Bawumia and gifted with 4 children. The vice president is also known for several philanthropic works.
The conversation series is all about street voices, where we hit the street to gather undiluted informations, undiluted opinions from the people on hottest trends, hottest topic ranging from socials, entertainment, politics, and many more. I answer to the name of Himachimoda. Do well to visit our YouTube channel at Ghana Talks Radio for more content. Okay, so the infrastructure debate between NDC government and NPP government. Why now we're doing say Oba power no? We see more infrastructures.
We say Bambia be or yebi, NPP say yebi, but me there. You may be going to say NPP to me.
Sir, me de etoto NDC and NPP. I mean, my behu NDC.
Okay.
Minimum the NDC to me ye. Na me behu NPP. Me hunu die Kufuor ye ana mabe hu die Nana Akufo-Addo so de ababe
we hwe ya ya de sa eni se ye bi ja MPP ana oba se apomudi ati sa bi so za MPP so ye bi ja NDC
means being as obi by we say we go free.
Oh, okay.
And for sure abaso ma me say no offer ase for kwabia nya free education. Enti me de toto ho dia do obi aye bi ye nyina Ghana fo obi aye bi me nti me nka say President Mahama bai wa ma me ye bi wa ye ne de but the mama me nya ho mfa so no na meka any free education
do na no ye
NDC o sha ye ma bi do wa Ghana NDC ne do so enti yes
Yeah. Debut I don't know enya so far o go to yeah.
Sir, free maternity care is one. Yeah, from MPP. And to me, for sure, I'm going to back. Me say, me you have to grant me that. Me you have to grant me free education. enti me de toto ho dia do obi aye bi ye nyina Ghana fo obi aye bi me nti me nka say President Mahama ba wa ma me ye bi wa ye ne de but the mammy nya ho fa so no na meka any free education sir my school fees mo offer school me school fees bi na obi su ko e free nti me de meti maka no nti me de say de to ho de MPP ahead yeah
that's
The
conversation series is all about street voices, where we hit the street to gather undiluted informations, undiluted opinions from the people on hottest trends, hottest topic ranging from socials, entertainment, politics, and many more. I answer to the name of Himachimoda. Do well to visit our YouTube channel at Ghana Talks Radio for more content. Okay, so the infrastructure debate between NDC government and NPP government. Why now we're doing say Oba power no? We see more infrastructures.
We say Bambia be o yebi, NPP say yebi. Ba me dey. Ni me be o in say yaba NPP ntimi nye.
Say me dey etoto NDC any NPP. Me ma be hu NDC.
Okay.
Minimum dia NDC timi ye. Na me be hu NPP. Me hunu die kufuo ye ana mabe hu die nana kufuo ado so de ababe ye
o hwe ya de sa en se ye bija MPP ana oba se apomudi ati sa be so ta MPP so ye bija NDC
means being as obi anye obi aye by we say o go fresh.
Oh, okay.
And for sure abaso ma mi say no offer say for kwabia nya free education enti me
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Reggie.
Evening.
How is the rounds going so far?
Okay, so far the rounds have been moving smoothly. I went to Crystal Asafo A and B polling station, and now Totom Experimental B polling station, and also School Junction polling station. So for that place, everything was moving on smoothly. So I later went to Ablekuma North constituency. So with that area, a controversy arose where allegations have surfaced that some voters accepted payments to vote for the National Democratic Congress, but instead casted their ballot for the New Patriotic Party. Because of how the ballot papers are big, so it's easier for other people behind to know the particular party you are voting for. So when I was taking a video of that, a police officer approached me and warned me not to take a video. So I had to try my possible best to take the little I can. So I also went to Okainkwe South constituency. So according to a man which I've already sent the video, National Democratic Congress allegedly recruited some youth from another town to register and vote for them. They were seen at the NDC party office,
which is very close to the electoral commission.
Exactly, yes, very close. NDC party office is very close to Okainkwe South, where the election was going on. So people were asking, why would NDC do that? Because it wouldn't be surprising if it wasn't NDC. If it was NPP, for that, according to some people, if it was NPP, it wouldn't be surprising because they are known for that. But according to some people, because it's NDC, they are quite surprised. And also at the same Okainkwe South constituency, misunderstanding also erupted between some voters about some alleged money distribution. Some people are saying they were supposed to take some money before they are supposed to vote, but they are not getting that allocated funds. So far, so good. Everything is moving on smoothly, and they are already preparing to close the election.
But from your rounds, we've been picking reports that there seems to be low turnout across various.
Exactly.
So is that the case from where you went to?
Yeah, I also went to one constituency, LNA constituency. It's like that place is very dull. No one is even considering to even come out to vote. And also with experimental B constituency also, the turnout is very, very, very low. But when you look at other big constituencies, people are really coming out to vote.
Okay. So from where you are at the moment, are people still in queues? It is 5:20. Are people still in queues?
Yeah, at this moment, we have about 1 to 3 people who are still casting their votes, then they end everything.
Okay. The polls should be closed by now because it's already past 5. So we're just.
It's like they came before 5, so
yeah.
they have to cast their votes before they leave.
Okay.
But Regina, looking at the entire process since morning, with people that you've interacted with, what do you think have been the main basis behind their choice of candidates?
Okay, so with that interaction, people have not really given me the kind of person they voted for. Either they voted for Mahama or they voted for Bawumia. But according to some people, they are voting according to what is going on currently in Ghana, the economic system, and also looking at the free SHS. So with the free SHS, you could obviously see that the person is an NGC. She categorically said that the free SHS hasn't helped her, so she had to withdraw her child from school and take her to another private school where education is far better than the free SHS. And also one voter also advised people to accept the outcome of the vote regardless, whether your political party wins or not. At the end of the day, we all are preaching for peace.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So I believe by now we'll just start waiting for the results as they start counting, because some places have already closed, so we'll just be receiving the results as and when they come in.
Sure.
All right. So thank you, and safe journey back.
Thank you, Regina. Safe journey back.
All right. So that was our correspondent, Regina Bless, covering Anyasu to Mablikman North or Kankwe South with that report. Relatively calm everywhere, but there seems to be low turnout of voters. It's the polls have closed. It's 5:22. The polls have closed. So now the results will start coming in from the polling centers. So any moment from now, you start hearing results all over the place. We are now. We've gotten to the crunch period of the elections, where everything that you've done in the past 4 years, everything. This is the moment that you've been waiting for. So we'll start counting the will of the people. Information we got from the North Tamale, that there's been some altercation between 2 parliamentary candidates, which resulted in some gunshots. Police have picked them up to the Central Police station in Tamale. Our correspondent is trying to get into the mix of issues, so that we get the right information and the right visuals to share with our viewers. So there's been another incident in Tamale involving 2 parliamentary candidates, where there's been gunshots. Police has stepped into the issue, picked them both up to the Tamale Central Police Station to take their statements here and there. So we'll keep a close eye on that situation and update you whenever we get visuals and pictures from that end.
So far, so good. I think it's all been more peaceful than the violence we've recorded.
Yeah.
Kudos to the
Ghana Police.
and all other security agencies. And all other security agencies who have been involved in maintaining peace and order throughout the voting process.
But
today.
we also have to say kudos to each and every one. I think the citizen vigilante thing has really worked.
Really helped.
The youth have been very, very vigilant across. They've been, going out for people, suspected people who they feel or see that they will cause harm or they will create some sort of misunderstanding in the election process. They've gone out to fetch them out. Big ups to everyone that has stayed vigilant throughout this process. But this is the time that we need each and everyone to be more vigilant, because now we are about to start counting the ballots. You need to protect your vote. You need to make sure that your ballot is being counted for whoever you voted for. So this is the crunch time that we all need to open our eyes and be more vigilant in our dealings.
We can see in effect to that, the NDC are issuing some cryptic messages to their agents at various polling stations that they should switch on their body cams and all that. Do you think they had a hidden plan somewhere to sway of anything that will hinder something that may be of a region or something?
Yeah, but I always say that election involves everything. Election involves planning, proper planning and strategy. You need to deploy all those things. So if you're not well prepared for a battle like a general election, you find yourself wanting. So I'm sure both the big parties, they all have things in their arsenals. They've all deployed some sort of tactics and strategies that going forward they will deploy at one stage of the process to the another. So it's no surprising to me that the end is because for the last two elections, 2016 and 2020, NDC, some say NDC didn't really take the election serious. That is why they were whipped, they were disgraced at the polls. So I'm sure they've learned their lessons over the period. So they are well prepared for this one. As well as the incumbent MPP, they will also definitely prepare for everything that it will be thrown against them, because they are facing a lot of challenge, a very, very tough challenge. So when you are well prepared, when you come prepared, definitely some of these things, you tend to change. It's like football. The coaches with the good tactics, with the best strategies, always in the middle of the game, at any point in time, he varies his tactics. He changes his strategy on the field of play. Then it gets you the result that you need. So it's exactly what the NDC is applying now. I'm sure as time progresses, when we get into the wee hours of counting, you will see more of such tactics and plots from both angles.
Wow. We thank God, we thank the heavens, we thank all the forces who listen to our prayers. Heading into the general elections today in the Ghana Decides 2024, that everything has been so far much peaceful than chaos could erupt. So yes, that's one thing. But as you said, this is where we need to be more vigilant, because things that do occur during these times are what normally brings about most of the chaos and the violence. And so the agents at various polling stations just need to conduct themselves very, very, very well. There is no need to do something in favor of another party which is going to infuriate the other body to cause all this mayhem and all the unnecessary violences that normally occurs during elections. So let's look at all these things. The EC officials, the party agents and all representatives at polling stations should just conduct themselves in a way that will bring peace to us all.
Yeah, I'm sure we all believe that at least the Ghana police have been up to task. They've really done well. Reacting to everything that has been thrown to them. They've been proactive, and at least they've ensured that we've had a smooth process since morning. But as you said, this is the period where things happen, all the shenanigans, all the gimmicks. This is where it happens, because we are at a crucial stage of counting the votes that have been cast. So everyone wants to deploy the dirtiest of tactics to outsmart the other. So that is where the vigilance comes in. You need to be more vigilant. You need to open your eyes. You need to be there. You don't have to move an inch, so that you make sure that everything has been counted in your favor, or for your candidate. So that is it. We are at the crucial point at the election. But kudos to everyone. At least majority of Ghanaians have conducted themselves very well. And we've had a smooth. There's just been a little pocket of issues here and there, which as far as elections is concerned, you can't take those things out. So you expect some of these things, but all in all, at least we've had a smooth process, and we just hope that it ends peacefully, like the way we started.
So you are still with us on Ghana Talks Radio, still giving you all the updates, all the information, and the next information we are gathering is the vote counting. So we are already getting all the needed digits for our audience to get to know how their preferred candidates are faring in regards to whom takes the baton for the next 4 years leading Ghana. But some of the things that has really come on board from the masses as the ballot protection, and one of the ways that we would advise each and everyone to be part of this democratical exercise is that just be present, just make sure what you voted is what is being counted. Just be there, just observe anything that you see that is not appropriate. You just alert the security personnel around. No need to act violently to cause any chaos and all. Very soon we will go onto the lines and speak to one of Ghana's influencers called Sneak Kenyame. He'll be bringing us a little bit of information from what he gathered from since morning, and also throughout the electoral process, some of the things that has involved or informed citizens on whom to vote for. He was actually part of the main voices in some protests and demonstrations that has been held in the country over the past 4 years, and so we'll get in touch with him very soon to get to know his thoughts on the exercise that we had today. So stay in tune, stay in touch. We'll be with him and he will be with us all as we get interactive. But back to the voter protection, the ballot protection, as I was earlier saying, just be present, just be there, just make sure what you voted for is what is being counted. Sneak Kenyame will be with us very soon on the phones, and we'll get to have an interaction with him. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Evening all.
Please, this is Ghana Talks Radio, and we welcome you to our conversation this evening in regards to Ghana Decides 2024 elections.
Oh, okay.
How has the entire process been at your end?
Okay, so good evening once again. For me, today I voted at what's the name? Okankwe Central. Yeah, just be behind the Abekan Melcom shop.
Okay.
So the whole process was actually very, very nice, very, very smooth, because I didn't spend like more than 10 minutes at the polling station. It was very, very smooth.
That's great.
Yeah, fast and very, very smooth.
Generally, how has the turnout been for you?
Oh, because I think the voting was very, very fast at my end, and videos I'm seeing online about some polling stations. For my end, it was smooth, and and what not it was actually smooth, but I'll say the turnout was great because when I was placing my ballot paper in the ballot box, I had to press it.
Okay.
So that means a lot of people actually voted because I voted around 2 p.m. Yeah. Yeah, voted around 2. But I'm still seeing queues around some places. They are still not done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question, Sneaker. You are one of the big influencers, especially on X. You have that command on the youth on X, the X platform. What is one thing that you in your view would influence the youth, especially in making decision as to who leads Ghana into the next 4 years?
I think we need to actually help with the policies here. Most of them you don't know these policies are presidential candidates are selling. The only thing they are talking about is free SHS and 24-hour economy and industrialization by Nana Bediakon, cash and job, small job for the youth. They don't actually know more like the extra policies by they always carry the popular ones.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we actually need to focus on the education about the policies to the youth, because I think they need to read more, because everyone thinks since free SHS, the MPP is always talking about free SHS. They don't know about the other policies, or where they will vote against the party. Some people too are voting for them because they feel maybe some of their family benefited from the SHS. Because me honestly don't know more about some of the political parties, their policies. I just know about the popular ones.
But
so I think we need more education on that side. Yeah.
But as big as you are on X, someone who has that influence, throughout the period, we've seen so many quote unquote agendas being set on Twitter, on X. Do you think most of these agendas that were set would have any sort of influence on the masses to determine who becomes the president?
Oh, I've already said this before. Most of the youth, sorry to say this, I'll say even our people on the street, sometimes they are even wiser than we the youth here. Sorry to say this, but this is fact. Because these agendas are brought up by the youth. It's brought up by the youth and also misspread by the same youth. No validation, nothing. They don't fact check. They just spread the news. Some people also believe it, especially even someone was telling me there's a national cathedral built. They are building it somewhere. They'll bring it to them. I said, no, guy. They just dug a hole. So what are you saying? They actually believe a lot of things on the internet, like propaganda, more than the real truth. So that's what they do. That's what they do.
So in my next question will be, so from all these agendas that we've gone through on especially X, you've seen that each and every day or every week there are kind of election polls that has been held on X or on Facebook, and it's directed towards one particular candidate. Does it mean that whatever it is that is happening will have direct influence on the election, that all the polls that we've had, especially on X, which has made which Mahama has taken the lead throughout, will be the true reflection of what the votes will be today?
So what's the name? So most of the polls we usually host on, what's the name? X, that's social, I'll say the whole social media, it actually has influence. I'll not lie to you, the same people voting are human beings, or we have robots using the internet. They are the same human beings. I remember 2020. We knew who was winning.
Exactly.
If the EC gave us the mandate, we would have mentioned the winning candidates.
Okay.
That's the same thing that's happening. I think sometimes when we want change, I think when Ghanaians actually want change, they actually want it for real.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, when they seek for change, they really want it for real. Because I think same happened 2016. Yeah, they voted for change.
Yes.
And if they say they are voting for change, then I think they really mean it.
Okay. But Sneaker, in the past 4 years, you've been one of the championing figures in some of these protests and demonstrations. And also in these years, we've seen the youth getting more interactive when it comes to political engagements. What do you think has been the inspiration behind this?
As we always say, the youth is actually the voice now. The real change is the youth. If we don't fight, I don't think we will get anything better. Because right now you have to school, you have to go to school to the highest level before you can get a good salary. You have to focus more on schooling. Because if the youth actually don't fight for more jobs, I don't think they can survive. Because I don't think every youth can enter agriculture or farming to survive. Everyone actually, if they went to school, they want the office type job, collar jobs to make it. Or am I lying?
Yeah, that's right.
More of the youths don't actually like what's the name? Even the security jobs again. Yeah, even though most of them they don't like the security jobs again. I don't know why.
Sure.
So they are fighting for what they went to school for.
Okay.
And they are fighting for accountability.
Okay.
Yeah, they said free SHS, so we went to be educated to know what's wrong and what's right. Am I lying?
Exactly.
So that's the real truth.
Yeah.
So for me, I believe if you can actually decide to support every party you want, every political party you want, but we are also there to hold every person accountable. That's we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the last 4 years, what would you say about the state of the economy, the country itself?
It's very, very bad. Very, very, very bad. I'll not let you end. It's very, very bad.
Wow.
Very, very, very bad.
Wow.
Very, very, very bad. I believe you know. Only if you are very there is something you are not hiding.
Everyone seems to be complaining.
Yep. I'll say I have a little background in journalism. We journalists, if you are being real, this is the truth. Yeah.
Sure.
We don't even have to worry about this.
Sure.
Yeah, this is the truth.
Sure.
We go out there every time, we see what's happening, we speak to people, we know what's happening. So that's the truth. Yeah. We just have to man up and speak. Yeah.
Okay. But then speaking in that sense, we will say that it was a different man at the helm of affairs who led us into this bad governance as people are complaining about. This time around, the same party, but with a different person seeking for the mandate. Do you think they still deserve, as in Dr. Bawumia, giving the mandate again, or we should go back for the ex-president, John Dramani Mahama?
For me, I think MPP as a party actually has to go and revisit the drawing board. Okay? MPP as a party needs to go home and revisit the drawing board.
Okay.
That's the real truth. I've always told my followers they shouldn't vote for MPP.
Wow.
They really need, everyone who follows me know about this.
Don't you
I will
think,
not lie about
don't
this.
you think this is going to put you in the bad books of the NPP?
Oh,
Because you are such
no,
a huge influencer. People know you a
I
lot. So being
no,
very vocal and
no, we have survived more years than
wow,
uh,
wow,
a short term political rule.
wow. That's quite a
Yeah,
bold stance from
yeah,
Snake Nyame. Yeah,
yeah. We stand for only the truth.
sure,
Yeah,
sure, sure,
That, that,
sure.
that,
they
that-
know.
yeah, that's
I have MPs as friends.
Yeah,
They wish they could talk, but
yeah.
their loyalty for their
For their
political party
parties.
is way huger than
Wow, wow.
I think the
So,
country. Yeah.
so going forward, what do you expect from the
Next government.
electoral exercise we've had today, and also in the change of government? Because no matter what happens, we are going to have a change of government. It's whether
I think
NPP wins or whether NDC.
you actually have a strong belief in this change of government.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since you have a strong belief for a change of government,
No, the main reason
I
why.
also side with you.
Yeah, but the main reason why I was speaking of change of government is because this time around, even if it goes in favor of the incumbent party who is in power now, it's
Yeah.
still going to be a different person.
Yep.
Yes, so
definitely we are
definitely we
having
are having
a new
a
face.
new face.
Yeah.
But do you think, what do you expect from
Whoever it is.
either face that comes on board?
For me, honestly,
Yeah.
I just want change to happen.
Okay. Okay.
But the change shouldn't be the ruling party.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a strong MPP supporter, but it shouldn't be MPP.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, big man, Sneaker Nyame, thanks for joining us on Ghana Talks Radio. Really appreciate your time. We guess time in, we might get you into our studios
Sure.
for us to have some lengthy conversation
Sure.
concerning the youth, because the channel is meant for the youth, and we are giving the youth a voice to champion the youth cause.
Yeah.
So thanks for joining us on this election coverage on Ghana Talks Radio. Really appreciate your time, and
Thank
we'll leave
you
you to do your normal rounds.
Okay, thank you too. Welcome.
All right. So that was Sneaker Nyame, an ex-influencer, social media influencer. So the results have started trickling in. We have one result here from the Sogokope South Ward Toyos Center 2. MPP had 10 votes there. NDC had 150 votes. When it comes to the polling center votes, you wouldn't really appreciate them because they will come in, small figures.
Yeah.
Wejagbawe, one polling station in Wejagbawe, Alan had 1 vote, Cheddar had 2 votes, Bawumia had 146 votes. I'm trying to pull up ex-president Mohammed's votes. So when the votes are coming in from the polling centers, you really won't appreciate them much because they will come in small numbers. So when we start getting the constituency or electoral area figures or the constituency figures, then you start appreciate the votes well. So all in all, yes, it's been a smooth process. And we are anticipating the results to come in. We'll be speaking to more of our correspondents and our resource persons across the country to get their views on the process so far, how they saw the election process and what they expect to happen. Let me see. I'm seeing some results somewhere here. So
Okay.
the polling station results you wouldn't really appreciate them because of how they come in. Polling station. Which polling station?
Papa, you see, speaking to Sneaker, who is such a huge influencer, who has that command on the youth, has so much interactions with people.
Yeah.
From his point of view, would you say he's speaking for the masses? He's speaking for most people on the street?
Yeah.
Talking about we needing a change of government, or yeah.
Yeah, it could be because some of them are youth leaders or people that some of the youth look up to because of the influence that they have on their various social media platforms. Yeah, so sometimes they interact with their people more, and they get close to them, so they know what they feel, how they feel, what they go through. So sometimes when they are speaking, they tend to be speaking in generality what the youth are feeling on the street. So sometimes, yeah, they could be speaking for the youth, but sometimes too, it turns out to be some sort of personal agenda, personal interest. So you have to be very, very cautious. But most of them, have been fighting for a youth agenda, a youth cause, and you can just say that, yeah, they do that. From Jatokuro polling station, MPP 108, NDC 151. Okay.
We'll be going.
Yes, we'll be getting the proper figures when they start, trickling in. Okay, I'm seeing some Kiona Fowl, baby. It's too early to pronounce, but I've seen some updates from my quarters of mine that Kiona Fowl, but it's too early to call. It's too early.
We'll get back on the phone lines and speak to some of our correspondents from various constituencies who will be updating us on the electoral results very soon. So keep in touch, stay tuned, and we will be coming your way with much more to inform you. Speaking on which, the chaos which erupted in various places have been calmed. Some are still on course, being handled by the police, but it seems that reports coming in shows that peace and calm has been retained at most places, and so we only urge the electors, the voters, the agents, and the security personnel to keeping things calm in favor of our dear nation, our dear country, Ghana. The results have begun. They keep coming in, but for some reasons we will keep them in a way that we can give you the accurate figures and facts, just so we don't confuse you much more with other figures that will be erupting from other platforms. But you can be rest assured that we will only be feeding you with the right fact-checked figures from our studios, Ghana Talks Radio. Keep getting in touch, keep subscribing, keep sharing. We are for the youth. We are for the youth. We are for the youth. Some of our correspondents are getting ready to talk to us, so we'll bring you feed from them very soon. Keep
yes, so from the results are trickling in. If you are on various WhatsApp platforms, you could see that people are dropping results here and there. Ballot sorting has started. Is underway somewhere in the northern part That's Wale Wale, where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the vice president and MPP presidential candidate, voted. That is his home region, hometown. So they've started sorting out their ballots. I think they closed early because they started their polls early. So very soon we'll be getting some results from that end. Where do we go?
Well, have you seen the results coming in from the Ayawaso West?
Ayawaso West, well gone. No, I've not chanced on. But have you?
I mean, the NDC is quite in a comfortable lead.
But that is why I'm saying that this kind of results are too early to conclude on, because these are polling station results. I'm getting a polling station results from which NDC has won like 2 polling stations already. NDC 178 to MPP 129, NDC 172 to NDC 146. So, okay. So now, continue from there. Let's get some.
Okay. So in Sogakope South 2, we have the NPP coming in with 10 votes and NDC with 150 votes. Wow. A few of these coming in as well. But we are picking up a feed regarding the studios of Peace FM. We don't know what has actually happened, but there is a little bit of information coming in that something might have happened in there, and so we will make sure we get you the credible news regarding what has happened in there. We will do that. We will do that. Keep following us. Keep staying with us. We are getting you all the facts, all the results, all the verified figures, which we all need to go with. And as I said earlier on, you can be rest assured the Ghana Talks Radio will be giving you the credible information regarding the results of this year's election, where Ghana decides who takes them into the next 4 years. But I hope you went out to vote. Don't stay at home refusing to go and later on come and complain that, oh, na kame pese we na ondi ana we ndi na we na yese e pa che wa nkoboti and no complaints. Afi the anything you catch obi ase onko voti because sa wa nkoboti a now be complaining a you know ebenya asem kakra.
All right, so we are getting some reports from up north in Tamale, where there's been another gunshot. So currently our correspondent is trying to find his way into the Tamale Central Police Station, where we are hearing that both candidates were taken to. So let's see what happens. He said he will get in touch. We'll get him on the line in the next 5 minutes, okay, for him to give us vivid explanation or account of whatever has transpired in Tamale.
Okay.
So this is your election zone, Ghana Talks Radio. The polls have closed. We are now into the counting stage of the polls. The results will start coming in very quick and fast as and when they get it. So we'll start with the polling station results, which you might not appreciate that much until you will get the bulk constituency results. Then you will know how things are going, whether we are resetting or upgrading in the next 4 years. So yeah, just stick and stay with us, Ghana Talks Radio, and we'll take you.
We'll take you through all the results, as Papa Kwesi said. We are still waiting on some of our correspondents who will be bringing us feed from the grounds, all the things that has been going on since morning. But so far, we want to commend each and every one of you for conducting yourselves very, 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 very well throughout this election. Leading to today's election, there was so much tension, there was so much anticipation of a little bit of violence here and there overtaking the entire process. But so far, so good. I think Ghana has really endowed themselves being a beacon of democracy and of peace, and today has been one of those days. Yes, even though we are not fully done, but we are almost beyond halfway of the entire journey and process of the election 2024. So kudos to the security agencies, kudos to the Ghana Police Service, and kudos to you, the voter and electorate as well. Keep conducting yourselves very well, and we want to encourage each and every one of you that no matter how the results go, kindly accept it in good faith. Kindly accept it in good faith. If Ghana decides, we've all decided. And so no need for any altercation, no need for any misunderstanding, no need for let us all accept however the votes go, whether in favor or against what we might have wished for. So yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so it's still your election zone. We'll be having a new set of guests joining us right after the polls for them to take us through the analysis. And so on your screen you can see the king-making constituencies to watch. So we will be keeping an eye on the results from these constituencies, where Jomoro in the western region, Shama in the western region, Elembele in the western region, as well as Gomwa East in the central region, Efutu in the central region. Efutu is where the majority leader, Afenyo Makin, is the MP. Ewutu Senya in the central region, as well as Ewutu Senya West is where Eugene Ihen is contesting against former Foreign Affairs Minister's sister, Gabriela Tete.
Okay.
Gomwa East, as well as Ablikma Central. Ablikma Central is also where the president's one of the president's communication directorate, Jefferson, is also contesting. So these are the constituency, the top 20 constituency with the least voter registration, the least population. So you have Guan, you have Akachis North, you have Busa, you have Adaklu, you have Akim Banda, etc. From Plains, Swaman, Namdan, Salaga North, Bolga East, North Dai, Afiama Busiesa, Seni East, Akrofu, Lambusi, Yonjo, Doma East, Doma West, and Fantia Kwa South. These are constituencies with the least number of voters. Yeah, so we'll be looking at this. So these are past results. The 2020. This is how 2020 went. So you have Northeast. Northeast was won by President Akufo-Addo by almost 10,000 votes difference. So you have Upper West. Former President John Dramani Mahama won Upper West in 2020. 238,000 as against President Akufo-Addo's 121,000. Yeah. So that's almost 17,000 or so. Oh, no, not 17,000. Almost 100 and something thousand vote difference from Upper West. So John Dramani Mahama won 100 and over 100,000 plus votes. Yeah, in 2020.
That's why the convention.
Yeah, that is a region for the NDC. Yeah. They are always winning. That region. So yes, MPP won Northeast, NDC won Upper West. I believe we'll see the next region. So we'll take you through region by region who won and how they fared in the various regions in the past elections. Because we'll be doing this comparison when the results start coming in.
Sure.
So you have a half full. I have region, Nanado won with 145,000 as against John Dramani Mohammed's 116,000, so almost 30,000 vote difference there. Then you have Central region where Nanado won 613,000 as against John Dramani Mohammed's 580, so almost 80,000 difference. You have Volta, which obviously over 500,000 votes difference. Mahama won with 606,000 votes as against MPP's 100,000, so almost over 500,000 vote difference. That's huge. Whenever how long it will take NPP to close that
gap.
That gap is only God knows.
But do you think it will ever happen?
I don't know. It might. It might that they might close it at a point in time because things will obviously change. Wouldn't be so far. It's the same way NDC will start eating into Ashanti region.
Sure.
Yeah, the same thing
Probably
will happen.
as well.
Yeah, so. Those are the results from the 2020 elections. We are looking at this to juxtapose the results that we will get so that we will give you a fair analysis so we know who is appreciating where and who is depreciating and who didn't make the gains wherever it is. So obviously NDC will sweep the voters. So there we have the Ashanti region. Nanado 1.7 million as against Mohammed's 600,000, almost 1.1 million difference. That is huge.
Very huge.
So this is where MPP has a problem, that if they are getting the 74 plus voter turnout in Ashanti, then they are sure that they are going to get over 1 million vote difference. And if this MPP is getting over 1 million vote difference in the Ashanti region, then it clearly cancels NDC's 500,000 votes in the voter
region.
So you see the reason why everyone is very particular about the Ashanti region this year.
Because they have become a major decider.
Yes, they have their numbers. Because in 2008, Nanado won only Ashanti and Eastern region. And he won the first round with just those two regions. Professor Mills won every other region except for the Ashanti and Eastern region, but Nanado won the first round. So it's a big deal, over 1.1 million vote difference. That is huge, very, very huge. So when they are getting such figures, they know that they don't even care or bother about whatever is happening in Volta. They just need to appreciate in Volta.
I guess now the audience will appreciate the reason behind the NDC's frustration
in Ashanti region. So they really are frustrated with the Ashanti votes if they are not voting because of these figures. You go to Eastern region and it's like almost 300,000, 250 or 200 and something thousand votes difference between Nanado and John Mahama. You go to Bono East, Mahama is leading, won that region, 213,000 as against Nanado's 153,000. You come to the northern region where MPP, ever since they got Bawumia as their VP, has been really pushing MPP in the northern part of the country, especially in the northern region proper. So MPP was, and MPP got 409,000 as against NDC's 476,000. That's like a 60-something thousand vote difference, which is, they've closed it because in previous years it would have been way over 200,000 or 300,000 plus vote difference. But Bawumia really has helped the MPP in up north with the numbers that they are getting, and it might probably be the same this year because he rather is on the ballot.
It's on the ballots.
And
so
if anything,
really appreciate
if these figures are anything to go by, then we are looking at Bawumia really doing very well in the northern part, because since 2012 MPP has really been appreciating in the northern part with their votes. We are still receiving results. Southton Yeah. When such things come, you know, Southern MPP 14, NDC 225. So you know exactly what is it there. You have MPP 16, NDC 193. So when these results are coming and it's from Southern or Northern, you know that obviously this is what, because that's voter region. You don't have to come there.
You don't have to.
No. That's voter region.
But then, Papa, looking at the parliamentary seats, do you think it's going to be another head-to-head, or there's going to be a slight hedge over one party?
There will definitely be a clear majority this time. We wouldn't have that hanging parliament anymore. There will definitely be a clear majority, because MPP will lose some seats in Greater Accra for sure. NDC as well will lose some seats in Greater Accra. They will both lose some seats across board. But whatever happens, there will definitely be a clear majority. Even if it's 5, 6, 7, that is a clear majority, not that just one difference. There will be that clear majority this time around.
But per the performance tracker on the parliamentary candidates, do you think it will go in favor of the NDC or in favor of the NPP?
With the parliamentary. That is a dicey one. You wouldn't know until the votes start coming in. You wouldn't know who is going to be the majority in parliament at this time, until we start getting proper votes counts, as in the bulk of the constituency votes coming in. It's a dicey one, because everyone looks, capable of, getting the majority this time, because everyone seems to have done their homework well. Because this period we didn't have lots of people moving from the party to run on independent. Yeah, so that will help most of the incumbents and the party people. So it's a dicey one, but let's see when we start getting the bulk of the constituency results, then we can appreciate what it is.
But I think if anything we've already discussed is to be gone by today, there was really a low turnout for the elections today.
Yeah, from the reports that we've received across board, and even from the social media commentary that is going on, whereby you see key members of the MPP, begging the Kumasi folks to go out and vote. It clearly tells you that we will get a low turnout in votes. I'm not sure we are going to get that turnout as we had in 2000 in the 2020 election. Bear in mind, the 2020 elections was in a COVID year, but it was high. We had a high turnout in that election. I'm not sure we are going to get the same thing with this election, because of the voter party and all things that surrounding all these things. So it's going to be we won't get that turnout. We won't get from the reports that we've received so far.
Sure. You are still with us on Ghana Talks Radio, and we are here giving you all the facts and data. The results being collated as we speak now will be presented to our audience and listeners very soon. So stay tuned to us, and you will be served with all the credible facts and figures very soon.
So yeah, it's still Ghana Talks Radio, election day. This is your election zone. We are still live here, giving you all the election data that you need. As and when they come in, for now, the polls are closed across every other polling center that we know. So what we are doing is getting you the polling station results, which I will continue to say that you might not appreciate that much because it won't come in that huge numbers, in the thousands, for you to get. So we'll wait until the constituency results start coming in, then you can appreciate the results. So
so yes, we I really am interested in how far with the Medina voting, because their voters were told to hold on because of the rains. So we are trying to get in touch with a few people, our correspondents in Medina, to let us know how it's going out there, because the information we had earlier on was that they will be allowed to continue voting even after the constitutional scheduled time to close the polls. So yes, it's 6 now, that's an hour after the 5 p.m. which all polls are supposed to be closed. But as I said earlier on, the EC gave a statement that they will be allowed to continue voting because of what happened earlier on with them. So yeah, we'll give you an update on what is going on right there very soon. Then also we have many other people who are bringing us the results from various polling stations. We are getting all of them fact checked, and then we will give it the credible service as it is required of us to our audience. But Papa,
yeah. So
how has it been so far? Leading to this.
So what it is that we are going to show our viewers videos of some of the shooting that happened in Tamale. We will be showing our viewers the shooting incidents that happened in Tamale, which has led to both parliamentary candidates being taken to the Tamale Central Police Station for questioning and to assist in the police investigations as to what happened or what transpired in those shootings. Polls have ended, but yes, still we will have pockets of incidents coming in. We'll share with our viewers across board for them to see what actually happened on the grounds. Our reporters are coming in. We'll be taking their report, what they saw on the grounds and how things are. So yeah, on your screens, is bullets that went through some of the vehicles. You could see like 3 bullets. So that is Tamale. That we had the information that there were gunshots between some parliamentary candidates, which resulted in the police, arresting or taking them to the Central Police Station in Tamale for questioning and to assist in the investigation. We've said that we don't want situations like this to happen. This is something that we don't want to see.
Papa, regardless of whatever might have brought it up, I think these people, our leaders, needs to begin to be apprehended for all these things that they do. It seems they always get away with it, so it keeps happening year in, year out. We need to take a stand. The police needs to take a stand and apportion them with the appropriate punishment.
It's a matter of who the appointing authority is. That is why people have called for
a change of regime.
Not a change of regime, a review in the constitution. To take some powers off the presidency, because we are practicing an executive system of government. There's too much power in the presidency, so sometimes some institutions fail to work. Like for instance, if the president is the appointing authority of the IGP, if the president is the appointing authority of the CDS, definitely he will be, controlling those. He will have influence on those bodies, which are constitutionally mandated to, be sort of independent, to make sure that they are protecting the individuals, devoid of what's your rank is or what position you hold. So if some powers are taken off the presidency, I believe some of these institutions will be strong enough, can stand on their feet and take certain bold decision, arrest some of these corporates without any fear of intimidation or fear of losing one job or being transferred to places that they don't really like. So it's rather unfortunate that our institutions. It's the same way Barack Obama came here and told us that Africa, what we need is strong institutions. We need to build institutions, not people. So when we build the institutions, when we strengthen our institutions, the institutions will work for themselves and we'll get what we need, or we'll see changes in our various institutions. But until then, these things will keep happening and no one will be caught or no one will be apprehended for any wrongdoing. It's sad. It's sad.
Well, we keep getting updates coming in, and it still seems like some parliamentary candidates are in a comfortable win. Yes, it's still early days, but I mean, it's something to resonate with the opinions of the masses, so we can't let it slide.
I will continue to say that we need to slow down. Polling station results, you just have to be cautious about polling station results. Let's get a clear picture when the constituency results start trickling in. Then you can really appreciate what the results are. Then you can also predict where the whole action looks. I'm still getting feed from the Okankwe South. It seems they are still saying it's coming home. So it's coming home. So it seems, but they have to wait because sometimes when we get to election results like this, I tend to be very, very fascinated about it because both parties knows their strongholds in each constituency across all the polling stations. So sometimes, for instance, NDC might just hold on to some certain results from their stronghold. They will not release them. They will just make sure that they keep them, so that they will hear results from elsewhere. Then you start hearing. I remember, was it the year 2000, 2004 or so election? Then they had the big Bantama. Bantama was not divided. So you start hearing the results from K2 North, K2 South, then NDC will be jubilating. As soon as they drop Bantama results, then everybody goes, everything changes. So sometimes the parties, they know what to do. They will just be playing around some of the results. So until you get the clear picture, then I've said by 12 midnight, 1 a.m. we'll get a clear picture of who is winning, and if no one is getting the 50+1, if we will be going for second round, we'll get to know all those things by 12 midnight or 1 a.m. So people should just stay calm. Just be cool wherever they are. We'll give them the result as and when they come in. I've seen that our family members and friends in the diaspora are eager to know what is happening.
What's happening
Charlie, she in see here, Montomobo. She yansi BBC amobete. BBC ahaya no beto until Montomobo kra na Africa na asha agronase.
The both parties promised Ghanaians that by 10, 11, they will have collected 70 to 80% of the votes already. So let's see how that goes. But it seems these major political parties we have in Ghana have really advanced in their structures. When it comes to election
result collation. Because it's a big deal. Why wouldn't you invest in collating your results? So you spend 4 years going through the electoral process, doing everything, probably doing everything right, spending all your resources, your energies, your money, whatever it is, towards the D-Day of election, that is 7th December. And you get to 7th December and you're not well prepared to collate your results. Then all the effort that you made in the past 4 years is waste. So the ultimate is for you to invest in machinery, invest in software, invest in technology that will collate your results for you as quickly as possible. So you get to see you get a clear understanding of what you are getting from the elections. So Infantiman from some of the polling stations in Infantiman in the central region where Honorable Ophelia is the incumbent MP. So one polling station, Oche Town, MPP has 64, NDC had 242, the Independent had 2, the NDC parliamentary candidate, the doctor had 240, the Ophelia had 75. So that is what I'm saying, that sometimes you get some results from strongholds of people. So where this result is coming from clearly tells you that it's an NDC zone. So definitely they are going to be voting for NDC. So until you get the other results from the other places, you wouldn't really appreciate the result that are coming in. So back to the question. This is everything that you've been working for in the past 4 years. Count your ballots, count your votes. Make sure that you protect and count your vote in your favor. So if you are unable to count, because when we went for the 2012 court, when we went to court in 2024, they told them point blank
that the votes
everything
are won, elections are won at the
polling station.
Okay.
So since then, the party that took that thing serious was MPP.
Okay.
So you see, after 2012, MPP built technology to get their results as early as by 10, 11 p.m. MPP will they've declared the results. So subsequently, when NDC also went to court, it was just baseless because the results were clear. And people were blaming NDC that your NDC, you were unable to even collect your own results in 2 solid elections. So meaning you are sleeping.
So you think that has, in a way, motivated them to?
Oh yes, for 2 elections, you've been unable to collect results. It tells you that you're not prepared.
You're not ready for.
And that is the game. All the struggles that you go through to select party executives, to select polling agents, to select presidential candidates, parliamentary candidates, just to get to this level, and you cannot collect your results. Then it means you're not prepared.
Okay.
That is why this year they are all saying that by 10, 11 p.m. they would have at least collated 70%. But I'm sure MPP by 11 p.m. would have known whether they are losing or they are winning. Oh yeah.
But Papa, why do you bring the losing first when talking about NPP?
Probably whether they are winning or they are losing. So by 11 p.m., 11:30, 12 a.m., NPP will know whether they are winning or losing. So that is the if you want me to say it.
Someone just posted they will see their smoothness.
No, you see your smoothness level by 10 p.m. I've just seen some tweets. Ashanti region fire emojis. Hey, I don't know what Ashanti region now.
Wow.
On the mass fire emojis that I'm moving my bow. Gracious.
It's interesting. It's interesting because the results coming in from the Domekwabinya, as you said, this is a seat for the NPP. But looking at how they complained vigorously, I thought that there could have been a change, but it seems they are still taking the seat.
No, I've told you. You see, if you don't know the demography of the people of the constituency, sometimes you sit down and just make some baseless analysis and it won't yield to anything.
Sure.
You need to know who are the constituents, where do they hail from,
Okay.
how is their voting trend been like, what will influence their voting. You need to take into consideration all these things. So you go to Domekwabinya, and I'll continue to say this. You go to Domekwabinya, which is largely populated by Akans.
Yeah.
It will be difficult. It will be difficult. And look at the margins of Domekwabinya in the last election. For 20,000 difference. So when
even this year it's still huge.
When will NDC close that 20,000?
Yeah.
And they, year in year out, their constituents are giving birth. New voters are coming in who are similar accounts.
Sure.
So that tradition is likely to go on. You go to Odododio, a typical Gan constituency, it will be hardly for MPP to ever to turn it.
Okay.
So when we go for election, we need to be looking at some of these things, the demography of the people, who the people are, where they are coming from, what influences their vote, how has their voting pattern been over the years.
Okay.
All this should inform you as to how the election is going to go about.
Okay.
But you can't just say, oh, because 4 years the people suffer. Yes, people will complain. Domekwabinya have been complaining about their road for so many years, but year in, election out, they are voting for the MPP.
Yeah.
Domekwabinya always they will be crying roads. Even now they've done most of their roads. Most of their major roads have been constructed. So now that they've constructed the roads, which was one of their major headache.
Yeah.
And you think that they are going to change now? No, it's and you have 20,000 votes to close. It's not easy. If it's like the John Dumelo one, which is a little over 2,000, then you can say, oh yeah, 2,000 there.
The results coming in are really in favor of Dumelo.
Dumelo,
wow.
Yes, Dumelo. I've told you that Dumelo over the 4 years has really worked, especially with the students. He's really gotten into, because I've said this, that election, when you check our election trend over the years, every constituency that has public university in, MPP tends to win that constituency. Every constituency which has a public university, MPP is likely to win that constituency.
Yeah.
So that has been the trend with our election. So Dumelo has, over the years, really suffered that, because when the students are there, they are likely to vote for the MPP, because MPP has a strong TESCOM machinery.
Okay.
That will also, will push that burden. But over the period, Dumelo has been working with the student, has been very close with the student. He's constantly with the student in their SRC weeks, in their hall weeks, whatever the activities. He's also doing things with the JCRs and SRC and stuff. So he has that touch with the students now. That is why Honorable Leader Alassane this year was really also like pressured to be doing so many activations. And you could see the last activation that they did on the Legon campus. You saw how things were. You saw how things were. So it won't be surprising if Don Dumelo is winning the.
And I think it
okay,
also.
so let's let's take this result from. Okay, so from the polling station, His Excellency the former president voted John Dramani Mahama's polling station.
Yeah.
John Dramani Mahama of the NDC had 258 votes.
Okay.
As against Bawumia's 23 votes.
What?
That is John Dramani Mahama's hometown.
Okay.
Bole Bamboy.
Wow.
Where the polling station where Dramani Mahama voted.
Votes, yeah.
Bawumia only had 23 votes. Dramani Mahama had 258 votes, and it's no news. You know that
his own
hometown, home base.
Yeah.
It's the same way Bawumia might
will
sweep
win
the northeast vote. Still on Southton, MPP 14, NDC 225, MPP 16, NDC 193. We have like two sport ballots. Still on Southton, NDC 308, MPP 17. NDC 279, MPP 15, NDC 143, MPP 8, NDC 139, MPP 9. So if results are coming in from Southton and you are seeing this, don't be surprised because this is a typical NDC seat. So you should just be waiting for such things.
Okay, this is where one of the places I'm really interested in, the Medina.
So
the Medina number 1 school presidential. Medina number 1 school presidential. We have the NPP having 120 votes, the NDC with 183. We have the group 2, which also comes with NPP 162, NDC 146. Group 3 comes with NPP 112, NDC 159, and Group 4 with NPP 98, NDC 139. It seems the traditional NPP stronghold in Medina is losing its grip to the NDC now, because it's really looking green in there for the NDC. We move over to the Akache, Tatome, Fiato. Okay, votes are okay. So we have the presidential NPP with 2, NDC with 101 votes. Wow. Interesting results coming in. But we promise to bring you all the results that are being credibly verified. We don't want to bring you any false results, and in the end to be disappointing your hopes. So keep in touch with us and we will bring you all that is needed. The Ashanti region. Wow. It seems a whole lot of results coming in. Our team is gathering all the collated results, and we will give you all the verified figures very soon. But for now, we are still collating. So
so where are we going? Where are we heading to? We can see some screenshots of some results that are being dropped on our platforms. So one thing that we are going to do is to wait for verified results. We need to wait for verified results. We don't want to jump ahead of time to give anything that is not satisfied by the EC.
Sure.
Still results coming in from the Boliban Boy constituency, which is the home constituency of John Dramani Mahama. Jakala Community Center, Dr. Bawumia had 22, John Dramani Mahama had 226, rejected 3 ballots. I don't know why they don't add the rest of the candidates, or they are not getting any vote there.
Yeah.
Please, they're also part of the election, so we want to know what they are also getting from those constituencies. So is your election zone this election day on Ghana Talks Radio?
Yes, and we are going to be here from now till the last breath of declaration.
We are here to J. Mensah gives us who is the president.
Yeah.
Who will be the president of the Republic of...
Papa, is it Jen Mensah who is going to give us that, or it is the people who voted?
No, Jen Mensah is going to declare what the people have voted. Her job, she's always said it, her job is just to announce what the people have voted. So she doesn't have any power to do anything. She doesn't have any power to do anything. One thing, in 2020, before 2016, MPP had Adenta constituency, had Medina constituency, had Lejekuku constituency, had Cape Coast North constituency. All those seats were lost in 2020 to NDC. So NDC flipped those constituencies, Adenta, Medina, Lejekuku, and Cape Coast North.
Okay.
Tonight, what we are going to look at is our eyes will be on this constituency, especially Medina, Adenta, and Lejekuku. Lejekuku is where Bernardo Okoboy is. Bernardo Okoboy lost that seat in 2020 just because they said he wasn't attending funeral. Or when he goes to funeral, he doesn't give much on bonds. You
made an earlier submission in the morning that Ghanaians have a
funny way of voting. So
I think that's one of the most funniest reasons I've heard.
All right. So another thing to look out for in 2026. Every other constituency that was along the motorway straight to Cape Coast was won by MPP.
That's in which year?
2026. 2026. From Tema. Excluding...
Papa, we are in 2024.
I'm saying that in 2026, every other constituency that is along the Tema motorway all the way to Cape Coast, all the constituency, MPP won all those constituencies. Ashaman, Ayawaso West, Wogon, Lejekuku, Okankwe North, Okankwe West, South, Ablekuma North, Anyasu Otum, Wejagbawe English, Amanfum, Eutu Senya West and East, Efutu, Ekumfi, Gomwa East, and Fantiman. All those constituencies lie along the Tema motorway all the way to Cape Coast. MPP won all those constituencies. Back in 2020, MPP lost Ashaman, they lost Lejekuku, they lost Okankwe North, they lost Eutu Senya West, they lost Ekumfi, and I think they lost Gomwa East. So, whilst MPP was winning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of that constituency that lies on the stretch of Tema motorway to Cape Coast. NDC came back in 2020 to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the 15. So tonight, we'll also be keeping an eye on those constituencies, that 15 constituency that lies on the stretch of the Tema motorway all the way to Cape Coast. That is one thing to look out for. Then I'm trying to pick. Eutu Senya East, that is the constituency of Hawa Kumsin. We have an eye there because of what happened in 2020, the gunshot and all those things. And this year the NDC candidate is giving her a real challenge, a real run for her money. So we will look at that. One constituency that we need to keep an eye on is the Hohoi constituency. The Hohoi constituency was won in 2020 for the first time in MPP history, and that was the first time MPP was one constituency in the typical voter region. And John Peter Mewu, when you go there, they say he has done a lot for them. So we look to see if John Peter Mewu will continue to hold on to that seat in Hohoi, or NDC will eventually take that seat. In 2020, as we've also said, the top 10 constituency with the highest voter population in 2020, the top 10 constituency with the highest voter population, MPP won 7, NDC won 3. The top 10 constituency with the highest voter population, MPP had 7 of that seat, NDC had 3. Wow. These were Dome Kwabenya, Ashaman, Amasaman, Outu Senya East, Madina, Lejekuku, Adenta, Ketu South, Pristia, Huni Valley, and Kwabri East. Wow. MPP won 7 out of those 10 constituency in 2020. Those were the top 10 constituency with the highest voter population. Okay. So we'll look at the top 10 constituency with the highest voter population this year and compare and see the possibility if MPP are still going to, win much more in that constituency.
Okay.
As I said earlier on, these constituencies are the king-making constituencies that we need to put an eye on. Jomoro in the western region, Shama in the western region, Elembele, Gomwa East, Efutu, Ewutu Senya West, Gomwa, Agona East, as well as Ablikma Central. These constituencies we need to keep an eye on because they are the king-making constituencies. Yes, so we'll keep giving you some informations on how the previous election went in 2020 and what we need to expect in this year's election.
Okay. But it seems Accra is turning green for the NDC.
Yeah, NDC won Greater Accra in the last election.
Yeah.
NDC won in the Greater, but even with the MPP, all the research that went on within even the MPP circle, MPP knew that it was going to be extremely difficult for them to win Greater Accra. So what they were doing is that they were trying to make sure that they close the gap. It doesn't become a wide or a landslide victory for the NDC in Greater Accra, because if it goes that way, then they will be found wanting. So they were trying as much as possible to close the gap from the polls that they were getting, that NDC was winning the Greater Accra region.
Yeah. Wow.
Ashanti region might have disappointed MPP. From what?
From what you are gathering.
Yeah. Ashanti region might have disappointed MPP, and that would be a big blow for the MPP in 2024.
Wow. But in all sense, I think people are really vigilant today. I've never seen social media be on fire. I mean, we are having the EPL going on today, and I didn't even hear a word of it.
No. Charlie, you never you're too about.
Where's ISU?
You're too about.
And the investors are encouraging.
I mean, the investors are encouraging. Investors don't want to, because investors no. I know investors are encouraging because among fatna investors or fans so. The investors are quite sure. Say Charlie, won't do meditate your tax so. Into what own investors was in behind that's something too. Investors in your grow oh goodness. So on the lighter note, Charlie, at the end they be picking there and I'm on for 3 days sure off. Let's go across and see what is happening. I've seen someone updating that Kankwe Central Peke. I'm saying, when the result keeps coming like this, you just have to relax.
I can see people with torchlights.
Oh yes. People are well prepared for this election. People are well prepared. People are really.
Wow.
People are opening their eyes wide. I just say, never can Everton anyway. Liverpool, and so Mubakra, you feel more. You never break a can.
Hey, Merseyside derby.
Merseyside derby. Of course, so yeah.
Hey, and investors are heading, sir.
Investors are heading. Investors.
Investors
No money abre.
Ghana yes, because Liverpool are lead the league and come France they power.
Investors near bre now.
Oh, nice.
Election.
But it's really good that I mean the wave has changed. The tide has moved in the political era.
Yeah,
how the youth has really embraced.
Yeah, you see when we spoke to Dennis Mopori earlier in the day, and he was saying the same thing that when you see the euphoria around this election, the youth are really into it. The youth are talking about it. They are tweeting. People are having live stream here and there about election. They are just having their own fun on their live stream about the election. So it's something that we've really come to embrace, that this is something that concerns us and we need to get involved. If you really want to have decisions in our favor or make that decision, we need to get involved. Okay. Because if you sit at home and someone goes to the polls and votes and decide for you, and you come back and be complaining, no one will even hear your cry. So if you want to be part of the decision making, this is your opportunity. This comes every other 4 years. So you need to take the opportunity and make your vote count. So exactly what most of them have done this year. When you go on social media, everyone seems to be talking about elections, and Ghana Decides is trending. Ghana Decides 2024 is trending. You have the entirety of our youth across our various social media platforms, talking about it, and it tells you that we've come that age that we are involved. We want to be part of that decision making, because as soon as we are done with this process, they go there and they start taking the decision on our behalf and start, quote unquote, misbehaving anyhow they want. It is what it is. So we just have to applaud them for what they've done so far.
Wow. There was this, brouhaha around this particular guy, Kali. And what do you think his influence has been for the NDC regarding the youth, especially on social media?
Yeah, I would say Kali will also, if NDC wins, will also have a spot in whatever NDC does, because he's also championed the cause for them. Even though in the beginning, initial stages, he was hiding at the back of patriotism and nationalism, but if you are someone who is very, very politically inclined, you will know where all those agendas were towards. You know where they were coming from. You know where the backings were coming from. So yes, in the latter days, he wore his jersey, as we term it on Twitter. He wore his jersey. Wear your jersey. He started going on campaign tours with Dumelo and the rest and stuff. So then the picture was clear to us that yes, all this while that was the agenda. So
but you see, he was one of the main advocates and loud voices for the NPP in 2020.
In 2020, yeah. So that is politics for you. Politics. That is why they tell you that you don't make enemies in politics, because if you go and embrace someone's enemy, tomorrow you see those people on the sitting on the same table, dining and whining and laughing, and you'll be a third person that you didn't get anything from there. So you don't make enemies in politics. You don't even inherit someone's enemy in politics. So that is it. He's really pushed agendas. He's really pushed the cause for NDC. Especially when it comes to X. Most of the people on X will be keen or will be leaning towards NDC basically because of the agenda Kali J and his squad have pushed, and they've really made the NDC attractive to the youth. And yes, if NDC wins this election, he as well as Malik deserves Basintelli. They deserve all the applause. They deserve all everything that they have in their NDC got to offer them. They've really worked for NDC. If NDC should win this election, no doubt we need to applaud Malik and Khalid J in specific. They've really gone out for NDC, and they've made NDC so attractive to the youth, and they've energized the grassroots just towards the NDC. And it's just beautiful in that way.
But I've been online looking at a few commentaries, and I can barely see the NPP favorites or the allowed voices online. What do you think might be?
You see, online, I've said it, online belongs to NDC now. The momentum online is for the NDC.
Okay.
So you hardly get MPP things penetrating because most of the users are going all out for NDC. Now, MPP is also being cautious as to what they say or what they do online at this particular moment, because now, from the report that we've gathered, if everything is to go by what we've seen, then MPP is in a very worrisome position, because most of their people didn't come out to vote, and that is something that most of them have anticipated, that there will be that voter apathy. If voter apathy, you see, one thing is a fact in Ghana, that most people don't want to accept as truth. Whenever MPP loses the election, it's because their people didn't come out to vote. Every other time that MPP has lost the election, especially in the turn of the new millennium, it's just because that MPP people fail to come out to vote.
Okay.
Whenever MPP people turn out to vote, MPP is way winning the election.
Wow.
In 2000, in 2004, even in the first round of 2000 and in the first round of 2008, they didn't. Their people that came out was basically the Ashantis and the Eastern regions, which came out, and they eventually won the first round.
Okay.
So anytime they fail to turn out for election, they do fail to win the election. And that is exactly what they were praying against this season, because there was so much of voter apathy in their people. People, they wouldn't, because me and me talk about my MPP. That means me and Kokra. Because if I'm going to vote for MPP. So if I'm not voting for MPP, let me just sit down.
But then, what do you think brings about this low turnout, especially in times that it has happened, which has led the NPP not to win the elections?
It's about
because anytime it happens it seems it happens when the NPP is in power.
Yes, it's about fair distribution of the national cake. It's about it's about development. It's about who is getting what.
Okay.
Who is not getting what. That is basically it. Because for a period, the Ashanti region has been crying for development. The Ashanti region have been crying. We gave you power for the past 8 years. What have you done? Our roads, even one interchange is taking you so long to just put up the interchange. What is happening? This is your stronghold. Why are you not, looking at us? Forget about the rest. Make sure that you are developing our whatever they say. Just forget about it and give us what we need. And that has been the cry of Ashantis.
Okay.
Not Ashanti, the Ashanti region.
Okay.
And that is the shortfall of MPP. And they will leave everything late, and last minute they will
try and compensate them with a few projects.
You see, if the person demands the thing because he feels that push you alcohol.
Yeah.
Because when they look at Eastern region, your hometown, you are developing it within first 4 years.
Yeah.
So why will it take you so much time to just look at us? They are basic things that they need.
They need that.
The military hospital, you've left it. You see, there's some things that
other projects that they really need.
They needed to touch.
But in this case too, they are the real, pushers of the NPP.
Exactly. So that is the what do we call it? MPP. That is where MPP is. The heartbeat of MPP. So
if you could, you should deny them of these things.
Even if you deny them, you won't deny them to that magnitude.
That extent.
So you need to look at them.
Wow.
And that is how politics is. Forget about nationalism and everything. You also need to try as much as possible to be considerate with where you get your gains.
Sure.
You need to try and maximize your gains.
Sure.
So we are not saying be biased, but
at
least
they
deserve one day when they need something, you need to heed to their cry. And that has been the problem for MPP.
Okay.
MPP at the Ashanti region feels that MPP always digest them when they come into power, because they are the people that bring them in power. And they boldly make the claim that yes, in 2008, I always say that in 2008, it took Ashanti region plus Eastern region just for Nanado to win that first round. Nanado lost all the 8 regions.
Wow.
It just took Ashanti and Eastern region just to make you the first round winner.
Okay.
So they can easily hit their hand on their chest that we are the ones who bring you to power.
Yeah.
So if you
deny us of these things, then
we're also going to show you power. That is exactly what they are doing.
Show you where the real power lies.
Yeah. So if they fail to come out to vote, then automatically you are not getting your 74% that you are crying for. And the moment MPP gets below 70% in Ashanti region, then you know that it's a done deal for them. They are not winning the elections. As simple as that.
Wow. It's getting real interesting. And I don't know, but it seems this time around too, we are really getting the results collation very earlier.
Oh yes, I told you earlier that because of the system that they've all put in place, because a lot of entities have built system, technology or software that can easily collate the results, because as soon as the results are declared at the polling stations, they get it transferred through their platforms, and it gets to their national data, and everything is tabulated, so as and when they come in, you are getting the tabulation. So roughly by 11 p.m. 12 a.m. we should know who is in a comfortable lead and who is not. So we will get the results as early as possible because of the system that both entities have put in place. And even with the AC has also changed or transformed their system a bit. So we are going to get the results quickly as possible.
That's great. So in other news, it seems that John Dumelo has won 90% of the polling stations in his constituency.
90%?
Yes, that is quite interesting. But as you said, we just have to keep waiting on the EC's own.
Yes, we will just be giving our viewers nothing but the certified results. Ibuakwa North Kukurintumi is on fire. Nanaka says reports, and I don't know what sort of fire he's talking about.
Is it the fire that needs fire service, or is the fire that means
heat? They are giving them heat.
But through it all, I think it has been an interesting experience. It has been a really interesting experience.
I've seen people already tweeting and posting rescue mission, mass demolition. I'm saying it's too early to call anything. You remember when was it, in 2016 when one of the NDC leading members came to declare that they were in a comfortable lead. Meanwhile, they were losing over a million. They were losing over 1 million votes. So they need to tread cautiously, because elections there. When you don't have the bulk of the results, you can't just conclude on who is leading and who's. Yes, you can be leading in polling stations, but when we are getting the constituency results, then it gives you a clear picture of how the results are going.
But So far, I think the independent candidates are not really pulling any.
Oh,
much weight.
I've told you this. You see, so most of the times when I'm doing things election related, I always go back to the fact that election is a process which involves so many things.
Yeah.
So when you miss one step of the process, count yourself out. Or when you're unable to meet the structure of the process, you are barely out of the game.
Okay.
So if you don't have structures, you don't have the machinery, you don't have the strategy, the tactics, whatever it is, the human resource, the logistics to go the full length of the process, you are not part of what we are doing.
Okay.
So election nights like this, we will still be mentioning NDC, MPP, NDC, MPP, because we know that the rest of them are basically doing nothing.
Yeah.
They just add up to the ballot paper and they've made it so long that when you are even going to vote, you need to
you
squeeze yourself and
to find your preferred
what's all this stress for? You don't have the structures.
Yeah.
You don't have the machinery. You don't have the human resource base. You don't even have the capital to do what NDC and MPP are doing. You can't even do quarter of what they are doing. You don't have any business running for a presidential election. It's a simple. I don't know why people want to waste our time and for us to go through all this process.
Well, some just think they want their interest being made to the masses.
It's most of them are doing it for business purposes.
Okay.
Just to get that phase, that brand. That I was once a presidential. That endorsement. But aside that, they don't have businesses running for presidential candidates because you can't match the machinery of the MPP and NDC. You can't.
One of the candidates that was really loud then, but we haven't really heard much of him this week leading to today's election. Kofi Akpaloo.
Oh, forget about him. You see, Kofi Akpaloo's case is one that I always love. Kofi Akpaloo is the most visible presidential candidate in Ghana.
I mean,
you go to every poll, every tree in Ghana, you see Kofi Akpaloo's poster there. Every tree, he's the most visible presidential candidate. And funny enough, he starts his campaign like 2 years ahead.
Yeah, very, very early.
But because you don't have the structures, see, if Kofi Akpaloo even had the structures that Goom had, he would have been making case for himself because how visible he's always is. Goom, the first time Goom came, because of his church, he made sure that he also built some sort of structures, got some. So we are getting prompt that the EC is having a press conference. So we are joining the feed from the EC head office. EC has told us that time in they'll be briefing the press. They'll be briefing the public through the press on the happenings of the election. So we'll be joining the feed at the EC head office to listen to Madam Jane Mensah and Bossman and whoever it is about what is happening. So. Rockman.
The much anticipated 2024 Ghana general election is here with 13 approved and verified presidential aspirants with 801 parliamentary candidates contesting in 276 constituencies across the country. The competition is believed to be a tough battle between the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress and that of the New Patriotic Party. With that, let's take a thorough breakdown of key political activities of each presidential candidate. To begin with, the National Democratic Congress has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate, John Dramani Mahama, has made the economy a central issue in his campaign, blaming the current economic crisis on the incompetent management of the economy by the Akufo-Addo administration, citing how the cedi to a dollar skyrocketed from 4 Ghana cedis as at 2016 to 17 Ghana cedis in 2024. Mahama's campaign has also focused on corruption, citing high-profile corruption scandals, an accusation of state capture and nepotism within the Akufo-Addo government. The NDC has promised to continue and improve the free senior high school program, which was introduced by the New Patriotic Party to address the issue of illegal artisanal gold mining known as galamsey. The NDC's campaign strategy includes maximizing their vote harvest in their traditional Akan strongholds, whilst trying to outperform the MPP in the North and Coastal Akan communities. They are also counting on dissatisfaction with the state of the economy to give them an electoral advantage among urban voters. Particularly the youth. John Dramani Mahama has also toured all 16 regions across the country, preaching and teaching about his 24-hour economy to transform the current economy of Ghana. In the just ended campaign rally, he promised to scrap e-levy, fight corruption and restore integrity. On the other hand, New Patriotic Party has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has been campaigning on a platform of economic growth, job creation and digitalization. Bawumia's campaign has focused on the MPP's achievement in office, including the implementation of the free senior high school policy, which has been widely popular, Agenda 111, One District, One Factory, among others. Bawumia has also touted his party's infrastructure development projects, including road construction and the building of new healthcare facilities. In addition, Bawumia has promised to introduce new economic policies, including the cancellation of e-levy and certain unpopular taxes introduced by the Akufo-Addo government. He has also positioned himself as a candidate for the future, promoting digitalization initiatives and policies as a way to jumpstart the economy. The MPP's campaign strategy has also involved targeting the opposition National Democratic Congress on its economic record, blaming the NDC for the country's economic votes. The MPP has also sought to deflect attention from the economy by highlighting its achievements in other areas such as education, healthcare, and road infrastructure. Overall, the New Patriotic Party's political activity in the 2024 has been focused on promoting its achievements whilst criticizing the opposition and presenting a vision for Ghana's future under Bawumia's leadership of digitalization. Moving on, the former Trade Minister Alan Kojo Trimartin was quite active in Ghana's 2024 presidential election. He initially contested the New Patriotic Party's presidential primaries but lost to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. After his loss to the incumbent presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Trimartin decided to run as an independent candidate for the presidency. Trimartin's independent candidacy has been seen as a potential threat to the New Patriotic Party's chances, particularly in Kumasi, where he has a strong following. His campaign focused on the economy, promising to create jobs and improve living standards. He also threatens Ghana will lack the needed development if MPP and NDC are not voted out of power. It's worth noting that Tremartin's decision to run as an independent candidate has been seen as a significant development in Ghana's 2024 presidential election, potentially splitting the MPP's vote and affecting the outcome of the election.
The conversation series is all about street voices, where we hit the street to gather undiluted informations, undiluted opinions from the people on hottest trends, hottest topic, ranging from socials, entertainment, politics, and many more. I answer to the name of Himachimoda. Do well to visit our YouTube channel at Ghana Talks Radio for more content. Okay, so the infrastructure debate between NDC government and NPP government. Why now we're doing say Oba power no? We see more infrastructures.
Say Bambia be or yebi, NPP say yebi, but me there. You may be going say NPP to me here.
Say me the etoto NDC any NPP. I mean my behu NDC.
Okay.
Minimum the NDC to me here. Na me behu NPP. Me hunu die kufuo ye ana mabe hu die nana kufuo ado so de ababe ye
o hwe ya de sa enyi se ye bijan MPP ana oba se apomudi ati sa be so sa MPP so ye bijan isi
means me ngaso bian ye by me say o go free.
Oh, okay.
Emfa so abaso ma mi say no offer ase for kwa bia nya free education enti me de toto ho dia do obi aye bi ye nyina Ghana fo obi aye bi me nti me nka say President Mahama ba wa ama me ye bi wa ye ne de but the mamma me nya ho fa so no na meka any free education
do na no ye NDC
o sha ye ma bi bro wa Ghana NDC ne do so
yes yeah you I don't know enya so fo a o do ndu ya
Sir, free maternity care is one. Yeah, from MPP. And to me, for sure, I'm going to back. Me, say, maybe a few grand, me that, maybe a few grand, make education. And to me, the to with the ado, be I be. Yeah, Ghana for, be I be. Mean to me, cause President Mahama by wa mammy, why any dear. But the mammy me young for son, na make any free education. Sir, my 2 school fees. More fast because school, me 2 school fees. And now, we should call it free. And to me, the mate Macana. And to me, the SC at 2 MPP ahead.
Okay.
Stay informed with credible news from informative and impactful perspective on GTR election zone. We feel this to the election. We are here on the streets of Carnation interrogating with some of the citizens asking their views towards the election. Make sure to download the GTR app on all platforms at Ghana Talks Radio or at www.ghanatalksradio.com for more detailed information. So between the country Ghana, your job, and then your home, which of these 3 can you manage best?
Let me manage your man Ghana. Mejuma pa first, and as a father, I want to manage it to now. As for my home, that is where I live, so I have to manage that place very well before I go out.
Aden,
Ejuma ne mama miska. Ejuma ena di sika ban when you be there chefie. Na mpanifo bu be say wonni adagye so wonni wo ba yie enti ese otumi siesie fie yie na mama woni ko adwuma ho mo no otumi nya bi e de siesie fie
so me modo my Ghana hye me sa ti say de ye ka no enwomasua ya ade a eye oman bia fapem enti enwomasua na me de be fapem pa se na be ya akwala bia benya enwomasua ho faso. So when you give me Ghana to manage, it's the whole country. And I'm not ready for that now.
Ejuma na me ye no. Enna me de be kokohwe me yere na me ma e ofie. Se ejuma no enko so ana se sika eni ho anuma efie enye de.
Ana aban ayin so hye won sa obetimi manage. Because sika ni nyina aba won jai. So what you say? Intingo baby for fresh. I have seen ya. What's up? Bomb audience will be to me. I could share how the money with me. I did kakra or the mama.
So you manage the two?
I manage the two well. Very well. And as education, you are in the moment, what I say, we all social man, you put on the street in the so. Any idea now, education, say any education, can you see at it?
Because I'm not a politician. Yes, so I will manage my home well.
So when you are given the opportunity, you are going to manage your home?
Yes, I'm going to manage my home.
So that's it. You can't feel comfortable. So that's it. But you manage there. And if you know where there, and it's also where there. Until you manage first.
And still now, until the men say you know what you are managing.
You are managing. But you are managing. I think so. We need scam.
It is a one-year now. You manage Ghana, and one of your policies is to promote and improve the educational system of the country.
Say, Mama, Konya Sisia, I mean, Uncle Quankit and Magana, Uncle Quankit, young Quankit, Bia Ghana has said.
Until would you ever face you manifest?
Yes, but you ever manifest.
If you cross on this car, how I will be here on your money or wife more Ebeka said the city, a be bad now. About said you will be here or Mobecasa.
You share, especially in Okoy crossing, say, I was say post to teachers. Our Muya we more Mubacon Crassi. I might say, I say the whole word that no Bibia, name class and Qualano so. Etimi ye improve or more IT nimu. A more musu to me, yeah, and ya in him dear or IT num.
Say you man here, pa. Tenanzen the Juman de Enko Yokora.
And to some men, I manage Ghana, dear, and me can make Jina supply education and what dear. Who come some I be Biakra, Nasa will be a Bia education on Faswa. I know to me, I'm put to Abagana. Etimanya be Bia, my new road, my sea hospital, my new Bia Basa, Aqualana, Casa, your man education. Nasa foundation here stronger on one Casa Ninia, on one to me who left and right. On my Tanaka, on my Tonga dear.
say Obabe upgrade on my Mama and Saul solution.
The conversation series is all about street voices, where we hit the street to gather undiluted informations, undiluted opinions from the people on hottest trends, hottest topic ranging from socials, entertainment, politics, and many more. I answer to the name of Himachimoda. Do well to visit our YouTube channel at Ghana Talks Radio for more content. Auntie Daddy, between how do you understand reset and upgrade? And who read this question now? Between the reset and upgrade, which do you prefer?
First one, what I should say, or say yes, son. Na yamaho froba. And I will not say yaman and twaso. Yeah.
So no buy. We know also that. As I stay, was here Santumano. I don't know so yet. Was all Baba twaso. Inquiry.
Reset and upgrade. Okay, once your phone see you can take or reset here. You could say the best more best reset. But upgrade or upgrade here. I said up. It will take long time. So for very, very long time.
But I mean to my own opinion, no Mahama buy no wabe yebi ye. And no credit however we create we have short memory. And to me the NPP NDC or made the or minus for so many years. You whom put to do man and your papa or my
Indinano in Koye.
It will be so bad reset. I think the upgrade better say a reset.
Nipa ye bi osai ye de but o ma ye bi but enduru ye ne as I'm young right now as I'm talking to you me kind of crash ra me dem me cheddar
na tintini ni ti ayan toma Bawumia
Bawumia na ko Bawumia every say ono mada
nana kwan be dia I have sold my soul, my body, everything for him. Intimino, both of them, we have to throw them away and choose each other.
Wabada dia, and uncle, you be away. But on Mada, may also say, Obabe, upgrade on my Mama and Saul solution, and head with me. All right. And then
I came here with Alan Shamating because he's the man who is going to be the Minister for Industry and Trade.
Glancing through the legacy of a living legend in Ghana's political landscape, known for his remarkable achievements and trailblazing efforts, and assessing the life of a record breaker whose strategic instrumental direction has challenged the status quo of Ghanaian politics, igniting conversations about party allegiance, governance mechanism, and the evolution of the nation's political ethos, has been acknowledged for his bravery and boldness for taking tremendous steps of change and transformation. Alan Kojo Trematen, known as the record breaker, was born on 3rd October 1955 to Alexander Atayal Trematen in Kumasi. He attained his secondary education at Adisadel College and Achimota. He then earned a degree in economics and law from the University of Ghana, Legon, and furthered his studies as a Hubert Humphrey Fellow in USA. Alan became a junior manager at a subsidiary of Unilever at the age of 22. As the first regional director of Enterprise Africa under the UNDP, he established support programs for small enterprises across 13 sub-Sahara countries in 1998. In 1994, Time magazine recognized his impact by listing him among 100 leaders for the new millennium. He was appointed from 2001 to 2003 as Ghana's ambassador to USA. In 2003, he was appointed as the cabinet minister with responsibility for trade, industry, and the president's special initiatives with additional responsibility for private sector development. Alan played a pivotal role in trade negotiations at the World Trade Organization and ECOWAS levels. In January 2023, Alan Martin's political journey took a sharp turn. He resigned as a cabinet minister, followed by a short-lived campaign for the New Patriotic Party's flag bearership, where he secured a third-place finish. By September, he declined further participation in the party's National Delegate Congress, culminating in a departure from the New Patriotic Party on 25th September. His decision to contest as an independent presidential candidate for the 2024 Ghanaian general election.
And given the context provided, I wish to use this platform to announce that I'm honorably resigning with immediate effect from the New Patriotic Party to contest for the high office of the President.
Unveiled his new political banner, Movement for Change. Alan Martin's new endeavor, the Movement for Change, adopts the monarch butterfly as its emblem, marking a clear departure from the New Patriotic Party's elephant symbol.
Movement for Change, Movement for
With the backdrop of alleged internal party disputes, his shift underscores the challenges of merging individual political aspirations with party coherence. Alan Martin's vision promotes national unity and emphasizes the significance of expertise and performance over traditional political loyalties. On 11th September, he filed his nomination to contest the 2024 general election. Meanwhile, Movement for Change placed 13th on the ballot paper. Although the outcome of the election is unclear, has been perceived as a threat to the New Patriotic Party in the evolving landscape of Ghanaian politics.
You know, I've been in this game for a long time. And it's about two things. It's about strategy and organization. And you can spend a lot of time in the field, you can spend a lot of money in the field. But if it is not driven by strategy and organization, in the long run, it will be a waste of time. People are not sure why I'm called Alan Cash, but I have to use this question to explain to you.
Yes. Has it affected you? Has the name affected you, though?
Well, you wait now. You wait now. You know, in 2004, 2005, there were like 10 to 12 key figures in government, leading ministers, who had all shown interest in campaigning to succeed President Kufuor. And I was one of them. I was Minister for Trade and Industry at that time, and the current president was the Minister for Foreign Affairs. So if you had 17 leading figures contesting for a position, then you realize that you need to be able to do things that will kind of scatter them. Scatter them complete and disrupt them.
We understand.
But because of my background in management, I decided that I will apply some management principles which will confuse them. So even with the little funds that I had, I was able to brand my campaign and create the image of somebody who had resources and who was doing. Meanwhile, people were spending more than I was doing. You know, so when I step out and the moves that I was making, it was confusing them.
However, while some citizens are spotting him as a genuine beacon of change prepared to address the pressing concern of the country, others are doubting if he's tactically harnessing the prevailing winds of discontent for personal political gain. Nevertheless, as the election draws near, the Ghanaian electorate will be the judge, not forgetting that he is married to Patricia Christabel Martin and blessed with 2 children. The much anticipated 2024 Ghana general election is here with 13 approved and verified presidential aspirants with 801 parliamentary candidates contesting in 276 constituencies across the country. The competition is believed to be a tough battle between the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress and that of the New Patriotic Party. With that, let's take a thorough breakdown of key political activities of each presidential candidate. To begin with, the National Democratic Congress has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate, John Dramani Mahama, has made the economy a central issue in his campaign, blaming the current economic crisis on the incompetent management of the economy by the Akufo-Addo administration, citing how the cedi to $1 skyrocketed from 4 Ghana cedis as at 2016 to 17 Ghana cedis in 2024. Mahama's campaign has also focused on corruption, citing high-profile corruption scandals, an accusation of state capture and nepotism within the Akufo-Addo government. The NDC has promised to continue and improve the free senior high school program, which was introduced by the New Patriotic Party to address the issue of illegal artisanal gold mining known as galamsey. The NDC's campaign strategy includes maximizing their vote harvest in their traditional Akan strongholds, whilst trying to outperform the MPP in the North and Coastal Akan communities. They are also counting on dissatisfaction with the state of the economy to give them an electoral advantage among urban voters, particularly the youth. John Dramani Mahama has also toured all 16 regions across the country, preaching and teaching about his 24-hour economy to transform the current economy of Ghana. In the just ended campaign rally, he promised to scrap e-levy, fight corruption and restore integrity. On the other hand, the New Patriotic Party has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has been campaigning on a platform of economic growth, job creation and digitalization. Bawumia's campaign has focused on the MPP's achievement in office, including the implementation of the free senior high school policy, which has been widely popular, Agenda 111, One District, One Factory, among others. Bawumia has also touted his party's infrastructure development projects, including road construction and the building of new healthcare facilities. In addition, Bawumia has promised to introduce new economic policies, including the cancellation of e-levy and certain unpopular taxes introduced by the Akufo-Addo government. He has also positioned himself as a candidate for the future, promoting digitalization initiatives and policies as a way to jumpstart the economy. The MPP's campaign strategy has also involved targeting the opposition National Democratic Congress on its economic record, blaming the NDC for the country's economic votes. The MPP has also sought to deflect attention from the economy by highlighting its achievements in other areas such as education, healthcare, and road infrastructure. Overall, the New Patriotic Party's political activity in the 2024 has been focused on promoting its achievements whilst criticizing the opposition and presenting a vision for Ghana's future under Bawumia's leadership of digitalization. Moving on, the former Trade Minister Alan Kojo Trimartin was quite active in Ghana's 2024 presidential election. He initially contested the New Patriotic Party's presidential primaries but lost to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. After his loss to the incumbent presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Trimartin decided to run as an independent candidate for the presidency. Trimartin's independent candidacy has been seen as a potential threat to the New Patriotic Party's chances, particularly in Kumasi, where he has a strong following. His campaign focused on the economy, promising to create jobs and improve living standards. He He also threatens Ghana will lack the needed development if MPP and NDC are not voted out of power. It's worth noting that Tremartin's decision to run the much anticipated 2024 Ghana general election is here with 13 approved and verified presidential aspirants with 801 parliamentary candidates contesting in 276 constituencies across the country. The competition is believed to be a tough battle between the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress and that of the New Patriotic Party. With that, let's take a thorough breakdown of key political activities of each presidential candidate. To begin with, the National Democratic Congress has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate, John Dramani Mahama, has made the economy a central issue in his campaign, blaming the current economic crisis on the incompetent management of the economy by the Akufo-Addo administration, citing how the cedi to $1 skyrocketed from 4 Ghana cedis as at 2016 to 17 Ghana cedis in 2024. Mahama's campaign has also focused on corruption, citing high-profile corruption scandals, an accusation of state capture and nepotism within the Akufo-Addo government. The NDC has promised to continue and improve the free senior high school program, which was introduced by the New Patriotic Party to address the issue of illegal artisanal gold mining known as galamsey. The NDC's campaign strategy includes maximizing their vote harvest in their traditional Akan strongholds, whilst trying to outperform the MPP in the North and Coastal Akan communities. They are also counting on dissatisfaction with the state of the economy to give them an electoral advantage among urban voters, particularly the youth. John Dramani Mahama has also toured all 16 regions across the country, preaching and teaching about his 24-hour economy to transform the current economy of Ghana. In the just ended campaign rally, he promised to scrap e-levy, fight corruption, and restore integrity. On the other hand, New Patriotic Party has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has been campaigning on a platform of economic growth, job creation, and digitalization. Bawumia's campaign has focused on the MPP's achievement in office, including the implementation of the free senior high school policy, which has been widely popular, Agenda 111, One District, One Factory, among others. Bawumia has also touted his party's infrastructure development projects, including road construction and the building of new healthcare facilities. In addition, Bawumia has promised to introduce new economic policies, including the cancellation of e-levy and certain unpopular taxes introduced by the Akufo-Addo government. He has also
Okay, so we are back on your airwaves. This is Ghana Talks Radio, and we are still here with all the updates, all the figures, all the results that have been coming in so far, and we are about to give you all the verified and credible results that are in our condos right now for our audience. Papa, looking at things. Ase ebinum eni yaji ebinum so esu. Yebeko bebe te say Ayawa so West Wagon, and the report is that they've gathered about 90% so far, and it seems the NDC candidate, who is John Dumelo, is in a comfortable lead. What do you think changed for him this time around? Because this is the third time, but first time, second time, I'm fine, and see this time around, no. What do you think? Say, oh yeah, ama. Near Master Samano.
All right. Thanks once again. We are back. We are live and in charge with all the latest results, all the latest results coming in. I would want us to play the devil's advocates to wait for more of the verified results from the EC, because per se we'll get people too excited, and later on but from all indications, from what we are gathering, some judge is already jubilating. It means some judge is retaining the Ningo Pram seat.
Wow.
There's jubilation in Ayawaso West Wagon, suggesting that John Dumelo might have, for the first time in so many years, flipped the Ayawaso West Wagon seat for the NDC. There's news also coming in that MPP looks to lose the Infantiman seat. MPP is likely to lose the Infantiman seat because the results coming in is not favorable for the ruling MPP. Okankwe South might be flipped in favor of the NDC. All the results coming in indicates that Ernest Adumako, a first-time attempt, is flipping the seat, is flipping Okankwe South in favor of the NDC. But these are not verified and confirmed by the EC. These are polling station results that we are gathering and we are collating from our various sources. So that is it for now. So we can't confirm, and we don't have the power to confirm until the EC confirms, until the returning officer at the constituency level confirms who has won. We will just give you what the figures are looking and who is likely to win. From Goma Central, A+ has tweeted or has posted that he has won, but there's no confirmation from any quarters suggesting that if indeed he has won, that means he's flipping. He's taking the seat away from Nane Iya, who is the MPP parliamentary candidate. So we wait to see from that end as well.
And also in Ketu North, we are receiving reports that Edem Agbana, who is the NDC parliamentary candidate,
is definitely going to win.
Actually the interesting part is that he has won all 149 seats.
Polling stations. He will get to know this.
Wow.
And NDC, one of NDC's big, how do you call it?
Wow.
Big constituency with a large population. So.
And Papa, do you think this also amounts to the conversation that the youth are really interested in politics now? Because we all see Edem to be very young.
Yeah, very young. When what we are going to have is a very youthful parliament, because if we are getting, if the candidates who we are projecting to win all go on to win, that means we are going to have a very youthful parliament. And that will be good for our democracy. We will see how our youthful MPs will also behave in parliament, if they are going to carry the agenda of the youth, to push more youth agenda into our politics, for the youth to also have a seat at the decision table. We'll look at that. let's look at other constituencies. I've told you that 3 regions that we need to be looking at are Central Region, Western Region, as well as the Bono regions, because those are the king-making regions when it comes to Ghana politics. Yeah. So when results start coming in and those regions are flipping to a particular political parties, then you have a clear understanding or clear projection of how the elections might end. Okay. But bear in mind, so far we've not had even a single result from the Ashanti region. We've not had a single result from the Eastern region.
Wow.
So
wow. And interestingly, these regions are
these are the deciding regions for the NPP, because they can as well use those 2 regions to counter as many regions as they can. So people should be, a bit cautious when they start celebrating. Yes, I've said time in, time out that elections is not about Greater Accra. Greater Accra, you could win the Greater Accra region and yes, to go on to lose the main election. The regions that you need to be looking at are the Western, Central, and the Bono regions. Those are the swing regions. Those are the key king-making regions. If you are winning those regions, hands down, together with your favorite regions, you are going to automatically win the main election. So people should just tread cautiously. All the results that we are getting are basically from, yes, NDC strongholds, a little bit from seats that MPP usually hold that are being flipped around this time, like the Okankwe South, the Ayawaso West Ogon, and the Infantiman seat. If indeed goes through like that, then NDC is flipping those seats. But aside that, we are yet to receive results from Eastern, we are yet to receive results from Ashanti and Ahafo region, as well as the Bono East region. Then the entire northern region. The northern region is made up of 6 regions. There's the Upper East, Upper West, Northern Savannah, Savannah region. So we are getting alert that we are picking a feed from somewhere. So okay. We are picking a feed. So let's get onto the feed. We want to let our viewers know that the period in which we are, it will be more of press conferences here and there. You occasionally see NDC organizing a press conference, MPP will come counter.
And even the EC.
The EC is doing their press conference. The police is also briefing the press as time goes on. So we'll be having such press conferences in between. All right, so we have Ayawaso North constituency. Ayawaso North constituency. Ayawaso North is I think Alajo, and Kotobabi, Mamobi area. That constituents the Ayawaso North constituency. So we are having some live pictures from the Ayawaso North constituency. This is the critical point in the election. Everything that you've done in 4 years, this is where it all comes down to. If you are not vigilant enough here at this process, at this point in time, then you're out of the race. So every effort that you've put in the past 4 years, this is where you need to make sure that you are as vigilant as you can ever be. You are as vigilant as you can ever be. So that is the collation center from the Ayawaso North constituency. We'll try and get the candidates for that particular constituency. That used to be a general constituency which had Ayawaso Central together. It was normally held by the MPP, Sheikh Isikwe, who at his last attempt, it was funny, Isikwe last attempt at the seat, the first 2 times they counted the entire result. Isikwe was losing. The 3rd time they counted, Isikwe won, and he told them that they should stop counting. He has won, and that was it. that
was quite interesting.
That was and they counted first, second, he lost. The third time they counted and he won, he said, Agbena, that's it. We should stop counting, and everything ended in that way. So it's a very interesting constituency. It's used to have Kokomemle and those Caprice and all those places put together, but now it's been split into two.
Yeah.
So Alajo, Kotobabi, I think, getting towards a little bit of Abelimpe, they are part of the Iowa North constituency. Okay. Then the central will be the Kokomemle, part of Circle, getting to Ring Road. Yeah, and a little bit of Nima as well.
Okay. We are still getting feed in some places that has allegedly been flipped in favor of the NDC, some constituencies, and we have the Kwesimintim constituency, which is being flipped in favor of the NDC. We have Second D constituency. We have the Ifia constituency. We have Takrade constituency, and then we have the Isikado constituency.
If all those constituency flips in favor of NDC, it means that NDC is winning the Western region, and it means that NDC stands a chance of winning the entire election. Because if you are winning Western region and you are winning Central region, then again I say you are likely to win the general election, because those are two deciding regions who have over 1 million voters in there. So they decide who becomes the president at any point in time. I'm getting some results from Bema camp. It seems the entire Bema camp voted green. Bema camp voted green.
That's one of the interesting results that
the entire camp voted green. Almost all the polling stations at Bema camp voted in favor of the NDC.
Has the ruling party done something today?
So the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, your people are voting against your party. Commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, your people are, your men are voting against you. Nana, continue.
Islo Owusu's constituents are very, very, very determined to take care of the seat, I think, because it seems she has really, really lost the seat with a landslide margin, and that is quite interesting. We also have results coming in from Sisala East Down, which also shows us that the incumbent Chinia has lost to Bataglia, the NDC candidate. So that is also coming in from our correspondence there. We also have Hoi Hoi, which is being retained by the NDC. Wow. A whole lot of surprising results coming in, and we will give you all the updates. One of the most interesting results that we've received today is in the Boku area, where it seems the NPP is not getting a single vote, and that is interesting. The NPP is not getting a single vote, and that is interesting. I mean, they are recording 0 votes, and the NDC are recording in excess of 440 votes, and yeah, it seems things are really going in these earlier stages in favor of the NDC, but we have a long way to go, so they can't really begin to jubilate yet, but the signs are in their favor. Papa,
yes sir,
do you really believe in spiritual altercations and proclamations?
My cousin, after this election, we have to close down most churches. We have to ban most pastors and prophets in this country, because what o come shebe to afa hu bia what some will come share boy
you know, one interesting figure on social media, Ifia Odo, who has recently been declared
Bawumia,
her stance in the faith of God and turned around. Ebinum say, Emra wo meye Christo Nino, who may born again.
No, we Mahama.
Now we born again, mum, who could Cremofo endorse mana osinya me na aka kire enti hwe de nyame eka kire efi odo se bebe mu a osofo wusu bempa
ana me sofo mama pat kra be shem komo masa
mama pat ko ka so mama pat
mama pat o me jansu Oh, but you see, Yami Bosch and Ambuma, go back to our shrine.
Prophet also been part and so share on call.
He has been
on the soft dear air to send Bawumia dear on this of
wow, all those things we've recorded them.
Yeah.
Wow, come sham bem pan. Do you want to do on my way? I want to say,
well, so far so good. So far so good. Looking at all the results we've had access to at Ghana Talks Radio, Papa, what do you think? Who do you think it's channeled in their favor?
When we get to this point in our election process, I'm a bit cautious. I always say that I will look out for 3 to 5 regions.
Okay.
When I get the results of those regions, then you can clearly see the way Ghanaians are going to vote or the way Ghanaians are voting. So yes, I'm looking out for the Western region, the Central region, my home region. I'm looking out for the Bono regions, which is Bono itself, Bono East, and they have 4 regions.
Okay.
When we are getting results from these 3 regions, then we will have a better understanding or a better picture as to how the elections are going to go. Bear in mind, we still have MPP strongholds, which is the Ashanti and the Eastern region, results from there to come. So let's see how it pans.
It pans. Okay. So interesting results coming in once again that Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando for the Jaboso constituency has retained his seats. We are waiting for confirmation from the EC, but as of now, that is the report we are getting from our correspondents there.
Okay, Akando, Minta Akando has retained the Jaboso seat.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go through and see which result is coming in.
One man who has really made a lot of enemies is a strong word to use, but a lot of opposition from the youth especially is Katie Hammond, and it's been confirmed that he has lost his seat.
I'm getting result that for the first time in over 24 elections, 20 years, Honorable Katie Hammond. So we are looking at on your screens. We have the results of the 2020 elections.
Yeah.
Particularly the Western Greater Accra regions. But those regions are very keen crucial to us because those are the swing regions, and those are the regions which going to determine the outcome of the general election.
Yeah.
So we are going to pay particular attention to the Greater Accra region, which obviously most posters and research has shown that NDC is likely to win the Greater Accra region this year.
Yeah.
And it won't be surprising because John Mahama won the Greater Accra region, I think, yes. Mahama won the Greater Accra region in the last election with a little over 100,000, or is it a little over 80,000 votes. So it's obvious that Mahama might retain Greater Accra region in the NDC's favor.
Okay.
So from what we are gathering, from the reports coming in, from the results that we are gathering, it seems Greater Accra will still be green at the end of the elections. It seems Greater Accra will still be green at the end of the elections because NDC seems to be flipping a bit of the seat in their favor. Western region, Nanado won Western region, or MPP won Western region. Nado is not a candidate on the ballot anymore. So MPP won the Western region in the last elections with a little over 50,000 votes or so. Yeah, that was 439,000 to 398,000. So if NDC is flipping this, then it tells you that yes, NDC is making headway, and NDC is likely to go for the kill. Western North, which was part of the original Western region, Mahama won the Western North region the last time with about close to 20,000, 19,000 or so votes. So we'll live to see what's transpire in the Western North region. But our attention is on the Western region. Every result that is coming from the Western region should give us a clear understanding, a clear picture of how the main elections is going to fare, together with the Greater Accra region as well as Central region. We should be keeping an eye on those three regions because those are part of the kingmakers. Those are part of the deciding regions for general elections in Ghana, together with Bono region. So we'll get the previous results for the Bono regions, which is Bono, Ahafo, and Bono East regions, so that we'll give our viewers a clear picture of what to expect. And if they are getting results, if they are seeing some results, then they should know where the election is heading towards. Because these results will guide them to know where the elections is heading towards. The results of these elections will come in very fast this year because all the parties have put in technologies. They've invested in technologies. They've invested in infrastructure that will get the results to them quickly. So we should be getting the results as early as by 1 a.m. We should know exactly who is winning this election so that we can pack our bags and go and sleep because it's been a long day for everyone.
One of the people that has been a major topic during all this, the conversation of this year's election, is James Jackie Quayson, who was dragged to court for his...
Not.
And it seems he has won again.
He has won. But Asin Not is an NDC seat, so definitely he's going to win. He's going to win. Okay. I'm seeing some Eastern region results, and you know where they all go to. I'm seeing some Eastern region results, and you know where they all go to.
What is happening in the Ashanti region? Because it seems
I've told you that year in, year out, election in, election out, Ashanti region results tends to delay. And I gave you a typical scenario that most of the times MPP will hold on to results like Bantama, results like Swami, results like Menchia. They will hold on to those results and make sure that they get the results of K2 North, K2 South, North Town, and the rest. They will let NDC, come out with all those results. Then they will just come out with Bantama. They will just come out with Menchia. They will just come out with Subin, the Swami results, just to cancel all those results. So it's not surprising that Ashanti region is not the results of Ashanti region are not yet in. And Ashanti region is also a big region with a huge population. So sometimes we need to bear with them with some of these things. But yes, Ashanti region will come, and it might change the whole dynamics of the results that we've seen. But nevertheless, NDC has made some strong gains in the early hours of the results, and it looks like NDC are flipping some seats in their favor. NDC is flipping some seats in their favor, which
in the Ashanti region, right?
No, I'm talking about the result that we are getting from here, the Western Greater Accra regions, which have come in very early. So let's wait and see what happens in Ashanti region, because Ashanti region, as I told you, in the last election, MPP beat John Dramani Mahama with over 1 million votes in Ashanti region, which just cancelled the 500,000 votes that NDC won in voter region against the NDC. So Ashanti region is a big deal for the MPP. So sometimes these things you just need to understand, and that is where the vigilance, they will tell you that you need to be vigilant and watch all those things.
But then we are getting a few bits from the Ashanti region. People are saying that some numbers are very huge in favor of the NPP, and it's mind blowing. It's mind blowing. But let's keep up and see what the EC is. Because when it comes to Ashanti region, you can't.
But then again, one thing viewers and the general public should know is that the dynamics of the northern part of Ghana, the results or the whatever, the dynamics of the northern part of Ghana might change this year. And if it changes, it can affect the entire results from the south. Because aside northeast and Savannah, who are the least regions with the regions with the least voting population, northern region proper, upper east and upper west have the numbers. So if things change or they are even sharing spoils there, it might affect the results that comes from the southern part. So let's not take away the result that will be coming from the northern part of the country. Those will be crucial battlegrounds for both parties, for both candidates. Those are the places, those are the regions that might go to the wire to determine who eventually becomes the president of the republic, because both candidates are from the northern part of the country. And this is the first time we are having such head-to-head of candidates coming from the same part of the country. And it's going to be a huge battleground for both candidates. So let's not just slip over those regions and say probably anything will happen. Those regions are battlegrounds for both parties.
We are getting reports that the NDC is about to address the media. So very soon we'll get our videos, that coverage, and then we see.
So and NDC will be addressing the media very soon.
In other news, the NDC has won some 2 seats in the Ashanti region, and it seems that is also a bit of a surprise and a wonder to the electorates, because those seats seems to be belonging to the NPP in quite a long while in previous elections, but it has flipped in favor of the NDC. Papa, it seems a lot of flipping is going on this evening.
Yes, as I told you, early days in the election results, you'll be seeing some of these results and you'll be hearing some of these things, and some of them are constituencies that are not certain, and it's everyone's constituency. Just you do your work and they will reward you with a constituency. So sometimes you are not definite, like the seats like Adenta. Anytime it flips, you should know that yes, that is how they vote. Crowell, Leje Kuku, and the rest. They tend to always want to change every other 4 years. So if we are getting news that some of those seats are being flipped, it's no big deal. But when you are getting Iowa West Wagon being flipped, Okankwe South being flipped, then you know that
Sisala East.
Then you know that work has gone in somewhere. So let's just keep. It's early days with the results, so we just.
Isn't the Honorable Sam George has retained his seat?
Oh, I
and
I told you.
Frank Anodombre has quite interestingly, might be losing his seat.
The majority chief whip.
Yes.
In Sahuma do dream.
Yes.
In Kanda Samabao.
So that is what we are getting from our people, but we're still going to see.
In Sahuma do dream.
Yeah.
Frank cannot done pray.
Wow. But honestly, some of the results coming in from the Asante region is...
It's shocking, eh?
It's shocking.
That NDC is making headways there.
In some places that you wouldn't think they can get some numbers, they are gaining momentum.
But NDC has over 20%. They usually do over a little over 24% in the Ashanti region. So they do have numbers in the Ashanti region. They don't. It's not a region that they go blank like that. They do have numbers. They will get numbers. They will get numbers. So they are targeting 30% of the total valid votes that will be counted. So if they do get that, then it's a disaster for the MPP. If NDC crosses 25% in the Ashanti region, it's a big disaster for the MPP. So they might be worried if NDC is heading towards that direction.
Okay. And in other news, the NDC has lost the Christian Valley seat to the NPP.
Christian Valley.
Yeah.
Wow. That's in the Western region.
Yeah, that's in the Western region.
Okay.
That's in the Western. One of the places I would be more interested in their votes, their resources, where George Mirekuduka.
Takwa Nsoyem.
Yes. I don't know what is happening there, but we are still waiting on our correspondents to feed us what is going on in there.
Takwa Nsoyem.
Yeah.
Takwa Nsoyem.
So you are still on Ghana Talks Radio. We are still giving you all the figures and facts and
the analysis, everything. We just giving you analysis as to what to expect when the results start coming in like that. We wouldn't confirm when the AC hasn't verified and confirmed it, but based on the analysis and based on what has transpired over the years, you can get a clear picture of what to expect at the end of the polls, at the end of the results counting, so at the end of the ballot counting. So this is what we are trying to do. We are just trying to, prepare your mind and lead you into the future. You see, so just stick and stay with us. We'll just give you all the data as they come and give you the backstories where when they come in. Kwesimintim constituency. Yeah. So for everything that is coming in, those are provisional results. So we just have to let you know that those are provisional results, not certified and verified by the EC. So these are provisional results. I'm getting some results from Shaman constituency. Shaman constituency is one of the king-making constituencies in Ghana. And when you are winning Shaman, then you're also making some headways. Shaman constituency, one polling station, DA 4 Court C, Shaman constituency. MPP had 133, NDC had 92. Rejected ballots were 4.
Wow. So also in the Ashanti region, we are gathering figures that the NPP so far has gathered about 309,000 votes, and the NDC 160,000 votes.
Okay, that's like half of what MPP is getting at the moment.
Wow.
Early days yet. People should just calm their nerves. Get some jollof and eat and relax.
A little bit of updates that we can give to our audience. In the central region, the NDC has won the following seats so far: the Cape Coast North, the Cape Coast South,
Infantiman,
the Agona West,
Agona
Agona East,
okay,
Gomua East, Gomua West, for Etimokwa constituency.
Let's switch to the NDC headquarters.
Okay.
We hear the venerable National Communication Officer of the NDC, lawyer Sami Jenfi, is addressing the press, is addressing the public through the press. So we'll pick the live feed from the NDC headquarters where the National Communication Officer, lawyer Sami Jenfi, addresses the public through the press on the results so far and what is happening. So we'll be joining the live feed shortly. Okay.
And before we go, about 49% of results from the Volta region are in. The NDC are ahead with 212,908 votes. The NPP are with 19,360.
Okay. So let's take some emphasis.
Let's head to. We'll be back shortly.
We meet, you know. I said, on. Until you say you should remote into your house. Say, wait me about her. In your constituency collation center. If you were not at the police station and you're hearing this message wherever you are in your constituency, this is the time for you to play your role. You are voted. The votes have been counted and declared at the polling station. Now you have the responsibility to protect those votes. And so this new stage of constituency coalition is of utmost importance to all of us. And our leader would want all of us to stop the jubilation until results are duly collated, declared at the constituency coalition centers, the results forms at the constituency coalition centers duly filled and signed by the various party coalition agents, and our agent is giving his or her copy. You don't jubilate. You only jubilate after the results have been declared, agents have signed, or better still, our agent. There's some agent fee, because of the previous experience now they had now, we are in a comfortable lead. Charlie, some of these things, because most of the results that are coming from NDC, likely strongholds. So when you are jubilating now and the other results start coming, and I've told you that past results, Ashanti region one result to me clear almost 2 regions results. So some of these things they need to.
Wow. So
yeah. Carry on.
that was the NDC communications officer, the Venerable Sami Jemfe, who was actually empowering the NDC polling agents to amplify their vigilante, because this is the most crucial part of the entire election collation. As you were saying earlier, that they have to be very alert on all wheels, because these are the times that if anything could go wrong, there's the time that it actually does go wrong.
You see, Sami Jemfe is smart, and it seems NDC has learned a lot of lessons from previous elections.
Yeah.
Back in 2016, at this stage, NDC
were jubilating.
They had already sounded "we are in a comfortable lead" slogan, and they were dancing all over. But it seems Sami Jemfe and his national executive have learned from that lesson. Yeah. That is why he's made that press conference that every polling station executive they are supposed to go back to the collation centers and make sure that their ballots are being counted, and when they are counted, their forms are filled, and they get a copy of the signed and certified pink sheet and all those kind of things. Because without those things, anything can happen. And that is why when you go to court, they will tell you that everything that you need to do in terms of election, it happens at the polling station. So when you sleep at the polling station, don't come to court for the court to overturn the results. It will never happen. So make sure that you are playing your part. You are keen. You are being vigilant at your polling station. Make sure that every dot is dotted, every T is crossed, every I is dotted, every figure is well written, and everything is intact. Signed by both parties or both agents, certified by the returning officer. You have your copy, they have their copy. Then you know that everything is done and sealed. But when you leave there, as soon as they count, and you don't have anything that shows that yes, this is the result, you leave there, you go onto the street and start jubilating. The time you come back, things might have changed, and when you go to court, they will tell you that weren't you at the polling station when they declare the results, then you find yourself wanting. So that is a smart one from the National Communication Officer of the NDC, just telling his people that they should relax, they should go back to the polling stations or the collation centers to make sure that they are manning their results, or they are paying attention to whatever is happening, and make sure that they get every detail out of the way. I've said that election is a process. Until the process ends, you don't need to miss any step. You don't need to take your eye off the ball. You need your eye on the ball throughout the process. Till the final point, when the last returning officer comes to the national screens and tell you that per the results that they've collated across board, A, B, C candidates is the winner of the election. You don't sleep. You don't take your eye from any process or any stage of the election. You need to be there, and you need to be vigilant. So it seems they've learned their lesson, and kudos to them that at least they've learned something from the past experiences that has come. So far, all the results that the provisional results that we are getting are basically from NDC sort of stronghold, a bit of flipping here and there in favor of the NDC, but then you would have to wait for the general result, as I said, to get what it is that you need. We are getting a bit of results on our platform with regards to the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. It seems Ayawaso West Wuogon, it looks like it's a done deal. It's a done deal for John Dumelo. From all the results that we are gathering, it looks a done deal for Dumelo, who it seems in Ghana, the election, when you try on the third attempt, you eventually win. So when you go for the first election, second time, and you lose, don't give up. You need to go for the third time. And that is what Dakwan Obobia couldn't stand, and she gave up, and Now I don't even know where she is.
Where she is.
No, John Dumelo, if he wins, then that is it should tell, because Atamos came for 3 times on the 3rd bounce before he won, and Akufo-Addo the same thing.
Yeah.
So it clearly tells you that when you go for the first time, the second time, and you feel you need to go for the 3rd time, that is when God will, give you the chance to, if you believe in spiritualities or whatever it is, you get the opportunity to serve your people. So it looks certain for John Dumelo, for Ayawaso West Wogon, for the first time in so many years, in so many election cycle, the NDC will take the Ayawaso West Wogon seat. Ayawaso West Wogon seat. So let's see how. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. We'll be getting more result. We'll be bringing you more results. What we are doing is that we are trying as much as possible to give you a bit of satisfied result, not just hearsay. So we want our people to cross-check with the returning officers on the grounds before we let you in, because you don't want to lead people on wrongly. So we are being very cautious, because the EC themselves have warned media houses not to jump board or take the lead in pronouncing who is winning what and who is losing what. So we need to be very professional in what we are doing, so that we don't find ourselves wanting. So all the results that are coming in are provisional results until the EC satisfies the results. They all remain provisional results at this instance. So let's look at some results that we are getting that we can share with our viewers. So Infantaman, my home.
It seems Ejatohama and NPP.
My home constituency is being flipped in favor of NDC. Comante NDC is winning Comante, the electoral area.
Yeah.
NDC is winning Comante.
Wow.
And that is in central region. So and that is along the coast.
Yeah.
So I've told you that in central region, which is a swing region, and which is also a king-making region, as well as the people along the coast. If you are winning the coastal seat, then you are putting yourself in a good position.
Yeah.
To win the election eventually.
Yeah. Also, some preliminary polling station results show that John Mahama, the flag bearer for the NDC, is leading with 56.39%, which is marking a significant 6.52% gain compared to what he made in the 2020 elections. And the NPP has dropped to about 39.46%, reflecting a 10.99% decline in voter support. But this is just the beginning, so we still have a long way to go as we look forward to how the final results will emerge. But keep coming in with your views, keep coming in with your own updates. We are willing and ready to engage whatever you have to share with us on Ghana Talks Radio. We also seek to keep amplifying that let peace reign, let Ghana win in all things. However the results go in your constituency, at your polling station, let it be accepted in good faith. If there is anything that you need to challenge it through the due means and the true process. We don't want any violence and any chaos erupting from any misunderstanding and unacceptability of results being announced. Papa?
Yeah.
Agron FM, Eja Nyabi do and on the 7th of December 2024, where Ghana has decided on whom they want to lead us into the next 4 years of our livelihoods.
Yeah. Ghana is deciding. Ghana is deciding, and it is what it is. It is a day of accountability.
Sure.
A judgment day for everyone.
Yeah.
For the for the past 4 years, what you've done, what you've achieved.
Sure.
How good you've been with the people of Ghana, how you've treated the people of Ghana. If you are in opposition, how you've also respected the people, how you've shown remorse, or how you've supported the people in their quest to seek answers from authorities. So it's just a day of accountability and a day of judgment for our politicians, that the Ghanaians are going to tell them that yes, we gave you the mandate, or we didn't give you the mandate, but this is the time for you to move on, or this is the time for us to change someone or bring in someone else's, and that is basically what it is. So the people we are just going to account your deeds with the people, and the people will either reward you or will just take you out, retire you.
Go and reshape your structures and
come back. So it's basically that is the day in which we are, and our politicians know much, know best when we get to this point.
I like how we are growing as a country, especially in terms of our leadership determination, because you can clearly see that it is strategically moving from party loyalism to policy-driven and accountability system for the Ghanaian electorate. Because when we look at, and it's emerged from 2016, where people really shown some outrage on then President John Mahama with some of the things that they thought they didn't really deal with well, and the massive votes they gave to his opposition, retiring the former president out of power then. And then in 2020, how the elections got very close between the opposition and the incumbents. It tells us that no, people are now driven towards how the country is actually being managed and administered. It's no more about may NDC intimatua NDC keke, or may NPP intimatua NPP, and now may CPP inti. No, it's more of akwebet na so den na waye, den na oye, den na eko, obefa me edemikosi, and now obefa me akoja me esihi. These are the things that the Ghanaian electorate is considering when determining whom they want to give power to as their leader. It's quite encouraging.
I've said is that we are moving from the era where we go out to vote because of the person's personality, whether the person is handsome or not, whether we were born into that tradition or not, or whether we are affiliated to the person because of our tribal lineage or our religious lineage. We are slowly moving away from that era. Now people are beginning to understand that it's not just about tribal lineage. It's not about ethnicity. It's not just about family and friends. It's not just about religious affiliations. It's not just about tradition. It's about who will govern the nation, who has the policies that will affect the entirety of the country, who has the policies that will change my life, who has the policies that will bring wealth to me, that will create the needed environment for me to thrive. Those are the things that the Ghanaian electorate are looking at now. It will get to a point that as many of our citizens will be well educated, will be literate enough to read meanings into policies, will start punching holes, will start asking the relevant questions. Probing politicians, putting them to the task or pinning them to the wall and asking them the questions that when I gave you the power, what did you do with the power? When I gave you the chance to lead me, what did you do with that opportunity that I gave you? You need to be accountable to me. When you're doing something and I say, no, we don't want it this way, let's go this way, you need to listen to me, because at the end of the day, I put you there to serve me. I didn't put you there for you to come and rule over me. You are your servant. You are a servant of the people. Yeah. What the people want, or what the needs of the people, is what you need to adhere to. So we are getting the emergence of social media is playing a very key role in all these things. Social media is helping us to understand some of these things, because people can easily look at things from all angles. People can easily accept what things are. They always follow whatever it is that is going on. They follow whatever is going on wherever it's happening. So a lot of people, especially the young ones, are getting involved in the process. They are getting involved with the electoral process. They are getting involved in politics. It's not just that we are getting involved in politics because it's politics and because we want to be party affiliated. People don't even want to be party affiliated. People want to just be there and be expressing their views concerning the nation, making sure that things are going on well when it comes to our healthcare, when it comes to our education, our employment, agriculture, and what have you. People just want things to be in the right place for us all to thrive on. And that is what is driving these elections. It's been about policies. It's been about what you can do. And one thing that has really pushed it, we also need to applaud someone like Bawumia, because he is one person who has championed this cause that let's take the politics of the country to issue-based politics. Let's talk about issues. Let's talk about policies. Let's talk about how you can, bring something to the table to change the problem or to solve the problems that we have. Until now, everything about the policies that we're doing was about propaganda, and because we were affiliated to somebody, we were really not talking about policies. We were really not talking about things that will affect the people directly. We just come, read some manifesto, and just be doing rallies here and there, and just be bashing each other, insulting each other here and there. Then at the end of the day, we know that we have 5 million supporters following us. We know that they are going to vote for us. So let's just insult ourselves and go. But this time around, we've pushed it to the next level. We are talking about policy. What is your policy? What can you do? This is the issue that we have. What can you do to solve this issue? Right? How can you turn the whole thing around? We all know that we are suffering. So what will you do to turn things around? Those are the things that we asked. So across the 13 presidential aspirants, you see, most of them were talking about the policy, what they can do, what they think that when given the mandate they can do to turn things around. When you give them the mandate, they are able to change things. They are able to bring in fresh ideas. They are able to implement things that they think that will change the whole system around. So that is where our politics is going, and it's just good for the nation that we are thinking as a matured democracy. Now we are not going to base on just the normal party affiliation. My parents were born into it, so automatically I'm also part of it, and all those kind of things. Before the election, I was telling some people that this election is just simple. You go and vote for the person who you have strong ties with, the person who gives you your daily bread, the person who, whatever happens to you, you can call. Because that is how things seems to be. That if you are not connected to the person, so if I don't have any connection with you, if I can't reach you at the barest minimum, then there's no need for me to vote for you. So the candidates I'll go and vote for is the candidate that I know that can give me my daily bread. someone who can make sure that Charlie, my daily bread is secured always, provide me the enabling environment for me to thrive and all those kind of things. So it will get to that point. But aside that, we are looking for people that will solve whatever problems that we have, whatever we have, what the issues that we have. They will offer better solutions to it. They'll provide, they'll provide things that will make things work.
The questions that the country is asking.
Okay. So basically, that is it that we are looking for in a candidate.
Sure. But looking at the state of the Ghanaian economy right now, let's look at where our debt has risen to. We have outstanding debts that we haven't even serviced yet. Do we think, in the long run, a change of government can actually solve these problems for us, or we just want the government who created these problems out? Which is which? Do we want someone, do we believe as a nation that someone new coming in can actually come in, help us pay off these debts? Or we just want the person or party, the government, who took us into this mess out of power?
It's in two folds. When we talk about debt, there's no way we are going to go around. We are going to go around and say we won't be indebted in any way. It's a country. It's like a corporate institution.
Okay.
Most often you have to put your hands in some of these things. So, but you find better ways of borrowing, or better ways of financing your projects here and there. So that is what probably we might be lacking. But aside that, it's something that you can't do away with.
Yeah.
The issue that most Ghanaians will have with politicians or government or whoever is in charge is, you are taking the loans, but we don't see what you are using the monies for. So if you can proper account for the monies that you are taking, then most people will not even have problem with you. That has been the issue with our politicians, because they seem that we always see that they get the funds, they will tell us that we have the money, but when they get the money, or they are taking levies here and there, but when they get the levy, what are they doing with the levy? What are they doing with the revenue that they generate? So it's always been an issue of what do you do with the monies that you get, until you tell us, or until you show working with the money that you get, then people will not really have problem with you that much. So that has been the case. Show us what you do with our money, and if you show us what you do with our money, we don't really have a problem with you. But if you're unable to show us what you are doing with the many revenues that you are taking, the taxes and the levies that are on so many things that you generate revenues from, you are unable to tell us what you are doing with those revenues, then it becomes a bit of question mark. There will be question marks all over, because then you are taking so much from the people, but you can't really show for what you are using those monies, what you are really using those monies for.
But then we are gathering information that there's been some. We've gathered information that there's been some gunshots from Ayawaso Central. We are still waiting for much more information on that. But that is what we've gathered as of now. There are some gunshots that are being Shots at Ayawaso Central.
Ayawaso Central is Honorable the Interior Minister's constituency, Honorable Henry Cortez. So we need to get a clear picture of what is happening there. I've told you that those are key areas that we need to be looking at, because those are highly contested seats that the NDC really wants to take away from the MPP. We have on our screens. It seems there are some bodies being taken away from a truck. I don't know if it's due to some gunshots. At this point in time, what are the gunshots for? We need to move from gunshots. So.
We've also got that reports from Asla Ousu's constituency that
Lukuma West.
Yes, there were some illegal ballot papers which were being tampered and was targeted to be infused into the original ballots, but it's been intercepted and police are looking into it.
I've said it time again that this is the crucial point of the election process, because if you don't open your eyes at this particular time, all the ways that you've done in the last 4 years will go astray, will go into the drain, because the least mistake or the least that you take your eyes off the ball, Charlie Jumabe Doom. And exactly that is what is happening. That is why Sami Jemfi will come address his people and tell them that they should all go back to the polling stations because of the previous experience that they had in 2016. Because you don't just start jubilating when the results coming are just from your strongholds or from your main regions, whilst your main opponents' strong regions have not yet even dropped a single result of theirs. So everyone is being cautious. Everyone is playing by the experiences that they've had over the years, because you don't just want to overjump the gun and before we hear we are still back at the court, and the court will tell you that where were you at the polling station? Where were you at the polling station? Because we told you that elections are won at the polling stations, and you couldn't do anything at the polling station. You don't have anything to come and do here. So that is it.
But it seems there are some chaoses going in somewhere, and we really need the police to put their feet on ground, because we can't afford another life being lost. We can't afford another life being lost. Also, we have news coming in that Rollins Zeneto lost her seat. That is quite interesting. I don't know how credible that report is. I am still looking to verify that, but yes, that's what we are gathering.
From which quarters?
One of the reporters from the Clote area.
Clote, yeah. That is the Natos constituency.
Yes, and he is reporting that it seems she is losing her seat.
Clote.
Yeah.
Clote.
Yeah.
Honorable Senator Rollins.
It must be sarcasm, because
I told you that a young man from Accra Technical University said that if Honorable Senator Rollins if Honorable Senator retains that seat, he's going to defer his cause. So if Senator is, then you see, in the morning I was saying what might be the reason why the guy said that.
Yeah.
Probably there have been something that they've done. They've really done their homework, because this is a seat that NPP has been eyeing to win for some time now. They've tried several candidates and they failed to win that seat. So let's see.
Let's see.
Oh, my own baby girl, Zena.
Yeah.
Eze.
And in Ewutu Senya also, reports coming in is that how Akumsin and some facts are attacking the NDC candidates.
How comes in there? So no, Jatao.
They fear to report that someone has been shot and
Again.
actually might be dead.
How comes in hot there? They be able to shoot. Because so often they be able to shoot too. I'm shooters. How comes in?
I don't know why that particular.
But I've told you that as part of the king-making seats
Sure.
in the country, Owutu Senya is one of the king-making seats. So when you want to win an election, you must be looking at Owutu Senya East. Make sure that you are winning that seat because it's one of the most populated constituencies. So if you are not winning Owutu Senya East, then you have a problem with you winning eventually. So it's a big seat for everyone. It's a big battleground for people to fight for. And how Akumsin has kept hold of that seat for a very long time, and is not yet ready to lose that seat. It's going to be I told you in the morning that yes, the NDC lady has made some gains. She's really made some gains, but how Akumsin is a strong character. How Akumsin is a strong character to just go and maneuver over her. It will take some hard work to get over how Akumsin. So let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes at Owutu Senya East.
But whatever is going on there, I think the police needs to step in as soon as possible because losing another life there during this election is somewhat.
Then it will become
it
will become too synonymous with the Owutu Senya, especially the Kaswa food, because Kaswa is always in the news for the bad reason, and I don't know why they don't want to get out of that situation, because Charlie, we need to move from there. We need to move from there. My people at Kaswa, munye steady. So we are being joined by one of our senior colleagues from Dankwa Institute, someone who has worked with the Dankwa Institute, someone who holds a master's in communication, someone who is very, very politically
adequate.
Yeah, politically inclined, a very staunch, political minded, who is going to help us with the analysis and let us know how election night, what if results are coming in, how we should project.
Sure.
So if we are getting results from Owutu Senya, if NDC is flipping some seats, is it to tell us that the NDC is likely to win the election or not? So he's going to help us with all the analysis. So let's welcome Senior Nanayao Chrebeksen. Ochimai.
Senior Beck.
Ochimai Tiase.
Senior Beck, welcome.
Ochimai Tiase. Ochimai, I'm also there. My way grounds the same.
Well, thanks so much. Greetings to the lovely listeners of Ghana Talks Radio, and to you. I always call him my boss, and then my senior that I'm meeting for the first time. This election has been full of surprises, so to put it. It's in our political dispensation, it's always been that at the end of every 8-year cycle, as the Ghana popular say, Mukwaya and Mukwaba. So for 8 years is always enough. And NPP think they've done more than enough, and then the good people of Ghana must give them the mandate to to be able to continue the very good work that they are doing. And then NDC to have the notion and the perception out there that corruption has been too much engulfed with this government. So let's reset this country and put it on its rightful wheel again. So this election is a battle of what is new that the NDC is bringing on board this time around. And then what has been the, so to put it, the mantra of corruption that is so much engulfed with the NPP. So let's put them aside because you have a track record that Ghanaians have seen and it's proven worth it. So this election, some way, somehow, has a lot to speak to Ghanaians. And as we all go to the polls today, we believe that from today to somewhere tomorrow, just as the masses have spoken, Ghana will make an informed and then a decisive choice whether to reset or to upgrade Ghana. So that's the little that I can say in the intro.
I will ask our senior colleague here, from the little that you've gathered, from the provisional results that we are gathering, are you surprised about some of the results that we are getting in terms of, say, Iowa West Oregon, like Okankwe South? We are hearing that Infantiman might also be flipped in favor of the NDC. Are you surprised with the provisional results na Ebebano?
Okay, well, to be honest, I have been a bit tight for today, and my concern was mostly in the Wejagbawe constituency. Basically, that is my constituency, so to put it. So try to monitor, see how things are going, and then the updates and stuff like that. But then at my a bit time, I try to get what really is happening in other places. Like I said earlier, it is not easy, but so to put it, this election has been a bit surprising to me in the sense of even the voter turnout hasn't really been that impressive, because the special voting really gave the indication that people were really warming and gearing up to step out in their numbers to cast their votes, only for us to meet with a bit of disappointment. Because even at Wejagbawe, by the polling station that I monitored today, 509 people were supposed to cast their votes, and then at the end of the polls, only 223 were able to cast their votes in that polling station.
That's less than half of the
that is it. So I was making it known to someone today, a friend in the media, and I told him that, you see, when things happen this way in your stronghold, it means apathy is setting in, and when apathy sets in, it really affects you. Bear in mind that for the opposition, he's always angry for power. So to put it, he's been in opposition for 8 years. Hunger has striking, so he wants to go all out to capture power. But your people that are supposed to also step out to come and vote for you, some way, somehow, have their personal reasons. Something the party didn't treat them fairly. Something things that are happening in the party aren't the best. A lot people vote for reasons best known to them, and people choose to stay away from voting for reasons best known to them. So these are some of the things. So in the case of Iowa, West, and then Central, the happenings there, it's really speaking a lot of volume. A typical example, we have a whole interior ministers who, as it were, the head of security, so to put it, interior minister, a security couple on top of how a security architecture should be. And these are some of the things that are happening just at his backyard. It speaks volume. It speaks volume. So at the end of the day, this election, like I said, it really surprises me, because I was thinking that if it is the NPP continuing, then things ought to move in that higher pedestal. And if the NDC is taking over, you can see some of these skirmishes that are happening. But I believe that in the coming days, the road will really be clear to know whether we are resetting or we are upgrading. So to put it.
From my experience with the elections for over the last 20 or so years, I was telling Omari earlier on that election nights like this, most often you get MPP relaxed with the results from their stronghold, i.e. Eastern and Ashanti region. Always you get results coming in from NDC stronghold, especially in the Volta and typically Greater Accra region, where we are all battling it for, because there's no one stronghold. At any point in time, it flips in favor of someone. So results from these places will come as early as possible. That informs what Sami Jemfi did. Because he knows that majority of the results, especially from the MPP stronghold, are not yet in. They've not even mentioned one single constituency. So if you are jubilating because you are winning sit
Your
within
strongholds.
Greater Accra, which MPP knew from the onset of this election that they are going to lose the Greater Accra. You are doing yourself a big harm.
Okay.
Wait and listen to. And I've made this point that this election will not predominantly be on MPP and NDC stronghold, i.e. Ashanti region, Eastern region, and Volta region.
Yeah.
The battleground is up north. The 5 northern regions will determine who becomes the next, because both candidates are from the north.
Sure.
And this is the first time we have both candidates from the northern part of the country, and they are strong there. They all have the numbers. So if, for instance, when we look at the 2020 elections, if John Dramani Mahama won the main northern region with a little over 60,000, which in previous years they were doing more than 100 and 200,000, it tells you that the influence of Bawumia has made that possible for MPP to close that gap.
Sure.
Even at the last election, MPP overturned in terms of parliamentary seats in the northern part. MPP turned it, flipped it around, because MPP had never won the northern parts, the northern region in terms of parliament.
Okay.
But in 2020 they flipped it.
Wow.
So it tells you that the vice president, he being the vice president really worked there because he's from there.
Okay.
Now he is the main man on the ballot.
Okay.
So what will that influence? How is that going to influence the vote?
Wow.
So yes, we'll all be looking or anticipating Ashanti Eastern voter, but the main battleground will be up north.
Yeah.
Who is going to win those 6 regions?
Sure.
Bawumia is likely to win his own region, which is northeast, which is the least, with the least number of voter population. Okay. Let's say Mahama is also winning Savannah, which is also one of the least with the least number of voters. Then we get to the main northern region, Upper East, Upper West, who command numbers. What are the numbers going to be? Who is going to win those 3 regions? You get the scenario. So those places will be the battleground for that. Aside that, then we come to the Bono regions, the Bono East and the Ahafo regions. Those regions are part of the decision making or the king making regions in elections. So if you are winning some of these regions, then the likelihood is that you are winning. You are winning the election. So obviously, MPP is going to suffer for voter apathy in Ashanti region, because all the indications tells you that Ashanti region didn't come out to vote today.
Sure.
So that is going to affect MPP. So if MPP is dropping the 74%, if MPP does below 70% in the Ashanti region, then they will be crying.
Wow.
Then we will not even continue with the count, because it's really going to affect them. Because earlier on I showed you the graph that MPP with just Ashanti region results will cancel the entire voter region result of NDC, because MPP leads NDC with over 1 million votes in Ashanti region, and NDC does only 500,000. So if MPP reduces in percentage of the total value votes cast in Ashanti region, if MPP even does 70% in Ashanti region, it's a big problem for MPP.
Wow.
If MPP does even 70%, it's a huge problem for the MPP. So all that MPP prays is that they get the numbers at Ashanti region. Eastern region, definitely they will vote, because that is where the president hails from, and they are okay because the president has pushed in a lot for them to maintain that region. But the issue, I will continue to say, the battleground is up north.
Sure.
Who is winning Upper East, Upper West, and the main northern region? Those 3 regions will decide, including the Bono regions, Ahafo, Bono East, and Bono region itself. So let's people not start jubilating because of it's too early to jubilate, because Greater Accra, from every poll that they did, and even within MPP, internal MPP knew that they were not going to win Greater Accra. They knew that some of their seats were going to be flipped because it was extremely difficult. Things were, you see, that is why I'm saying that election is a process. The main reason the Alankaj, the Cheddar, and the rest will never win election is because they don't have all these structures in place to even tell them where they are faring, where their strongholds are, what they are doing. They don't have that structure to even do that. MPP knew that it would be extremely difficult in Greater Accra. So you could see that even with their campaign, they weren't too much focused in Greater Accra. They would just once come in and do certain things. The strategy was that yes, we are going to lose Greater Accra, but we don't want to lose Greater Accra with a huge margin. We need to as much as close NDC so that we also get the numbers to add up to the numbers that we get elsewhere. That is the strategy. But they know that definitely they are losing Greater Accra. MPP lost Greater Accra in the last election. Mama won Greater Accra in the last election. But because President Akufo-Addo had great numbers across board, he eventually won the election. So they knew that all that they were doing is that let's just try and make sure that we get our numbers in Greater Accra added to the rest of the numbers that we get in the rest of the country. So that shouldn't get you word. And I'm saying that I applaud Sami Jenfi for the step that he's taking. That means NDC has learned lesson from the 2016 election. Because 2016 election, by this time, they would have announced that they are uncomfortable leading, their people were jubilating. Meanwhile, a Juma was going on. Election also, the Makacho say, which we need the step no so back. The slightest way no. That is it. So it's good that he's cautioning his people that they should return to base and make sure that they are counting. But they should not forget that some catch was Titeno, MP bet no one I can't. Ya bucket to north, ya bucket to south, ya born off town. We are not about Bob and Tomaba Copena. I say, baby, that is how politics is. And if you've not followed the election for that long, you might also just jump into conclusion with some of these results and so Agbena. Actually, Mikacho said, Sheikh ICQ, they counted the results the first time he lost, the second time he lost, the third time that he won by just 3 votes. He said they should stop counting, and that was the end. They stopped counting. In the election, Charlie, all these things are part. So you need to be experienced. You need to get that vim and all those arsenals within you to go to the last end of the process. So you never be saying the people should relax. People should relax. It's too early to jubilate. Everyone should relax. They should relax. For us all to, yes, NDC is flipping some seats, which were some of us that have done election research, and we know some of this. We know that some of these seats they were going to flip it because it was too obvious. It was too obvious that the incumbent MPs, people wanted change. They've been there for so long. So it's obvious that they will eventually kick them out because they didn't lose the primaries. Because if they lost the primaries and they had a new candidate, then it changes the whole dynamic. But so far as they brought you back again, you are likely to go because already known the party has held that seat for so long a time. So they want a change to see how things will go for them in their constituency. So some of these things they are expected, but let's just wait and listen to other constituencies, even in the central region. As at now, it's just the infantiman that we are hearing. Then is it the Gomua seats, which have also indicated that they are part of the king-making constituency, and some of them are already NDC seats. If Atufosin is winning his seat, it's obvious that Atufosin will win. If the other one, Abra, who is what's his name? Felix Kwachiofosu is going to win that seat. Because he has come close to winning that seat before. It's like John Dumelo winning this seat. He has come close to winning this seat. And
there is a huge celebration going on the Legon campus.
I've told you that John Dumelo over the last 4 years has really connected with the Legon students. And this will be the first time in so many years that NDC is winning a seat where there's a public university at. NDC has always fumbles at constituency where they find themselves with a public university. MPP, because of the strength of the TESCOM, they will always win those seats. But John Dumelo has learned lessons from the previous elections that he went. He made sure that he stayed with the University of Ghana students, and those people will be the deciding factor. Because the elite are some way. The middle class are also thinking in different direction. Then the slums within that constituency are also thinking. So the students, because I always say the Legon campus itself is a whole constituency on its own. Over 20,000 votes there. Legon itself is a whole constituency.
So if you can clock just a little over
half of them, you're gone.
Yes,
and how do you do that? You do that by having that relationship with them.
And I think that's one of the things that John Dumelo has done over the past 4 years.
Yes.
Right after he lost the 2020.
He didn't go to sleep. He was on board.
On ground.
Yes. And gradually pursuing the
agenda. Yes.
The agenda of the comeback.
It has really reflected in his results. Because winning over 95% of the polling stations. I mean, that is one percent.
Yes, because he stays in touch with the people. He's there with the JCRs trying to put up small facilities, helping them, even if it's air conditioned. I've told you that Ghana, at a point in time, people were voting just because New Panana who feel. Rollins said to Abaman because not Rollins and who and Banner. I've told you this, so Ghana know about to. Oh, and let me yes, I always say that go and interview our women that voted in 92, 96. They will tell you that most of them voted because Rollins stand on fair. And that is a fact.
I think there's one guy called Said standing for NDC. It should be in the Hafo region or somewhere in Sudan. I can't hold it. I'm more friend with Junior JG. Or campaign our man. You
see, that is how Ghanaians we think we vote on so many different bases. Sometimes I say in your policy, sometimes people even vote because TV so they are dumb don't need so Hannah dumb now so let me talk about that is how Ghanaians will think.
And I think this is something that has really political parties who say there's a trajectory that actually helps them. It's not propaganda so they just become loud on issues that they are not even having much weight on. But propagate,
when we spoke to Sneaker Yami, most of the times
it's just propaganda.
All the policies, let's interrogate the policies of each candidate. Once they use them, they don't understand most of the policies. The anyone say, we can 24 hours economy, we can utilization. That is it. But beneath those things, we don't understand what is going on. So we are just swayed by the aircon. Then we all follow. But if we are to put the candidate there and punch holes into the policies, I was telling you that one of the presidential candidates was asking why is it that most of the top candidates, i.e. Mahama, Bawumia, Alan, were all saying that they were going to create we are picking a live feed.
I think this is coming from the Hawa Kumsin.
So let's listen to it.
And then you only count. Can't let you say a child and you say a child will be a pick up, say, and pick up my pick up. It's almost a carnage. And another one thing.
See the question here, you be son of mommy. Castle, now you do say back home. And on one won't be the branch in the witchery. And I said, Castle, now you do say.
Can't I be a go back where you and I'm back where you.
That's right.
Yeah, Pacho Debbie.
Okay.
Nothing driver that makes Chicago.
All right. Who can now you send an empty?
No, yeah. 6 and that's a canoe.
Okay. Now, Pacho, what's 2 gunshots? What's a bed to go best say?
Yes, it's 2 by 3.
Bed to go best 3. Okay.
Yeah.
And see, almost 2 years, almost you were chilling some who coya and someone done it.
But I'm not done on the whole choir.
Okay, into us.
Okay, and the honor was saying, and I'm obeying now, to assets and bring that way saying, I'm possible. I have heard police farmer. I'm about to say, I'm a Yakasa. What is no?
Yes, yes.
The
two candidates.
police body has come in the car.
They were just trying to intimidate
That's it. Yes. Look at it.
They should start jubilating.
Look at it. Yeah.
Because we have won the elections hands down.
Because Hawakumsin is the aggressive nature, and this one too, this lady too wouldn't bow that easy for you like that, because she thinks this time, and when she also giving the push, she can easily sneak the seat from you. So some of these things are expected from that time. This time, yeah. They think Kawa is entrenching herself from them.
For that wonderful report. Customer, you know, and so now.
So that was live coverage that we picked from Bawumia TV, giving us updates on what actually happened in the Otu Senior East constituency involving the NPP camp of Hawakumsin and the NDC camp of Nakoyo. Said there's been some incidents of gunshot attacks. It's been alleged say Nipa Baku and 2 others has been injured, but we just pray that it is just an allegation and not what they are saying.
So if they go on to confirm this, so far that means 2 people have died in this election, which we really didn't want it to happen, because we should go beyond elections. We will have bloodshed just for
violence.
someone. All these things are not needed.
In fact, it doesn't even speak well of our democracy.
It
doesn't speak well.
If we are boasting as a beacon of democracy and peace, why should all these things be?
Because American went to the polls and no bloodshed. Charlie, we've gone past these things. Sometimes, Charlie, it's too much. But yes, and Otu Senior is becoming unbecoming, because election in, election out, these issues happen. And always it's been directed to the incumbent, Hawakumsin.
The doorstep of the incumbent.
So when you continue to do this, you also infuriate the people, even your constituent. Why are you doing that to us? You're always putting us in a bad light. So they might even go out of their way to even vote you out. Because why?
The results actually show that
she's losing. Because why are you always putting us in a bad faith? Why can't you accept? Election is about 2 things: either you win or you lose. So if you are losing, Charlie, accept it in good faith and go and sit somewhere. But anytime you want us to hear gunshots, anytime you want blood to be shed before we get to the finality of the election, it doesn't speak well of the constituency. This is not good.
But then again, leading to today's exercise, in general, I think the tensions were pretty high. Some of these things, even though we didn't really anticipate it to get to someone getting killed, but now you say tensions between boiling up.
Oh yes, tension be boiling up, but I think the Ghana police also did tremendously well, because they were on top of issues. They were picking intel, they were picking suspects here and there.
But that's they
are still on top of issues. But you see, a human behavior where then you get such incidences happening. So it happens, but they've done well. They've had their eyes all over, they've made sure that things didn't escalate, because if they were not on top of issue, things would have gone overboard, because they were not military, so but I think they've handled most of the things professionally, and kudos to IGP and his boys. But this is all the 4 years that we've been waiting for. This is the crucial point of the 4 years. Everything that you've done in the 4 years, this is the time. So every shenanigan that everyone plans happens. So also very, very, very alert on issues about security, issues about personal well-being. You need to be protecting each and every parliamentary candidates because you don't know what someone is planning.
Sure.
That is why I had issues with challenge na musa to kuma say sa pion toy gun challenge no because some command stop it some some election time we and can tell me be no can challenge yenti asempa. So they were very very right to have stopped that because challenge no no mo train you re-election now you do Christmas and they can do challenge. You see what is happening. You never know their ajumboni no one team okita the right pistol and the right gunner or the baby doing because election day.
But when did we get here actually? Because inquiry reports about 4 parliamentary candidates who are in possession of firearms.
Oh no, but truth to be told, most of our big people, everyone is strapped. Everyone straps before they leave. Obia come we told them, and they forget. In Penfona we no number Obia one who Obia strap you.
Then mayor almost say,
so because we are all living in a like in a peaceful manner. Then about 3 5 2 strapping out for now. So your money new 3 man.
Why would you even think that in the first place? But you see, like I always say that it is the politician who is gradually, nurturing this nation into a state of insecurity. Some of the things that we do. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
As a politician, you owe a duty as part of your social obligation to the good people.
Yeah.
But you come and you know that this is what you're supposed to do to better the lives of the people. And then they choose their own way and manner of doing things. And then the youth will become furious and they think that at the end of the 4 years we need to punish you. Because we gave you mandate to serve us.
Yes.
And rather you use it to come and lord over us and you are enriching yourself. So they think that, okay, if that is the case, then I will tell you, I will let you know that I am the one. That is it. But like I said, our democracy, some of these things are not really healthy.
Well, a little bit of the results which have been collated are indicating in the early stages that the NDC is actually leading in 31 constituencies, while the NPP leads in 14 constituencies, which resonates in a 51.25% in favor of the NDC and 38.11% in regards to the NPP. And then the independents also doing there.
The independent, their votes will not even amount to 1%. Forget about them.
I think, say, if we really want to have that third force in our political stand, as Papa has been saying all along throughout the show, and they need to get structures. Because it seems the people are willing to accept them as a third force, but they are not showing any commitment as to why we should really accept you or give you the mandate.
I've told you that earlier this year I went round a bit, especially up north, and when you go around and you bring anything about politics, they'll ask you, are you from NDC or NPP? If you say no, they will give you a seat to sit down for them to listen to you.
Wow.
So it tells you that yes, the people are tired of NDC and NPP. They want someone. But then again, who is that person? And I've also told you that politics, leadership is not just about your personality. Okay? Leadership is not just about your personality. We are getting signals that we need to pick a feed. So let's
go on the streets.
Yes, let's join the feed.
For you, get the voters to go to the polling station, cast their vote for you. Everybody in the full glare of the public, the counting is done at the polling station. You have agents All the other political parties have agents. You finish, you sign at the polling station that you accept the results at your polling station. When that is done, simple process. Move your pink sheet from the polling station and take it to the constituency collation center, where you have your agent there with the electoral commission. And what is going to happen there is simple. The sheets, the pink sheet that your agent signed at the polling station is being brought to the constituency collation center.
NEC is likely to take the majority of the parliament. It's likely.
And sum that. When that is done, the constituency would now pick the constituency sheets from the constituency coalition center and take it to the regional coalition center. At the regional coalition center, let's use the Eastern region as an example. 33 constituencies. All they are going to do at the regional coalition center is to pick the 33 constituency coalition sheets, which you have a copy, and sell it, and then move it from there and bring it to the center, which is the electoral commission here in Accra, and then put together 16 coalition results, and we have our elections called. And so it's baffling, extremely baffling to have the NDC behave the manner in which they are behaving. They continue to also peddle some falsehood. Somewhere around 4:30 p.m. thereabout, the NDC held a press conference, and they are saying that the NDC organizer in the Ashanti region has discovered 500,000 ballot papers, which they claim are ballot papers that they have discovered being hidden by the NPP. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a complete falsehood. It's a complete lie, it's a falsehood. All we saw in that video is Joseph Yamin, the organizer of the ABC in Ashanti region, holding his own phone, having a camera placed on him by his own people in a certain room with no resistance. No owner of the room, no owner of the house, not a single person they met in the room accustomed, standing and having a conversation, cheerfully telling somebody that I've discovered ballot papers. Our checks indicate that, first of all, the room they claim they discovered those ballot papers are not even at the location they indicated. Number two, these are actually ballot papers that Yamin himself took to the Ashanti region for whatever reason. Remember, they had already given some of these ballot papers to the youth organizer of the Akuma Kwama constituency. The police had already issued a statement on that. We showed a video earlier on, and maybe before I conclude, I'll show that video, where the son of the constituency youth organizer of the Akuma Kwama constituency was arrested by the Ghana police. For attempting to stuff a ballot box with 79 ballot papers. These ballot papers were part of the ballot papers that you saw Joseph Yamin standing by. What has actually happened was that Joseph Yamin realized that he had 30 minutes for elections to end, and he had not been successful to execute that task that had been given to him by his party. And so to save his face, he all of a sudden goes on video using a selfie and telling the whole country that he's found some ballot papers that belongs to the NPP. That's an outright lie, it's a complete falsehood, and it's something that everybody should disregard. We are calling on the Ghana Police Service to investigate to the latter that video that Joseph Yamin has put out, because they are an absolute threat to the stability of this country. They do not show us the number of the alleged ballot papers. We never see it. We only see some brown boxes or brown papers, in the corner. They do not tell us the exact quantity that they have, because you have the deputy spokesperson of the flag bearer of the opposition party indicating on her Facebook post that they have discovered some 300,000 ballot papers. Then Joseph Yamin says 500,000. Then another NDC person says 400,000. So it tells you the kind of people they are and what it is that they are doing. Again, we do not see any MPP official in the video. So think about this. Joseph Yamin, for some reason, has magic. Identifies a building that has ballot papers. Walks into that house and there is nobody in the house. Joseph Yamin walks into that house seamlessly. But Joseph Yamin, we know, has a suspicion that there is a ballot paper hidden in the house, would start recording himself from the road.
before even getting to the gates, before walking into the room. Strangely, Joseph Yamin switches off his phone or his video, breaks into whichever house, opens whichever door, gets into a room, and then only begins to record himself inside a room. These guys really take the entire country completely as fools. Because it doesn't just add up. The same Joseph Amin gets into the room before inviting media. Joseph Yamin will know, having picked intelligence that there is some ballot papers hidden somewhere by the MPP, will call the media, call police, and walk in there with them before he even puts a video on himself. He doesn't do any of these things. Again, we only see him in the corner with a video on himself. Now, you've discovered some 500,000 ballot papers in an MPP stronghold. And then the only evidence you show us is a selfie of yourself in a room, having a conversation with somebody excitedly, telling the person that you discovered some ballot papers, and then telling us that you are now calling police to come and do whatever it is that you expected them to do. We all know the reasons why the NDC are behaving this way.
Senator Erinio,
Everybody in the
provisional results,
that this
but the turnout was very, very low.
We are going through this. Unfortunately, as a people, we have to deal with being inflicted with this every single election period. The NDC are clearly losing these elections and they know it. As we speak, the elections have already been counted at the polling stations. Every political party has copies of the pin sheet. They know it. They know very well. the bubble, the process, and one. The Gini said, about
It's not upright,
Bawumia, 18 Kunim. When you Kunim here, the Gini said, about
So that was the NPP issuing a statement through a press conference by Dennis Miracle Abuaji. I think so. No, more campaign spokesperson.
Communication
head
for the Bawumia campaign.
But I'm listening to what he said. I think that wasn't really necessary at this point in time. We are hearing of chaos here and there, people firing gunshots at others. Now, what can I say? No, that issue wasn't really needed at this point. I don't think that as a major political party as the NPP is, such statements coming from them in this time, it's something that we should be happy with.
It's part of the game. I've told you that at this point in time, this is what we should be expecting. Press conferences upon press conference. Right after this, NDC will also come to respond. Yeah, so we are in that period of the election process, and some of these things are expected. What baffles me is the tonation and how you go about in addressing, or you call for your supporters to go to specific places, knowing very well that such places are restricted to specific people. Because when you are calling people to go to the collation center is meant for some specific people that are accredited by the EC. Even the media houses, it's not everyone that is accredited to go to most of the collation centers. So they have some specification, and even the party themselves have accredited some people to go to the collation centers. Yeah, so we need to look at it. He needs to look at his tonation, his voicing, how he communicates at this particular time. If you are calling on people to just go do those things, it's not good. Yeah.
But Mr. Bex, so far, how do you think the aftermath of the voting process, entering into the collation, with all the news that are erupting here and there, what do you think?
Largely, I think the electioneering processes to some extent have been peaceful, but now that we're trying to join it from the various polling stations, trying to add up the numbers, gearing to go to the collation centers to have the numbers in volume is what is now generating all these hula balloons here and there. And I think the political party should know better.
Sure.
Because the EC has laid the modalities for who qualifies to be at the polling, to be at the collation center. The thing that's supposed to be done. So if you get political party like the NPP making this kind of calls, gingering party faithfuls to go to the collation centers, I don't think it's proper. Because ideally the whole process has been peaceful to some extent, and now that we're trying to join the pieces together to get a whole, this is the time that we want to mar the entire beautiful process. I don't think it is the way to go. So let all of us trust the process, that once elections are won at the polling station and the right things has been done over there, let's just follow the process to just add up and then declare you the winner at the right place, so that we all become happy that the processes are working.
Okay. So some of the results coming in again, still projecting the NDC in an early lead.
Okay.
We don't know how the final destination is going to end up, but as of now, the NDC is leading by quite a landslide, and it's interesting, especially with some of the results coming in from the Ashanti region, where we all know is the stronghold of the NPP. Do you think the low turnout in the Ashanti region has caused some of these low or average numbers for them in terms of results gaining?
For me, to some extent, yes. Because take it or leave it, the Ashanti region is the World Bank of the NPP.
Okay.
Once they step out in their numbers to vote, they cause the change. They bring the results. So if these people are not coming out to come and vote, it really brings the problem, so to put it. So to some extent, yes. And then, by and large, people too are now growing in what is termed as the politics of the game. Yeah. You understand? The fact that possibly you remain the stronghold doesn't mean that take us for granted. Always you think we are there for you, so you come to power, you relegate us at the back, and then when you need power again, Obi say, Oba, what family say, join phone. As and when you need me, is when you call on me. So all these things are coming into play. So the apathy, I think largely it is apathy. Apathy is just setting in. And that is what is amounting to the thing that we are witnessing right now. Yeah.
But then do you think that with many more polling stations yet to be collated, things can turn around in the Ashanti region for the NPP?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. Because I believe strongly most places where it is able to bring to cause the magic or to cause the change are yet to come. So we are still hoping for the best that they can come and then change the narrative going forward.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. From what we're looking at, I'm looking at the collation, the result, the provisional result from Koleklote, that is a senator's constituency, and the total number of voters in that constituency is over 100,000. But from what the turnout was around 27,000. I want to get it proper and for us to understand. So if that is the case, then that is below whatever margin that we are talking about. Below whatever margin that we are talking about. That would be serious. That would be serious. It tells you how people really didn't turn out to vote, and that will cause a huge harm for some people, especially the MPP. I've said here again that MPP loses election when their people fail to turn out to vote. MPP doesn't lose election when their people are voting. When their people fail to turn out to vote, they automatically will lose the election. And if that is the case in this election, then they might be kissing goodbye the Flagstaff House or the Jubilee House. So we're just waiting for that result. I've seen a collated provisional result from a projected result from EIB network, which indicates that NDC has won this number of regions. Is projecting that NDC has won the Volta, NDC has won the Central, NDC has won the Greater Accra, NDC has won the Western, NDC has won the Ahafo region, and MPP is currently winning the Ashanti, the Eastern, and the Western North, and I think the Ahafo region itself. The NDC is winning the Bono region. So we are still it's still unclear with the northern part. That there's no results coming from the northern part as at now. So let's wait and see. I've told you that the northern parts of the country would be a battleground for both candidates because they all hail from the northern part, and that is going to be a big determining factor in this year's election. Oh goodness, Andrew Ejapa Maisa.
Ejapa.
Wow. Secondly.
Ejapa has lost his seat.
It's falling. Wow. It's falling.
That is quite Well, I really like Ejapa. Oh. Whenever he's on set to make a submission, he's fancy.
Yeah,
but easy. I mean, Ejapa can stare you in the face and tell you that this red thing you are wearing is not actually red. It only seems red because you see it to be red.
A very complicated, but I understand that. Also, you know, but this election is bringing a lot of surprises.
Oh yeah,
a lot of surprises. You know, the life of Japan, and then you know, and then there'll be more to come.
Yeah,
more to come. Yes, more to come.
Yes, and results coming in somehow showing that Kuduka has lost. But we all know how that turned out.
But how is we need to get something from Ablikuma West. I've seen Captain Smart tweeting that Esla has lost that seat, which it will be a bit surprising.
She actually has. She has.
It will be a bit surprising if Esla loses that seat.
Wow.
If Esla loses that seat, then it's a big blow for.
No, this election we are to expect a lot of casualties, and then gradually we are sensing it. Yes, a lot of casualties we just set in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But honestly, it has been one of the most interesting elections that we've held in this country under the Fourth Republic. All eyes are on Ghana today. BBC covering, CNN. Yeah. So it's been one of those days. A little bit here and there, misunderstandings, but I think we've really shown that we can hold ourselves down when it comes to peace and democracy. So kudos to the various institutions who uphold the country in terms of our democracy and our peaceful handlings. We just hope that by the end of the final declaration, everything will go as we've all wanted it to be. So, yeah.
So it's our continual broadcast of the election coverage here on Ghana Talks Radio. This is your election zone. We are bringing you all the analysis, all the data that you need, all the results as they come in. We've told you that we're going to give you the provisional results as certified and confirmed by the EC. We're not just going to throw away or throw in results as we see on socials. No, we're just going to wait and give you results that are certified at the polling station by both parties, so that you have a fair understanding who is in the lead, who is losing what, who is winning what. Ours is to make sure that we give you proper data, detailed information, and accurate information. You don't jump over the EC to declare something that you've not certified yourself. So we'll be waiting more on the EC to certify most of these results. The ones that we are giving are provisional, are what people are projecting and what some of our reporters are reporting from the field. So until the EC certifies them and raises the hands of the people, that we all get pictures attesting to the fact that this person has won the election, everything that you hear as at now are provisional results, and provisional results are just provisional until the EC certifies it. So it's our continuous broadcast of the election. It's election day. This is election night. Election night is an interesting night, a night full of press conferences. So just gone by is the MPP press conference, which was brought to you by Dennis Miracles Abuaji, the campaign manager for Bawumia campaign. So I'm sure pretty soon Sami Jenfi will also bounce back and tell us or respond to what Miracles came to tell the Ghanaians through the press. And I'm sure EC will also come and update us in the next hour or so. We might also be hearing from the police, who have also been very, very good in terms of the PR. They've been updating Ghanaians on the bounce. So it seems all the institutions are up to the task. Everyone is trying to play their role to make sure that the process is smooth, free, fair, transparent. The word transparent is underlined because that is where we will base everything on, because if there's no transparency, there will be doubts, and people will, at the end of the day, go to courts, and we don't want any distraction in our governance process anymore. So win at the polling station, get your results certified, get it declared, and let's move on, because this Xmas day, so I'm sure I'm not matching the previous result. We want to be doing projections based on the 2020 results, so that we can also inform our listeners how 2020 went, then what to look out for. I've said the constituency now earlier on, we mentioned we should keep an eye on, at least they are turning out to be what I said. We need to keep an eye on Ablekuma Central, because they are part of the king-making constituency. So far, Utu Senyana Yakayano Hona Etuatutu say Obikra from Ewu. Gomwa, I think one of the Gomwa seats to, and it's a minimum A plus, a claim we winning it there. Because one of the Gomwa seats is also part of the king-making.
Gomwa Central.
It's part of the king-making seats that we need to look at. The Adenta, Domiko Abenya, Koleklote, we are hearing that Honorable Zenator is maintaining that seat. So we need to look at Gomwa East, Efutu, Aguna East, Shama, Jomoro. We need to be looking at those constituencies, because they are part of the king-making constituencies that we need to look at. The Okankwe constituency, the three Okankwe seats, Okankwe North, South, and Central. Those are keenly contested seats across board. The three seats, because it's a very huge battlegrounds in those constituencies, especially with the Okankwe South and North constituencies, with Nanamadukua trying to make one of the biggest moves in the political hemisphere of Ghana, moving from Ekwapim North to Okankwe North, to make sure that she unseats the incumbent NDC, who in 2020 unseated the incumbent MPP.
But
so
isn't she lost there?
Oh, Nana Maduka lost.
Oh, she is lost.
Oh, really?
Oh, she's lost.
And there's some called Otland Crap and was but if she loses there, it will be a big thing on her, because you are the incumbent MP at a Crapim North, and you decided to move from a Crapim to in crime. Hey, and so we also have to keep an eye on the Okankwe Central, where Patrick Bawumia is going toe-to-toe with Baba Sadiq, our own Baba Sadiq from the entertainment industry. We'll live to see if
that's
Baba Sadiq...
another place to really
we'll live to see if Baba Sadiq can use his entertainment. It seems, if from all that we are hearing, John Dumelo is winning and A Plus is winning, that means it's a good one for the entertainment industry, because two people are winning already. So Baba Sadiq is to come on there and nice entertainment for no Christmas. You make sure to look, papa. Make sure to look who are my please, one check Ablekuma North, Mami, why now, Madam China. Honorable China, Yansha say, oh, make it come back no stronger. Honorable Queer Free, Her Excellency, Queer Free, if she's going to make a strong, that golden comeback she's been saying all this while. Me land in front of myself some more frame. No, we must show more.
Results are also suggesting here that the NDC has won in the Upper East and Upper West.
I've seen that NDC has won the Upper East. Yes, I've seen the provisional. Those regions are NDC regions, Upper East and Upper West. It's likely that NDC will win. And what is the margin that they are winning? That is where we need to be doing the analysis on. If they are winning with a wider margin, then it tells you that Bawumia doesn't have any chance. But if Bawumia is making inways, so we look at Upper West in 2020, and John Dramani Mahama won by close to 100,000 plus votes. Is on our screens. John Dramani Mahama won with 238,972 votes, as against Nana Akufo-Addo's 121,230 votes. So that is in excess of 100,000 votes. That is in the Upper West. Then the northeast, which is Bawumia's home region, another one with a little over 10,000 votes, 122,000 as against Mahama's 112,000. So we should look at northeast. Definitely, I know definitely Bawumia is going to sweep the northeast region. We look at a region like Ahafo, where Nanado won that region with a little bit of 20,000 or so votes. Nanado was making 145,000 as against Mahama's 116,000. We go to the central region where Nanado won with 613,000 as against Mahama's 538,000. But from the provisional result that we are getting, it seems Mahama is flipping the central region in favor of the NDC. Voter, we all know that Mahama won in excess of 500,000 votes in the voter region. So we live to see whether Mahama and the NDC would widen that, because this year the population in voter region has increased marginally by I think 9% or so. So we'll live to see if the turnout will be great one, and if the marginal increase in voter population will also count in Mahama's in the NDC's favor. So we look at voter region as well. So if NDC goes on to win Ahafo, that means they flipped Ahafo in favor of them from the last result. Oti region. Okay. We are picking. We'll be joining a feed very soon. We are joining a feed very soon. Election night. Election night is all about press conferences here and there. So,
with respect to the performance of our returning officers, collate results at the various collation centers to security presence, their presence at the collation centers. Controlled by the police. We also have some observers at the constituency collation centers. We have ECOWAS, we have EU, and the Commonwealth. With respect to political party or candidates' agents at the collation centers, most of the candidates have their agents currently at the collation centers where collation is ongoing. The candidates have been very cooperative at the constituency collation centers so far, and we still urge them to cooperate with the commission to ensure a seamless collation process or exercise. With respect to the media, the Commission appreciates the high level of their professionalism demonstrated so far. But we, however, urge the media to always verify or cross-check their information, as well as, importantly, the results that they put into the public domain. On this note, we would want to thank all of you, and from here, we will be heading towards the collation center, the National Collation Center, and wait for the results from the regions. Thank you.
The Electoral Commission press conference, I don't know, Sesi Omoko, a National Collation Center, and Mami Jane.
So that was the EC addressing the public and the media space again on how things are going so far.
I've told you that in this period that we are is press conferences upon press conferences. That is the period in which we are now. Will be so. EC has indicated that they are moving to the National Collation Center, where they will be awaiting results from the regional collation centers to put together the final collation for the presidential results, for which the EC boss is the returning officer, who will then declare the results that she received at the National Collation Center. So yes, we are just marching to the final lap of the process that we began some 2 years ago or so. We are marching towards the final lap. The moment Jemensa set up at the final collation center and sits behind all those over 100 mics from the media houses, then you know that Obiniyum.
But I think before we get to that stage of the EC chairperson declaring, we will get to know where.
Oh yeah. We will get to know where who is doing what, and who is, if you are going to pack bag and baggage and leave the Jubilee House for somebody to come and occupy, or you are still going to maintain the Jubilee House. It's all be known before Jemensa's final declaration. At least we'll have a fair idea of what it is that we anticipate from the EC boss. But all in all, yes, it's good that the EC is briefing us, giving us hourly briefing on what is happening, so that at least the issue about transparency, everyone will know what is happening, and as well as the police service, the political parties themselves. So back to my earlier submission. Have you seen any of the other presidential candidates putting up a press conference? So what does it tell you? They don't mean business. Because you've gone for elections, things are happening. And you're not saying anything. Everyone is silent too.
It seems they themselves have accepted that the fight is just between.
And so don't come and waste our time and make the ballot paper so long for us to suffer to vote. Look at what is happening. We've all gone for election. 13 of us. It's only 2 people who are have major concerns about the election. The rest of the 11, you are sleeping. Meanwhile, things are happening. Things are
I don't know. Papa seems to have a serious independent
from the way he's presenting issues. I believe strongly that if he had the power, he'd have even.
I'll sack all of them.
You just.
I'll reject all of them.
All of them out of the scene like that.
I think your whole argument is based on the fact that it took you so long to find whom to vote for. Because they've made about.
Aside that. See, the process is ongoing. Every other interested party is showing interest in whatever you do, but you are all asleep. MPP is complaining, LEC is complaining, EC is complaining or addressing us, police is addressing us. Movement for change, where are you? New Force, where are you? APC, LPG, you're all asleep.
That's the thing, and I've heard people saying that they can't hear from the LPG candidate, but he keeps sending them text messages on.
No, they are just wasting our time in this country. They should be serious, because at this time we expect that as soon as MPP press conference and Alan movement, you're also in your yellow corner giving us press conference. New Force, you're also forcing. APC, you're also issuing messages. That is what makes it, it tells us that you are also part. So you see, then again, Ghanaians will not take you serious, because even within the process, you are not even showing any kind of seriousness within the process. And those are the things that Ghanaians always watch. I was telling you earlier, the reason why Alan and the Alan Tremantin, Cheddar and Co would not find favor in the eyes of Ghanaians are these little things. Because Ghanaians don't have the belief or don't have the confidence that when they entrust the leadership of the country in your hand, you are someone who will stand on their feet and lead the country. Because already you're not showing that leadership quality in the very small things that you are doing.
Yeah.
You might be a fine entrepreneur, you might be the fine businessman, doing whatever it is, being successful in your business. But when it comes to leadership, political leadership, it takes charisma. That is why people like Rawlings will forever leave indelible ink in the minds of people because of the charisma.
Sure, yeah.
That is why Akufo-Addo would be in the minds of, because when he was coming, the charisma, when they mount stage, Rawlings, Kufuor, even as calm as he is, when they mount stage, you could see that this is a leader. There is a leader in this person. This is someone we can entrust the resources and the both the natural resources and the human resources into their hands. But look at the other ones. The little things within the process, you are all asleep.
Yeah.
So next time when you are coming, even with the campaign that is going on, where are they?
Sure.
So this thing speaks a lot. It informs the electorate that you people are not ready.
Yeah.
The electorate wants a third alternative, but they don't seem to see who is ready to take that.
To some extent, they are fed up with the NDC.
They are, but they don't know who to give the mantle to, because they see that all of you are not ready. You're not prepared.
Sure. You know, in most of the constituencies, the independents didn't have representatives
because you don't have the structure. Yes. You see, and I was telling you that over 40,000 polling stations, most of these independent candidates, they don't have polling agents. It is NDC and MPP who are giving them polling agents.
It's true.
And you need that. So me and you they go competition. And then me and they give you somebody making man your this thing give you.
My strike you.
It's very
you know what funny me? It's the aggressiveness with which Papa they do the same.
I want people to understand that
these people they are doing overtime and then he speaks on authority. So
yes. Over 40,000 polling stations. You don't have agents. So like for instance, if you are properly structured, like in the first place, you will have 40,000 votes already.
Sure.
Because you will have agents at least. But even NDC and MPP, they have several agents. Not when you go to the polling station, it's not just one or two. About five people manning each polling station. Multiply 5 by 40,000. That's over 200,000.
Sure.
So already NDC and MPP, they have the over 200,000 votes in there for them.
Sure.
How? When are you going to catch up with that number? Meanwhile, me na me more agent. Who Chedano, who Alankash, me MPP, me and this, me na me more agent.
You are surviving from my pocket.
And you see, so if I'm going to rob you, if I'm going to cheat you, I just want my people
that is it. Sure. And you see, I always see them that they are too overambitious as to what exactly they want to do in politics.
Exactly.
Because ideally, there's always a starting point. Try to get the representation, the people representation in parliament.
Sure.
Exactly. That is not your focus.
Sure.
You want the ultimate.
Sure.
Meanwhile, your doings and the way and manner you are positioning things always speaks to the fact that you are not prepared for whatever task that is ahead.
Let me even cut you. Look at South Africa. This freedom fighter. What's his name? Malema. He knows that he can't fight the ANC.
Yeah.
So what is he doing? He's making sure that he gets representation in parliament. So he is building a clique gradually in the politics of South Africa, because the ANC is a very strong force to beat when it comes to presidential election. But he is making sure that he has representation in the parliament who can challenge the ANC parliamentarians when it comes to legislature.
Sure.
So in so doing, time in, time out, election in, election out, he will start getting the numbers.
And you always become relevant.
Exactly. He will build that. He will build that clique. He will build that momentum, and one day he will launch his presidential ambition. And when he does, it will be easier for him.
Sure.
But look at our people. You don't get assemblyman. If you don't get assemblyman, you don't get.
I always say they are too over.
See, look at when we started the election process. So the election process was started way back in 2022.
Yes.
Before ever two assemblyman election, all those things were signals for the main election. When MPP saw that they were losing the assembly election, district assembly election, they knew that Charlie 2024 is going to be serious tax for them. So then they started, revising their notes and trying to make sure that they get the right candidates, parliamentary candidates, to go for the national election. So we are picking another live feed. We'll join the live feed again today. The Akacho's election night there is all about
press conferences.
Night of press conference.
Yes.
Election night there.
Found out that there was no overvoting. So the remaining 5 places where recounting has been called for. No, I said so far it's only one place which has come to the attention of the commission. Okay. And that is Swana. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Tete, please could you kindly confirm the tear gas incident?
Please.
At the Okaikwe?
Yes, that also hasn't come to the attention of the commission.
Okay.
Say the tear gas by the police. No, it hasn't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, we said 5 questions and 5 questions. We've gone beyond 5 questions. I would like to thank you very much. If you have questions, don't worry. You can ask any of the directors, any of the commissioners. We are available. Right. At this point, we'd like to thank all of you for coming. The commission, the directors. As the chairperson of the Electoral Commission said in our first press briefing, the National Collation Center is open. And therefore, if you have accreditation, you can enter by just showing accreditation for the National Collation Center. If you don't have accreditation for N3, please don't attend. If you don't have anything doing here, you don't come close to this place. On this note, we wish you good night.
Yeah. All right. At Kobium. Yes, I should have a Yambra studio. GB. And
so that was the EC again addressing the public. And
it seems this will be their final. The way they've said good night there, this will be their final press briefing before the main woman, the main showdown. The El Madame, the boss lady herself, takes her seat. When she takes her seat, they always say, "Baby, na mama, Oh, it's election day. Now we are in election night, live on Ghana Talks Radio across our socials, Facebook, X, YouTube, and everywhere. You can take us along, download our mobile app, Ghana Talks Radio, and listen wherever you are in the world. I'm just here as a friend is saying, a guest, a summarizer, but my main host is here, and I have my senior colleague, Nanaya Bexin, from the Dankwa Institute, a senior research fellow, as well as a communication specialist. So we are doing the election nights together, giving you all the analysis and what have you, giving you the nitty-gritties of the elections and things that you need to hear.
But was it last week or last 2 weeks? We had the experts in research when it comes to the political scene. We had Musa Dankwa come out with his prediction. We had Benepson coming up with his own. So far,
Professor Sapon.
And Professor Sapon as well. Yeah. So far, in whose prediction do you think we are leaning on to? Looking at how things are going.
We are
okay. We are about to.
Yeah, we've been signaled that we need to pick another feed. Night of press conferences. They say,
NPP government to change this. We need to make that very, very clear. And so we thank all our supporters who have heeded this call, stopped all manner of jubilations, and are presently at constituency collation centers. We will continue to call on you, appeal to you to conduct yourself peacefully, responsibly, and orderly. And please ensure that you are at least 100 meters away from the main collation center. But you should be observing your eyes, your ears, your nose should be observing the process. You should be smelling everything going on. You should be listening to everything going on, so that if there is any issue, you can draw our attention to that for us to act. So ignore the lamentations of our friends in the NPP who have all of a sudden turned into evangelists. I heard their campaign communications director quoting 1 Kings chapter 3 and all that. Bible quotations that I'm sure he has not even read before. Today, he's an evangelist quoting Bible quotations. This is not a biblical, quotation exercise. We are dealing with a public election governed by laws. And the call we have made is in consonance with the electoral laws of this country and with the conventions and practices that we have used for elections in Ghana since 1992. The earlier they get that, the better. But as I served notice and actually cautioned our agents and supporters to be on high alert for the rigging machinations of the NPP in this critical stage, or at this critical stage of the electoral process, we have come by incontrovertible evidence that shows that the NPP has not changed. But if they have changed at all, they have changed from bad to worse. They don't think that elections are about counting heads. They still think that election is about cutting heads. They were one time lucky with violence and thuggery, and today they think that they can be second time lucky with thuggery and violence. But as the boys say in our Ghanaian society, they lie bad. This time around, violence will not prevail. Violence will not win the NPP this election, because there will be an appropriate resistance for what they have planned. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you to Akwemawabieja South constituency. Even as I was addressing you, and by extension, the good people of Ghana, the NPP had assigned their thugs, positioned them somewhere around Sepasi. And if you know that constituency very well, polls had ended in Eguakwa, and ballot papers were being moved to Nkawie, the capital of the district, for collation at the constituency collation center. On their way from Abuakwa to Nkawie, when they go to Sepasi, some thugs of the NPP pounced on that vehicle. They were already holding 2 ballot boxes full of ballot papers, attempting to swap 2 ballot boxes with the ballot boxes that they were holding. Thanks to the resistance that our supporters, agents, observers mounted, and supported by the Ghana police, were able to overpower them, and they were arrested. And as I speak to you, they are in police custody, and I want to show you videos of what happened. And the media, you can check with your correspondents in the Ashanti region, these shameless, desperate people who think that this country belongs to them and will stop at nothing to hold on to power, even when they know the people of Ghana have rejected them. This is what they are up to again. They did it in 2020, they started again. So this is the Sepasi police station. There's the confrontations going on. When they arrested them, they brought them there. But let's go to the next video so that they can see the ballot box. Yeah, so that's one of the guys. Can you go to the next one? Next one. Yeah, so these are the 2 ballot boxes they try to swap with authentic ballot boxes. These are the 2 ballot boxes. And the police have seized that. They have seized that. And this was as a result of the vigilance of our people and the professionalism of the Ghana Police Service. And we commend them for that. So these are the ballot boxes. It pounced on the vehicle which was transporting the ballot boxes from Abuakwa to Nkare Asepase. And they already had a ballot box with papers in it, ballot papers in it already printed. So when we tell you that these guys are up to no good, they are criminally minded. These are demented psychopaths who would do everything and anything to hold on to power, including killing, including stealing. This is what we are talking about. They make frivolous allegations without any proof. We are giving you proof. So the new evangelist, the MPP has now got an evangelist, Dennis Miracles Abuaje. We want him to hold a press conference on this and tell us whether this is true or not. Now, let's move from Akimangwa South and come to the the central region, Awutu Senior East constituency, where we've recorded another murder of an innocent citizen who happens to be a supporter of the National Democratic Congress. Clearly, Awutu Senior East constituency is green. The tyrant Hawa Kumsin is a goner. And seeing that power has obviously left her, she cannot come to terms with the reality and has resorted to violence as she is known for. She's the same person who went to a polling station and actually pulled a gun and shot at innocent civilians. And today, his thugs who were brought in from the Boku area, we know them, we have intel on all of them, were directed by Hawa Kumsin to fire at an innocent, unarmed supporter of the NDC. Today, our former constituency secretary for Ayawaso, for Awutu Senior East constituency, Tuareg is no longer with the living, is no longer with us. Why? Because thugs of this same woman, Hawa Kumsin, beat him to pulp, and he never recovered, never got better until he died very painfully, leaving behind many children. So for how long will Hawa Kumsin continue to do this? As I speak to you, one supporter of the NDC has been murdered. He's dead. The other is in critical condition at the hospital. And that is not to say that we have lost focus. It is a very sad moment for us, a very difficult moment for us. But until Honorable Nakoyo is declared as a member of parliament elect for that constituency, we shall rest not in that constituency. And the information we have is that the coalition currently ongoing at the collation center at ASEC is almost coming to an end. And we want to call on all our supporters, all our agents to remain extra vigilant until the process is concluded. The duly elected member of parliament for the constituency is declared by the EC. The resource form duly signed by agents, our agents get his or her copy. It is posted on the wall, and then you can go and jubilate. But until then, let's remain vigilant. So that is what they have done there. And when we have the opportunity to address you again, we will show you pictures and videos of that. But I'm sure by now your correspondents in the area have already spoken to you about this sad development. But you know, nobody goes scot-free after shedding innocent blood. The NPP doesn't understand what is happening to them today. But one of the reasons why they are losing this miserably, like their own prophet told them they will lose Poto, is because of the 8 innocent Ghanaians they murdered in 2020. The blood of those innocent Ghanaians will forever be on their head. And so will be the blood of these 2 innocent Ghanaians who have been murdered today. One in Yampala in the Tolong constituency. An innocent civilian who was sitting somewhere only only for these NPP thugs under the instruction of their parliamentary candidate Habib to open fire on him. And if you can show that that is the injured person, show us the picture of the one who they murdered in cold blood under a bench because they were seated down. They didn't have any weapon. They killed them just like that because they had gone to the UDS campus at Nyankpala to influence and induce students to vote for Habib. Our supporters protested. It led to some heated exchanges and fisticuffs. The MPP thugs left the scene with Habib and came back there with their AK-47s and all that. They began to shoot indiscriminately to intimidate the crowd. The crowd dispersed. And on their way out, they met these NDC supporters sitting somewhere under an NDC shed, and they just opened fire on them and killed one of the spots. And here let me commend the Ghana Police Service led by IGP Dampare. IGP so far so good. It's not been smooth. We've not been happy with how some military men have been deployed and how some of them are behaving. But I think that so far, the Election Security Task Force under your leadership has done its best to maintain law and order in consonance with the laws governing this process. And we entreat you to continue to do so in accordance with the Constitution that you have sworn to uphold. And I'm commending him because we understand that 4 of the criminals who committed this dastardly act have been arrested by the police. But the main culprit, who is Habib, must be arrested. And if he's not arrested today, on the 8th of January, he will be arrested, just like our books. Mark that on the wall. Then, in Greater Accra, we are having serious challenges in 4 constituencies. One is Ayawaso Central, where the Interior Minister, what's his name? Henry Korte is Member of Parliament and the outgoing Member of Parliament for the area. We are having similar issue at Tema Central, Ablikuma West, especially where Aslauzu is the Member of Parliament, and Ablikuma North. And the common feature of all these challenges we are having at these coalition centers is that the police, or let me not even say the police, these thugs of the MPP, because some of them may be wearing police uniforms or military uniforms, but you can't even tell. Today, in Akufo-Addo's Ghana, whether these people are truly soldiers, you can't really tell. That is how depraved the leadership of this country has become and how bastardized our state institutions have been, reduced to. And so these thugs don't want to allow members of the public to at least observe. Because at Ablikuma West, thugs of the MPP tried to engage in ballot box swapping. They threw into the collation center 2 ballot boxes. And people saw it because they were there. And they were there because we called on them to be there. Had they not been there, the story could have been a different one. So they were there and they protested and resisted that ballot box swapping attempt by the NPP. Immediately that happened, Aslauzu called her soldiers, and they came there in a truck. Soldiers armed to the teeth surrounding the collation center. Well, our Deputy General Secretary is on the ground, and I'm told that the soldiers have now backed off. But that is a challenge we are encountering there, same as Ablikuma North, same as Tema Central. And we are telling our people, stand your ground. Stand your ground. Be peaceful, be responsible, be orderly, but stand your ground. You have nothing to fear, because we are on the side of the law. We are on the side of the law. And they cannot kill all of us in Ghana. They can't. Now, to conclude, there is also the issue of Abuakwa North in the eastern region, where, again, at the collation center, the police has fired tear gas, they are spraying pepper spray, just to make sure that our people are not there to observe the process. And we want to call on the IGP to address these issues that we are encountering in some of these polling stations. The entire electoral process is a public exercise, from the police station level to the constituency level to the regional level to the national level. Accredited agents are the ones who are allowed to be in the collation rooms. We all know that. But the public, the general public, is allowed to be around to observe what is happening. What is happening is not an election of a secret society. It's an election of a democratic country. People have cast their votes. What do you have to hide? And some people will say, oh, but your agents are there, allow them. 2 agents and a few observers. What about if they bandit them somewhere? Like they did at Echiman South. They attack them. They hound them out. Who will be there to defend them? And you want us, a serious political party, ready for power and in fact coming into power, to listen to your advice and tell our supporters to sleep at home and allow only 2 agents to be there observing the collation. You think we are zombies and I am worried because it will not happen today, it will not happen tomorrow. We will police this exercise to the very end, and we call on our supporters to do exactly that. Now, finally, I'll end with a joke. I heard the new evangelist the MPP has now discovered, their communications director, who is now quoting a lot of Bible quotations, saying that they have won the election. Well, I'm not here to counter that. I'm not here to say that we have won. As for who has won, by now, every Ghanaian knows. They themselves, they know. And I want to show you one person who knows, because as the evangelist was preaching and saying they have won, his brother, the communications director of the MPP, was by his side. And from the look on his face, can we see that picture? I want to show you the face of a man who says he has won an election. Look, this is Richard Anyaba, MPP Communications Director. So if the MPP has truly won an election, you think this is how Richard Anyaba will be looking? This will be his countenance and his facial expression. And I'm sure you saw Fatima too. Yes, so these are the people who claim they have won an election. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for your collaboration. We appreciate your presence here with us, and we want to encourage you to stick with us until we bring this process to an end. Police station. But a fana ya do so a constituency collation center no ihnyapa enti yenyai enigye ne jubilation dia na yenyina yenko kan ye agents no constituency collation center nyese ye ko radan na ye collation ni wo mu but ye ko gina ba bia ye betimi ehu de ekoso anase empo ye ehu de ekoso a ye betimi ate de ekoso bibi sia ye bu ye nipa bia na ye tata ye nipa bia na obi pese owie mu a ye be wa around to give them the support that they need. Ye be ka sa semi ewie no MPP for so meti kwa pai omo monti ase se ye se supporters enko omo enko for omo ni omo eyesuma si dwedi electoral commission for so say wampa eyan se political party be ba omo enko for coalition center na buzian for de bisa ne se omo krono wo kegetia na wudu ho ne ye pai konfu a ubedwane akoye saba no monye ma de se mu bewie mu a ene Ghana fo a omato omaba no mo pese omo ba collation center be hwede ye koso no bone be no ma ye de hia ne se omo be gina akire kama na process na koso no ma hu de ye koso ana se bibi kra koso wo a omo so wetimi ehu no ma boya mane ana se omo boa NDC agent wo ho okay obi so na NDC wo agent wo agent no kwantin kro ana ayire so nipa mienu sa antitira fo nipa bone fo MPP fo ya omo tututu okum nipa so omo start sa de na nipa mienu de no betumi aye obi so Ghana mrama ho kwan sa agent nkwa netimi ko collation center nya no kre agent netimi wura collation center be bia ye collation nankasa be Ghana ni bia wato na ba wo ho kwan se otimi ko gina be bia mrama no ho kwan se Ghana fo timi gina no pede e koso because about one enye sumasi dwedie a public exercise near here na Ghana fo a ye the key stakeholders ne ye won kwan se ye waso fie so se ye de ye ni edi akire e free afarijan penso 92 bisi ne saa ne aye no enti enye ne ye ba besesa abuzian for de no to nchen a se se de bo mama ne se and esuma bei was ade sa na nipa bonefo mo beyi asore esuma bei MPP fo o ma start about to we mu ni o mu titira sem no they said you ye the 2020 kunkum ni pa no ma start bi it will call atwemangwa bi eja south a tremble videos a MPP4 ni pa bonifo bi akofa ballot boxes mienu a ballot papers boom so mo de koye ballot box swapping Young Crawford Jino on so because no di ballot boxes nechi. A police for Bawumia. I'm a yet Yachiches uncle for in ballot boxes now. And then you know, say I was a pass police station. Na ballot boxes ni fie buakwa ekon career omudu se passe NPP ni paboni fu ko to share omo but ya fe ani a ya sin keke se ye be bo Ghana fo nyina ba o mato ho banti ya timi esisa de no anokwan eno na nche no ko ebuakwa nofa ewo eastern region ayawa so central Ablekuma north Ablekuma west Tema central sanye may be ko constituency collation center no. An MPP for EC for person more to say a Illuminati for meeting room. They want to treat constituency collation center to say there is secret society be meeting conference and a conference center. There be about what year a Ghana for now to Mabana ya can you win ye walk boom. Into Ghana for one crime say agents cry Ghana for one crime say or banks are biana. Yes, they be baby a collation that they can stand somewhere that they can see or hear or observe what is happening around. Now your agents need be ya attack your mono hiamwa almost so etinyamwa. We are going ye dikakai. President Mahama said it. Tabatu we are going into it like a Zuma Nelson. Ya refugee butum because you is a refugee no or she just or a striker. Emma you open it. And we are telling the supporters says you must fit or Monyasa. Send people before say Omo caught your one. Saprane. Ha, Namdo and Sam Quine, Omunamrania Mobino. They make sure that the Diabacos was to be not the wedding Kunimino, yet declare and send the annual. But say, ye young Koda. Now agents be looking got in our collation here, and it ain't seen there, ain't Sichenas. Ain't he? Yemi anomo Ablekuma West, Ablekuma North, Ablekuma Central. Mon fi moni Oslo Uso neni abre. On pese the airports were them on yibi hu. The same as in Rikoti, ewa ya waso Central. Kaswan podie yakum NDC ni ba ko te said yakum bi otolon. Yasans were prove you because how wakum sin him say we didn't choke. Na yebo police for abaso say tolon de no metimi a check nipa 9. Akaba. That is the MPP parliamentary candidate, Habiba, or Shaw Musa Kutubano. Now, your resec as wasso, or Meche Mantiano, not how a Kumsia, or yes, I am Branson, you know why yes, I diache or Mache. I had a Akazo Manchen and now, crime dear, Papa Mama, can yes, expiry dates. And Mediba, and Chakra, and Mereno Crania baby. Ha, you bet you where you are getting it. Now, the Catua, you came in and say, MPP for Central for Shebomoya, no more can be so marine. It was your Casadia and Frama, Okaya, and your tax will be at Mikadiope. And although I'm not doing your soa, Ibingo, or Monumekao, or Makanawa, Musumuntiwa. Yet, ye need the Warrenia, but the Ghana for Nasuni, the Warrenia Batwan. Nene, I feel you better play and one can be a member swan, yet the results mean a better thing. Because we are very focused on process now, aircon. Into the Omoka and Omokanawa, Muso Muntienua. Now, to say the middle rich that you but Mr. for picture not to Sumami being white. MPP Communications Director, Lujina, and Nelson Pakeni, evangelist for MPP in Yanua. On the press conference, I in the same kind Bible quotations, you know. Ujina the chief, MPP for Moso Marine and Mobile Communications Director, Sinaway Sayani. The wild to me said they are doing it, and yet maybe out to assume. But still, Mama Yanina was a wow. Now, your monitor process, and you say, I dear bet say, I never see Cornelia. I dear bet channel, now will be able to the smoothness level. Yet the Munina must say a frame of Mama.
Abusia yeguso esomo ene ano anwumrei na se anaji because duba ko abapa ho sima emiensa pepepe yakọ NPP amuyokono press conference ho a wo mo eguso abehye wo mo achitafo nkran ne Ghana fo nyina nkran se abato no de ko mo aside yate a ye hwe ni mu se ye behu ne akosi endi susu aba abayi wo ho anom a wo so kyese wo mo so eda so gina won na so far so good results a eba no kyese wo mo so ewi nti ye de ye gina finfin se referee a ye hwe de electoral commission bebo ne din ene be gina so na ye de ho amane bon so aba betudwa na
We are back in the studios again, and that was a coverage from the NDC also holding their press conference with their National Communications Officer Sami Jemfi highlighting a few things that has popped up and then addressing certain issues from the opposition's allegation earlier on in their press conference. So I think so far so good. Yeah, Shemswa with results, it is alleged say about 90% has been collated now. That's about 36 to 37,000 polling stations out of the 40,000 and something polling stations. And so we are gradually heading towards the final deal.
When a lumba born and you
oh, but I mean, I like how both camps are acting confident, they'll be praying home by the class, share their reference to the Bible to
so as it stands there, we can probably confidently say that MPP, for the first time in 24 years, has lost the Okankwe South constituency to NDC. NS Adumakun Kion has flipped that seat in favor of NDC. So NDC has taken Okankwe South for the first time in over 24 years. That we can confirm from our sources within the collation center in Okankwe South. NDC is winning the Okankwe South constituency. We are yet to get that the ones for Okankwe Central and not to bring to our listeners and our viewers across board. So yes, it is what it is. That's the big. It's election night, so this is where it all happens. All the toil, all the campaign, all the struggles, all comes down to this particular night. Determines the fate of over 801 parliamentary candidates and 12 presidential candidates who have the ambition to lead their respective constituency and also lead the nation at large. Years of investment, years of hard work, years of policy thinking, years of research, years of going back and forth, years of sacrifices, all comes down to this very night. And this is the night that can make or unmake you. It's a night that can decide your fate for the next 4 to 8 years. It's a night that people will squash, people's political ambition will be squashed once and for all, because when you come like this and it doesn't go well, it can drain you because a lot of investment has gone into it. So it's a night that people don't take it lightly, and tempers will be high. There will be high adrenaline, because when you look back and you look at the investment that you've invested over the past 4 years, and it's just going to go into the drain, you understand why people will be pulling gun here and there. But they should also understand that when you are coming into any sort of competition, it's either you win or you lose. It's two things. So you prepare your mind and prepare your heart for those two things. So it's when you are winning, you weren't pulling guns. So why would you want to pull gun whilst you are losing? So accept the defeat in good faith. Go home, sit down, reflect on what might have gone wrong for you to lose whatever it is. People were becoming too complacent with their constituents. They thought they were lords. They were going to be Mugabes over their people. But this is the day that Ghanaians will show you that, hey, we are the king makers. You see, we will make you and we will make you at the same time. So it's down to the Ghanaian people, where the Ghanaian people want the direction of the nation to go. That is exactly what they went earlier in the day to exercise their franchise, and the results will clearly tell what the Ghanaian people want for the next 4 years. The shocks that are coming in, yes, some of them they were predictable, because looking at the grounds, especially from the somewhere like Okankwisa, won't surprise me, because in the assembly election, NDC flipped that the constituency, that district, because MPP were leading in the district assemblies election before the 2023 district assembly election. NDC overturned it, and the parliamentary candidate was at site, was on site during the election period, making sure that his people were voting for NDC affiliated assembly members. And so it tells you that the guy came in well prepared, made sure that he was taking every box, because he knew that
the checklist.
He knew that the election is a process, and it begins from somewhere and it will end on December 7th. So before you get to December 7th, you need to check everything and make sure that everything is in the right place. So it's not surprising if eventually Keon is pronounced the winner, because he has done so much. He was able to flip the constituency or the assembly in favor of NDC, whilst the sitting or the incumbent MP, Daquan Newman, was there. I don't know what she was doing. She thought
business as usual.
Yenyana Fala is our home. You know, I was telling you that those constituencies, MPP will likely to win because of the demography of the constituency, because it's an account-dominated settlement. So when you have such account-dominated settlement, it's likely that it will swing in favor of MPP. But those things are changing. With time, people are changing. Even in the same account settlements, it's the same thing that is happening in Kumasi, that a lot of apathy has set in and people are not coming out to vote. Yes, it's changing, because it's not more about tribal politics. It's not more about the same ethnic group and we are going beyond those things. And the earlier the politicians get to know of this thing, the better for them. Because we are not going to vote based on say me no nefi krum, me no ne ebo busuya, and say me no ne esun boom. Those things are going to change. So when you don't get your assets together, you always find yourself wanting, because you might be relying on had there for and I'm chrome for until had there done deal. No, you get disappointed. So prepare your mind and put in place structures, put in place things that will endure to the benefit of the people, because I don't know the but when you get an opportunity to lead the people and you become lord over the people, the same people will come to you and say, hey, what they are doing? Now what the budget or me so when they chale baby let the next person come. Because I don't know the monarch bushia kunya dabi mukwa ba yebe mo bi edibi wow we share we serious no chale come and lead us. And that is exactly what some of these constituencies are telling their leaders, that hey, we'll give you the mandate, but when we give you the mandate, make sure that you are with us. Make sure that whatever we need, you go there. Because if you are sitting MP in government, a government MP, and you are losing this election, it tells you that then because you are party in power. So couldn't you go to the government to lobby for projects, lobby for things for the people? Even if you did, how was your relationship with the people? Were you all over, boasting, or just throwing your hands all over in the faces of the people? Those are the things. Because you said Ghana, for Namati, I say, it's not all about infrastructure. The last time our list went out and where they were asking about, would this recent commissioning of projects here and there affect their influence, the outcome of the election. And people were surprisingly, people were saying no, because people had already decided.
Exactly.
Because it is a period of time that things has happened. Into one to me, in fact, 1 week and now 2 weeks and now a day back, sa period of way now I go through. Those times now they were calling or crying on you. You weren't there. You were snubbing them, and people will remember those, because if you go on social media, people were just pulling up receipts of things that had happened in the past. Charlie, vote wisely based on this. They'll post this and remind you that Charlie, this happened this time. This happened this time. So if you're going to vote, look at this thing. And people were reminding people of the things that have happened, because you weren't listening to the people when those issues were coming up. You needed to be as sensitive as possible to just get into the minds of the people and plead on their conscience. Say, yes, say, we accept the fact that and I say but at the end of the day, na go through na but say, if you are not doing this and you are just there and you are lording over the people, you are just snubbing them and you are just impounding hardship on them, and you are just getting them worse and worse off from their standard of living, then maybe now you go to them, you can give them millions of cedis or millions of dollars and they will still remind you that when they came crying, you didn't listen, and that is based on that. Anything the taking decision be probably against you. So these are the things that the politician needs to learn. That to see any moving from say over ICQ era, you're trying December 6th. I think the road December 6th the quota the big road. So December 7th I'm watching a good quota. Thinking so go for who and upon who's a quota and about no, it doesn't. If you rather infuriate them, if you want to do something, do it at the beginning of your term. Start it. Let them know that but my hand in the bed to me do my yako say into the munya about 3 years call BBS and account. But 1 month to the election, I think over road so chale. This is a big lesson to politicians that Ghanaians have moved from that era. So what day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, baby that down with some magic projects be that. So much I say one American say and you're crying you see. Is it politics saying it's some will?
It comes back to
yes, whatever you say comes back to you.
That is it.
Because previously you campaign on that.
Infrastructure,
but
will expose you.
You were relying on infrastructure.
So they'll play your own words back at you. Yeah.
You were relying on infrastructure to save you. And the Ghanaians were like, what's up?
What has changed?
You see, so they need to understand that the Ghanaians are no longer fools, quote unquote. The Ghanaians are wise up. They are very discerning.
I think, and this sends a strong message to even the NDC.
Whoever is coming to govern. Hey.
Because now you're on toes. You realize that
but both heat.
Yes.
Cause a heat.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Or more abandoned project.
Okay.
Or more protest.
Okay.
I think it was in September, October.
Yeah, almost a chocolate factory.
Okay.
Yeah. And almost said then during the course of the week.
Okay.
And one of the organizers friend me say, Massa, election December you back when election you are January. Moment support you. Yeah, be protest. And I say, hey, now what they are trying to buy grants.
Cause a heat. Massa, maybe you do know. Yes. From next year going, momentum I woman stop gallant say protest and one ever to us. So if you think you are winning the election and you're
Now
going to relax there. Boys, ball with Jawo, Twitter holding and say, what's the issue? Because they have the assumption that what's not fair for 8 years. Let's assume that NDC is winning. What's not fair for 8 years? So you should have been prepared. It's a mandate now.
Come and give us quick response.
When baby open it for faulty.
Into open last heat the ball. Serious so NDC if they are winning this election, they are in for big wahala.
That's it.
Very big.
Because
there's he who much is given much is expected. Yeah.
Because if MPP goes to opposition, the heat almost is 4 years now.
They will come back with your own words and then start pushing you so hard.
And see, if whoever is winning, they should prepare that. They say the era na year one, boys name hit you up. Even the way the girls are even firing from us, then there's.
It's serious. Everyone is.
Everyone is vocal. Everyone because anyone is off a phone or on a TikTok page. I see soon so no be just that's like you can do anything. That is her platform. To me, Yenishe Obe Bioja. And she said, "Oh, didn't say who we win election now, but now say I to be." Master, as I did be doing
104 years,
See, over time, the Ghanaian politician has taken, so to put it, the people for granted.
Oh yes.
In the sense that I always say that you see, as a politician, you always have a day of reckoning.
Yeah.
Whatever that the people have given back to you, they will give you time. That a time, a day, a moment such as this come and render unto us what you're able to make in the time that we give you. But you see, they forget themselves, whether I don't know whether it's over pampering or somebody will say them ahead way they sweet them or what. And they will just overlook some of these things. And then they think, hey, but by the time they realize, then the people are punishing them at the ballot box and telling them that we gave you mandate. And what did you do with it? So set aside. Yes, you to come in. Let's see what you are you getting it? So as a politician, you owe the people a lot because they have entrusted a lot in your care. So you to do the needful and then I always say that the Ghanaian voter is not demanding for that much. Just make life worth it for him. It's okay because no government, no party will come to power and then tell you that on daily basis you guys should queue and I'm going to give you a daily bread all the time. Who does that? Nobody can even sustain that kind of livelihood. But
they just want a system
that is it, that they can go about their daily routine, the thing that they're able to put body and soul together. That is the only thing the Ghanaian voter needs. And the politician will come and then he thinks, oh no, now power has come and I need to change the narrative, live lavishly to the detriment of the, and then they will punish you when the day of reckoning comes. So it is a strong signal that the Ghanaian voter always they send to the politician anytime that we are going to the polls, and they need to learn from that.
And that is rightfully in a good space now for our democracy and for us as a country and as a nation moving forward into development, because you would realize that from time past the politicians or the people in power.
Sorry to cut you. I'm say boy no can't tidy as some no. I say tidy hono, and I do. The results are different, and the purpose was not different. It seems same thing is happening at collation because I'm hearing Zenato is losing. Meanwhile, Zenato also be positioned. She's in a comfortable lead. Hey, until election, you know, Sisi and shall go for relax.
I think when it comes to the parliamentary, the earlier results we had.
People should relax on in Nemano.
And then don't also downplay the fact that even sometimes after everything at the polling station, things got to change at the collation
center. Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Change at the collation center. They will tell you, count this for me again. I disagree, and then by the time you realize. It is changing the narrative.
Every time I refer to this ICQ issue.
Yes.
Shake. Yeah, kind first, we lose. Yeah, kind second, we lose. Third time, he won by 3 votes. Stop counting. That's the end. It's simple as that. So, the election in Ghana, everything there inside. You might get the results in the night. By the time you wake up, the result has changed. So
one of the things that I mean is helping us now. Let us say most of the media houses, and so we've put in structures to gather our own results.
Sure.
As in when they have been mentioned, and also work. But going back to the political space that we are in now, as I was saying, where these people put us has rather awoken us.
Sure.
We felt like they made us feel like they are actually doing us a favor coming into power, forgetting that they are in there to serve us. It is a siana voters or the electors or money no about development, because we are going to hold you accountable. Very, very accountable. And it's going to help you because coming into power, you know, say, hey, in Growfu, I'm going to demand this year, and we'll be so there. We all know how power drunk we are.
That is it.
Just being in that position of it. And if we can actually make that as a transaction, we hold you accountable, you deliver, we will keep you there. I think it will help.
It's supposed to be.
The next 4 years will be one of the toughest years for whoever leads this country, because Ghanaians are going to be on their neck to make sure that you are delivering, because because the campaign you are promising
a reset,
like whether reset or upgrade. The campaign that they've done, everyone seems to be promising heaven in the next 4 years for Ghanaians.
And that is what is
and Ghanaians are now enlightened,
sir.
And they will ask and demand.
They will hold you on by
my own way. We will pull the manifestos, we will pull the videos. It's the same thing that I've told you that election will be, you know. I saw for be show more my able close more churches. They have no ideas because we are going to pull all the videos.
Madam for be testimony say next official nkombi, but as a nkomshi no hey be ochno the resignation letter be sorry say we ja.
I saw you about 2 no because see the last time this Opambo no Okateche ka say they are hiding behind and that thing will stop after this election.
Sure.
Because to me amount for based on GD so all those who were threatening say and one mom can say if we lose the election I'll cut off my head. We go and help them cut their heads.
Yes.
People have really pronounced things, and so no worry, we will put all those documents, receipts. We will put them and say, hey, when I was saying, also you cut off your head. When should we bring the knife? When I was saying, when should we bring the petrol? And we will call Ghana police and tell them that it's based on the person's we know, and they go take action. No, be stopping. Oh my, me say we go back to your bosom. Charlie, also a lot of things will happen in the coming 4 years because people were really involved in this election, especially the teaming youth across social media. They were really, really part of this election, and they followed the campaign to the latter, and they know each and everything that's all the candidates said. So I say internet never lies. Everything is documented on the internet. And when they say agenda boys, they will just pull it up for you and say, oh, who can say you? Say, over first 100 days, over yes, you massa. 100 days soon, and I said, then say about 63 ministers at most. Massa, 75 also. Then as a son,
fact check, they will be fact checking you.
People are going to be pulling out receipts. So they will keep, I said, Songo, I'll keep you on your toes. They are going to keep government on their toes, probably because now a lot of people are involved. People like the youth, ordinarily, policies and fine where they do so and now,
yes.
Now look, just look at the social media space. Everyone. Everyone seems to be everyone is playing a part in the process. People are bringing out the issues. People are debating the issues. Where people think that they are pulling them out, they are making sure that the police deals with them. They report to the police online saying, police, reminder, look at this. So people have become very conscious. People are aware of what is happening around us. You see, and politics, the old folks in gym. So whatever you do or whatever you say, people have the records that they will hold you accountable for that. So whoever is going to win this election has a daunting task to achieve in the next 4 years. It's not going to be easy ride for anyone. It's going to be extremely tough. Extremely tough because the youth are wild. People want jobs. You are promising a million jobs in digital space and all that kind of thing. People are going to ask for it.
10 billion.
And after the million jobs, what are you going to do with the rest of us? The 17 million I can only ever then. So you see, that is when people will start even punching into your policy, because you are thinking about only million people and there are over 5-6 million youth, over 10 million. So what of the rest?
The remaining.
Then over here into 1 million jobs.
One of the critical conversations has been, when you scrutinize these promises by the political parties, and you look at our financial stance as a country, how are they going to fund all these things?
Most of the things that they say it for political reasons. It's just a campaign promise. They say, Omama can say, campaign platform there, they beg few man baby most of the time they just say it for we control. That is why I'm saying that if we had opportunity to sit them down one after the other and interrogate the policies, you would have found most of them wanting. Because if you tell me that your focus is for you to create 1 million jobs for the youth in digital skills, the youth of Ghana is not just 1 million. We are over 1 million. We are over 10 million. And it's not just 1 million unemployed. Over 10 million are unemployed. So when you give, for instance, why are they? We provide 1 million. The remaining 9 or so million, what are you more doing?
And even with this, what structures has been put in place to, educate these people in this 1 million coding project you are talking about? Because you are going to need infrastructure.
The digital infrastructure, you need to build those things now.
All that. So how all this has been?
The politicians sometimes think that the young can come into because when you start probing, that is why people's NDC were struggling to define the 24-hour economy from onset, because people were asking questions all over. That is why the digitalization agenda, people were probing. Because how, why, where, when? See, when all those questions are being asked, then you get the politicians thinking. Some of them, they just draw their policy, they just draw it, and they've not really thought through. They've not thought through the policy. There's all challenge. And the way they do how they yanka. Without any proper knowledge, any proper research, there's nothing behind it. You can be up. Be up and I say age money we be an mobile and I say be up and that is what they are doing. So whoever is going to win this election, Charlie, what then can because Charlie pressure heat.
And then I believe that most of the things that H.E. John Dramani Mahama have said to Ghanaians, he's now going back to revise his note quickly. Because the holidaying that you are seeking, there's no time for that kind of honeymoon and those kind of stuff. Yeah, because per that session that even he made Ghanaians to believe things are extremely bad. You need time to come and fix the mess. So you'll be held on by the very thing that you've told us. Because somebody will say, time no day. We need results. So get your ass on. Begin to hit the ground running. So it will push for the people around, and even including he himself leading the entire team to deliver. Other than that, the 4 years is not yet there. We are not yet in there. But already you set a standard that you are not giving the party the edge to move on to the other time to come. So a lot will be on you. They will expect much from you. So now politicians will just not speak anyhow. Will just not do things anyhow. Because the very things you say and the things you do, they will push you on by your own ways to deliver.
And speaking of the former president, should he just oppose? Secure the mantle once again after the final declaration of this electoral process. One of the things that the electors are going to hold him accountable to is the oral policy, operation, recover or loot or something. I think that's the policy. Because we have that tendency in Ghanaian politics that we are unable to actually prosecute our leaders, even when it is clear in the face that they fall. So I'm really looking forward to that. Well, a lot of people just want that. If you listen to the youth, they are just like, unim, but more power no. Now or more
fire said man for fire no tempo mine.
But with that character of the Ghanaian politics, I don't think well, let's see.
And then also can one idea bedu where we are today.
Okay.
You understand? Because when they do it and they don't do it well, or they get it wrong, let them know the punitive measures that you are putting in place. Other than that, people will go about to do things with impunity, thinking that after all, there's no accountability anywhere, there's no punishment anywhere, and that becomes the order of the day. But it shouldn't be business as usual. There should be, people should be held accountable for their actions and then inactions. So I was very happy when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said something that, as part of he making use of the operations that he just mentioned, recover the loot, it will start from his own people, his appointees. So then it means it's a strong signal he's sending out there. A strong signal he's sending out there. I know that some of the things that are elections always have dire consequences. Now the thing that you do today, maybe today you might think you've done it for doing sake. Tomorrow you'll be asked questions on to somebody who say produce evidences to the things you did. So you just don't do things and you think you are doing things for doing sake. You will answer them. People will call on you to give them facts and figures based on how these things were done. So I believe John Dramani Mahama, from the way things are going, well, we don't want to be quick to as it were take a lead from what the EC will want to put in. But anyhow, any shape that it might take, we believe strongly that Ghanaians are seeking accountability for people that are deliberately misuse state funds and properties, so to put it. Let there be proper accountability, so that some way, somehow, it will serve as checks on even people that might even conceive such motives a day to come.
That's good.
You are right on
Great.
that. You are absolutely
the narrative
right.
must change, so that doesn't become the order of the day. That because if you want to make it, just enter into politics
that
overnight.
The mindset.
Your life is changed, and then you are okay. It shouldn't be. That place is not the breeding grounds for you to. No. The narrative must change.
Sure.
The narrative must change.
I
think so.
Yeah, the narrative must change.
Yes.
People must be held accountable for their deeds, and that is what it seems we are heading towards, because the Ghanaian electorate are now demanding accountability, because you are compounding us with a lot of levies, a lot of taxes. We are abiding. We are trying as much as possible to abide by those taxes here and there, and we want to see what our taxes are being used for. And the issue about John Dramani Mahama, should he win the elections and come back into power, whether he's going to that policy of operate, recover all loot or whatever they call it. Yesterday I was telling our colleagues that sometimes these politicians, they will just put a thing out there. When they come into power, they will just connive with themselves and just challenge. That has been Ghanaian thing. And even if they get one person, the process will run throughout the entire period that you are in government. So the next government comes, then they will just close the case. When MPP came, still they are still pursuing some cases that they started around 2017. So it's also a matter of our justice system. Look at just yesterday or so, the ruling on JB Dankwa's alleged murder issue. The case has gone on for 8 years just for a court ruling to say that the suspected murderer is not guilty. For 8 years,
traveled that far,
gone back and forth, just to rule that. And from what we are hearing, the government, the prosecutor, wasn't even serious about the case. The defense team were rather putting in lots to make sure that they get their clients out. So it tells you things about our justice system, how we delay in the process of delivering justice. So the politician knows that whatever be the case, Kennedy will say, and this name people for down for until we are banner, so they know themselves, so they know how to go about all these things. Unless a woo service like quote unquote we Jimmy for then they will set you as the scapegoat. But the real dons in the system, the campaigns, they know how to go about things. So that you will say it, but implementing in Ghana, our issue has been implementation. When we go for international conferences, they always tell us that Ghana, you seem to have the best policies on paper, but the issue is about implementation. How are you implementing it? The willpower to implement it. I set a policy. But policy, no, you don't even have the willpower to implement. The issue has always been about implementation. And that is what is killing the Ghanaian executive or the Ghanaian political space. That is what is killing them. They set nice policies. Nice, brilliant ideas that can match international policies or whatsoever. People come to Ghana to pick policies that we are not even implementing, to just go and implement elsewhere. But the policy came from a Ghanaian. So our issue is about implementation. These things we talk, but we don't normally do it. So is that I don't see. I heard that the last rally NDC did. I heard that they said Malik. Basintali will lead that charge for the operation.
Yeah, him with
recover.
I think Okuje too.
They will lead that charge. If Malik leads, if indeed NDC comes to power and indeed Malik leads that charge, yeah, he's someone that has that fire to lead because for that. But let's see. But I reckon unya documents we are put out go prosecute. I reckon unya documents crowd go prosecute against. And there's another issue for the girls to.
There are some news coming in, and this is coming right from the Anya Suutu. Party supporters are chasing out the military personnel, and I don't get this military involvement.
It's not military. They told them not to get close to.
They themselves even issued
their own community.
They are not going to be seen anywhere. So what is all this military here and there? Because it seems that it is one of the things that increases the tension.
Yes.
They shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be there.
Because the presence of military always raises tension among people. It creates tension. So they should just leave there. The police are handling this issue to the best of their ability. The police have been on top of issues. There's no need for military to do anything. They should just go to their barracks and sleep. No one is going to fight anyone. Anyansotum too. There's not looking good for the incumbent party and also too because the money in the buy so I say so on share that Tobin.
And from the Dumelo camp as well, there are a lot of chaos happening on the
University of Ghana campus here.
It seems the incumbent is trying to intimidate a few people.
Wow.
The students are not,
Oh, no. A good dancer should always know when to leave the stage.
When to leave the stage.
Whilst the applause are high, humbly bow out. These things.
Wow, but it's interesting that we are barely hearing from the NPP giants. How is that so?
No, at the end of the day, Charlie, it's not easy.
Obama hasn't issued anything.
No. Charlie, we have a strong room. Everyone is at their constituency trying to make sure that they secure themselves in the next parliament too. The 9th parliament of the 4th Republic.
That is it.
Thereof.
So, like you rightly saying, the silence of NPP is really being too loud.
It's very loud.
Yes, extremely loud. Their silence is becoming
the silence is too loud. The silence is too loud.
Well, be as it may, it is evidently clear that from the results that are trickling in, NDC don't want to be quick to say they are in a comfortable lead. But
they've learned from their lessons.
They've learned from their lessons. But well, let's see if any surprises can.
Also, from Autu Senya, the NDC candidate has just issued a statement that another person is dead. I think it came from the earlier incident where they were shot at. One person died, but the other two who got injured, I think one of them couldn't make it as well. So that's another unfortunate news that we are gathering here.
Honestly, these things, like I said earlier, it's not looking good for our democracy.
Sure.
No. We shouldn't go to an election to even lose a single soul.
It's bad.
No. I think we need to sit down to revisit some of these things. It is not as a young democracy that we are practicing. No. It's not proper.
Sure.
It is not the best.
But honestly, a huge commendation to the Ghanaian youth.
Yeah, they've been
very
vigilant in this election.
Most of the cases which were being reported were from
the youth. The youth have been up to the task. They've been You see, then I go back to the 2012 election petition as well as the 2020. Is it 2020 that the NDC went to the court, right?
Sure. Yes.
We were all told our duties when it comes to elections. Everything that you need to do to make sure to secure your win is at the polling center.
Sure.
So whatever it is that you wanted to secure your win is at the polling center. So you make sure that you protect your ballots, you protect your votes, you make sure that your votes are counted in your favor and well documented, signed and sealed. If you leave out any of these steps, when you come to court, you have to paper not true. So baby, yeah, and do it at the polling station. So it seems everyone has that at the back of their mind that Charlie election year what the results is at the polling station. If we want any result, if we want to win, let's win at the polling station. Then we will forget about whatever it is that we will do later on. So Obia ebo the polling station home by when I went to my polling station earlier in the day, when they opened the ballot box, they showed they turned it nothing. When they closed it and they placed it on the chair, one man was saying that, "Oh, okay, before saying that they opened the thing, go there, let them open to you and Charlie."
They should tell you the keen interest that people are having.
Because we always say
they are leaving no stone unturned.
No. Everyone is very vigilant because Charlie, you see, and it's about frustration. When people are frustrated and they have the opportunity to vent their frustration, that is how it happens. They show in so many forms because people have been prevented from showing that side of their frustration over the period. A lot of things have happened, so they know that this is the ultimate. At this time, you can't do anything. This is the opportune time for me. You can't. This is my right. No police can stop me from exercising my right. So they will go out there and vent their frustration in whatever decision that they make. So it's just about how people have been frustrated over the period, and they are trying to vent their frustration in showing who they decide to lead the country in the next 4 years. So
I think in Medina as well, the incumbent has retained his seat.
Medina so has been strong there. So has been strong there. His billboards I saw in Medina was a bit funny to me. He was like choose experience, not experiment, and I was like, why didn't you also say choose experience, not experiment? Also, we took experiment. We took that chance to experiment with you before you were able to
use the word experience today.
And now we can say choose experience over experiment.
So from collation so far, it seems that
Ekoye mama, Ekoye papa. Kempaluta Ekoye kwa usika.
NDC are leading with 56.8%. From about 51.14% of all polling stations collated.
Oh, so that is half.
Yeah, that's
half. So you do baby, and I want to make you say. Then again, you need to also.
But then
look at the
5 seats in Ashanti region.
5
seats.
That
wow.
is huge.
Yeah.
If NDC wins 5 seats in Ashanti region,
5 seats.
That is huge.
Great.
That is huge.
Yes.
That is huge because NDC has only 3 seats in the Ashanti region as at the last election. They used to have 4, and MPP took back 1 in 2020. So if they've gained 2 additional seats in this election, then that's huge. Then it means that they might be hitting their 30%.
That targets that possibly they set for themselves.
So results so far in terms of the seats in Parliament. In Volta region, out of 18 seats, NDC has won all 18 seats. In Upper East, they've won 15 out of 15 seats. In Upper West, 11 out of 11 seats. In Savannah, 7 out of 7 seats. In Oti region, 9 out of 9 seats.
It means that Peter John Amewu has lost the overall seats.
Yes.
Wow.
Forgone seats.
No, this election has really, taken a swipe in turn that none of us really anticipated. Because looking at some of the seats that the incumbents are losing, it's quite.
It looks likely that MPP is losing the Infantiman seats once again. Dr. Ebenezer Prince Ahin, it looks like has flipped the seats, has taken the seats from Ophelia Hayford.
And also the Asante Achem North seats. The NPP has lost it.
They've lost it.
That means they've lost it to the independent candidate.
The independent candidate. There's one vibrant independent guy.
Meaning that we are going to have 2 independent candidates in the ninth Parliament. A plus seems to be winning the Gomwa Central seat.
But the violence erupting are too much from the NPP camp. It's not helping their campaign at all. It's not helping because we are having so many complaints, especially from the Ayawaso West Wagon.
I was West Wagon the man in real ho you. I catch us say I catch them. I don't know that. Over sorry, different results now. On challenge man. I say I was West Wagon. It's not a done deal yet. But
the rate at which that place too is being in the news for whatever bad name it is, and it really needs to be looked at. Ideally, that used to be, so to put it, a decent and then a more
classy.
You getting it, and then now things tend to go that way. Look at the by-election that happened.
They are
just pushing tax to go and then. Meat beatings on the people. It never spoke well of the place, and day in day out things are happening, and we need to get it right. So we have future leaders that we are grooming within that enclave. We can't afford to introduce them to these
such
acts
violent.
It doesn't speak well of us.
So far in Greater Accra, the NDC is winning with a difference margin of about 500,000 votes.
That is huge.
That is huge.
That is a huge margin.
That is very huge.
That's a huge margin.
I mean, we expected them to win, but
not with such a huge margin. Boss no dafun. Boss no dafun.
After Kennedy will tell you, chasing the elephant back into the bush. I think gradually the NDC is chasing the elephant.
The NDC is chasing the elephant back to the bush because from all indication, it's a Nkoye mama. Papa.
I think that is one of the issues why the parliamentary has become very competitive now. Even after they've counted most of them, some of the incumbents are refusing to accept
the outcome of the results.
Nkoye mama, Nkoye papa.
And you see, gradually, the Ghanaian voter is getting sophisticated day in day out. You can't predict them.
Sure.
You can't predict them. It is not about just the bread and butter issue all the time. But there's more to it. You don't wait, put them into hunger or just treat them and then think that the time will come and then you get those people behind you just like
bring
that.
Them some rice.
No. So let's get to know all these things and then do things right. And I'm very happy we are maturing because every 4 years that we go to the polls, the outcome speaks volume. the narrative keeps changing. You can win on a huge margin, win the next election closely. You lose some surprisingly. A lot of things come into play. In every 4 years that we go into the polls.
Yeah, now we are going to for 4 years.
That is it. That is it. So it is really changing the psyche when it comes to our voting pattern.
Yeah.
So it will let the politicians set up and then do things right.
Okay.
Because things wouldn't always be the same.
Sure.
There's always a changing point.
In Sutifi South, the Honorable Collins Dowda has retained his seat.
That man. That man. Wow.
So it seems NDC. It seems MPP is also taking some seats from NDC. I'm looking at Wenchi, Akutia, Yensuano, Swaman, Sena East, Adenta, Win, Ejura. So we will try and confirm some of these things, including Sablugu, Time, Pandai, Narulugu, Kambaga. It seems Bawumia has delivered Northeast to the MPP. MPP seems to have won all the seats in the 6 seats in the Northeast. Pusiga, Koleklote, still people are claiming that the MPP has taken that seat. Damango, Asante Achim, Wallency and Sabuba. See that the NDC has also taken from MPP. Adansi Asokwa, Hoho, Goma Central, Ayewaso West Wogon, Asante Achim North, Kontombra, Ahanta West, Sisala East,
Kontombra is falling.
Sunyani East, Tema West, Takwa and Shuaim.
There's Domekwa. No, I would wait for the ECs or
it keeps
changing.
You know, initially the NPP was lead. But for quite some time now, it seems that the Eliplim guy has won the seat.
She's a lady.
She's a lady.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she's a lady. No, those names. They are able to use it for both sexes.
It seems Jerry Ahmed has retained the seat for MPP in which Agbawe.
Wow.
So like you rightly said, the battlegrounds
is up November,
and then it is clearly manifesting that
everyone is winning their home regions. Mahama is sweeping Savannah, Bawumia is also sweeping
clearly manifesting
Northeast. So
and one of the areas that is giving some alarming assurance to the NDC is that in 2020 they won. Even though they won, the vote difference was just about 156. But today they are currently leading with about 6,000 votes difference in the front
place. Yeah, I said this earlier.
Okay.
Some of the constituencies that were closely contested, or like you won with a close margin, like from all indication, John Dumelo will beat. Is likely beating Seriam Alassane with some huge a bit of gap.
Okay.
But Seriam won the last election with a little over 1,000 votes, close to 2,000 or so votes, beating John Dumelo to that election. But now it's flipped and Dumelo is widening the gap a bit. That is what we are going to see when someone is flipping the seat.
Okay.
That is what we are likely to see, that they will increase the gap that the previous person had earlier on in 2020.
Okay, and one of the reports coming in is that they've collated about 53% polling stations, and the NDC is winning in about 52%.
And that is
quite overwhelming.
Yeah, that is very, 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 very overwhelming. So
wow.
Well, Ghanaians are reposing trust in the NDC, and then.
But they better not fail.
they don't have an option. They can't fail us. They can't. They can't fail us. They don't have an option to fail us. They must deliver.
If they fail,
I'll
go and give the award to the independent candidates.
Thank you.
The award that Papa
Yes.
Structure.
They should come for free consultation and then they'll be good to go. That is it. You see. Well.
Ochna asofuni bi beje afore wa so you. Say kosania ye hu say e corner. Cause some of the things that also been passed. Charlie, it seems
Charlie won't conscience boom there.
for you. Papa make
the purpose of the land. The purpose of the land has
speaking. Nation prophets no yeah well Okoboy lost. Okoboy has lost.
Wow.
He couldn't. Benjamin, Ayufu has retained.
Charlie, it's a wind of change. That is
and
then you can't
stop it.
Yeah.
Sometimes when the wind blows.
Exactly what happened in 2016.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like nothing could have stopped
it, and that is what it is manifesting itself today. You can't do anything to that. So.
Well,
election 2024.
What's no position here? I'm from Huadri.
The things happening at Iowa so is appalling. People are trying to infiltrate the scene with some different ballot boxes which weren't even provided by the EC.
And that is what we've been saying, that this is the time that every other thing that you are doing, you should stop and pay attention to the collation centers, because that is where whatever shenanigans whoever is planning will take place. So you that is the more reason why Sami Jemfi came out to inform his people that they should all cease tribulation and return to base, because elections are not won just by mere fact that you declare polling station results. No, Charlie, beyond polling station, when we get to the collation centers, you might get figures at the polling station that might even change at the collation center. So you need to go through the process until the final returning officer holds your hand and raises it to the public and declare you the winner of your constituency. Until that is done there, that you don't leave any stone unturned. You need to be up. You need to be tight with whatever you are doing. You need to your eyes should be open wide to see every angle before you anything happens otherwise.
Sure. I don't know that of Jefferson Saki.
Jefferson, Ablekuma Central. So far, nothing has come up because they are also part of the kingmaking.
Great. But the last election, that was a very critical place.
Nothing.
Eyes were just following like that.
Nothing is here from Ablekuma Central yet. But hopefully we'll get something from Ablekuma Central. We need to get something from Ablekuma, and also Owutu Senya West, Eugene Ahin and Gabriela Tete. We need to look at that.
It's also the clash of the titans.
Yeah, it's also a kingmaking.
Clash of the titans.
Kingmaking seats.
El Clasico in the region, Central. You can't downplay.
It seems our Kumusin is loose. It's lost the.
Yes.
It's clear in the face because once elections won. Normally, what they get to be a loose and I won't try any attempt.
Where
they are going to no matter what you do. Just accept it.
Yes.
As you rightfully said.
Great.
A great dancer always knows when to back.
What about? So it should be. Don't try to. Otherwise, the applause will now change, and then they'll be shouting away on you.
Yeah.
And
Accra Academy is also on fire. A whole lot of things happen.
Accra Academy is the polling center, is the collation center for
okay.
Oh, okay.
That is Kion's place.
Yeah, Kion, that's the collation center.
For Kion or Atrasting. I know I'm pinning. I'm more bad.
Collation center.
Yeah.
Inti more cheddar name more way no more young chum come.
Oh, they are to us next 4 years. In fact, next year, remember Omaba a consultation.
We shall lead the charge for them to come because they must start changing things for us.
Honestly.
You know, we always say we need a strong force. We need a third force.
Yeah.
You know, to reckon with when it comes to our body politics, because enough of the NPP, NDC, geopolitics that we've always been. But the question is, are Ghanaians ready for a third force? That is a question to answer. And then even the individuals behind, are they also putting structures and measures in place to announce their presence strongly that they mean business? Are you getting it?
Yeah.
So many a times, even they are like I said earlier, it's more or less they become too overambitious for whatever is at stake. But there's always a starting point. Know where to start it from. Nurture it, groom it, get it right. You get the result. Well, I don't think the light of the NDC, the NPP, they are just commanding the numbers that they are commanding today because it just happened on silver platter.
Wow.
It was deliberate policies, programs and plans that they put in place and started executing.
Yeah.
And that is what has brought them to where they are today.
Yeah, sure.
So whether you want to be a third force or whatever, or you want to be recognized going forward, begin to go back to the drawing table and then realign, get the whole narrative right, and start hitting the ground running.
Sure.
Then Ghanaians will accept you. I think that is a little advice that I can attach to the free consultation that Papa wants to give to them.
Kofi Opare Hagan, an MPP person. It is done. We lost. Congratulations to the NDC. We expect all national executives to tender in their resignation letter ASAP.
Some of them are conceding.
Oh, good.
But it is too blurry now. The gaps are too wide for them to, contest or be too hopeful.
I pray that if possibly they are not asleep now, I want to hear the NPP in a presser soon.
Oh, they will come back.
Oh, they will.
They will come
back. I think the most busiest person from now to Monday will be Dennis Miracle.
Yes,
because he needs to always come up with a message of hope.
Great.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in his position right now. Honestly, I wouldn't.
Wow.
It's serious.
Yeah.
The Jokuku, also the military were sent in there, but they've met a strong resistance from the NDC supporters as well as the police. So the military, they should just go back off, go back to their bases because nothing is happening. So
I don't know whether it is some invisible hands behind that is just pulling all these.
Whatever
things
you are coming to do, nothing will change. Nothing will happen. No one is fighting. They should just
you
go
can't
back to
subvert the will of the people.
So
You can't. Because from when change is coming, change is inevitable.
Exactly.
It comes with its own strong forces behind. So just accept the reality and let it be.
Let it roll.
You understand? Because in any case, you came in firstly with with whatever energy that was at stake, and you had it. And if today the same people are telling you that thank you, humbly bow out, why can't you just accept it that way? And then you think you can just maneuver your way through. It is not done, and it can't be done.
Exactly.
That is why the people are not intimidated by the presence of this military.
Exactly, because they know that you can't do them anything.
No, not at all.
You can't shoot. You can't do anything because they've not.
How many are you? Can you kill entire society?
No,
you can't.
They dare not even think about that.
That is it. So they should know. They should know some of these things, and then refrain from this somebody will say kokoti kind of attitude,
intimidation. Then whatever will happen has happened. So where is the intimidation? What is the intimidation going to do? So just go back to your basis and let the process continue.
Great.
Because the people are in charge. The police are in charge.
Yes.
Everyone is vigilant. Everyone is looking into whatever it is happening. So we don't need your presence to do anything for us. We are all good, and we can all man our own elections. So the military, stop the harassment. The people are okay. The people know what to do. Let's be picking some updates from somewhere. But we are still yet to get proper results from the Ashanti region, because all that we are saying are just
as of now it seems Ashanti is on a low key.
It's on a low key, because we are not getting
waiting to either give us some surprises or possibly to disappoint us. So
we're not getting any proper results from Ashanti region. Chairman to me and the rest.
And I think Eastern region too.
Eastern region too is a bit on the quiet. It's on the quiet. So Chairman to me, what is happening in your region? Because they will see
but from whatever that is, but from from the results that are triggering in, I think I don't want to be quick to judge, but let's see how the whole thing goes.
It seems they will see it will be extremely like Nanaya Wicked will always say, if you want to rig election, you rig it with a riggable margin.
Okay.
If it's beyond riggable margin, whatever you do, over 500,000 difference. How we go for regulations over 500? It's like 10,000, 5,000, 15,000. What we contribute, but over 100,000 and 200,000. They're been done over contribute a reggae election. So we just have to wait for the certified results as the AC moves to their National Collation Center. We'll get the certified and verified results from the AC. Then we all know where the process has led us to so far. We said that by 12 a.m., 1 a.m., we should be having a clear indication as to who is going to the
in the Jubilee comfortable House. Lead. The comfortable lead to the Jubilee House.
Comfortable lead to the Jubilee House 2025. Who is going to smile this Xmas, and who is going to cry.
But see, another thing too that I observed during the latter part of the entire campaign, the numbers that these two parties were commanding, it was very overwhelming. And then I asked myself, if these are the numbers that
are going to the polls,
then it's going to be a very tight election. But look at the results that are coming. Speaking otherwise.
I was of the view that because of the numerous polls that were coming out, which really didn't point to a clear win for anyone, I was thinking that the election might even go for a runoff. Because most of the polls didn't put anyone in that
competitive edge,
solid lead, and everyone was hovering around 49 point something percent. So I was constantly saying that this election might travel to the second round. But from the result that we are getting and from the turnout of the electorate. It might be that it will be a one touch for whoever will win this election, so that we just take our hands off it once and for all. It doesn't look like an election that might travel to second round of voting. So we might do it once and for all and take our hands off.
And I believe strongly, even if it was to travel into a runoff, most Ghanaians wouldn't even be happy in that regard.
Oh yeah. Because
to just come to, as it were, destroy plans along the line. Because because this election has really even showed Christmas, and then we hardly hear the Christmas fever, and then
we'll switch into the Christmas mood right after. By Monday we'll get
seriously activation. It's going to be activated.
We don't have any time for these people.
It is what it is. And
any updates? Any updates from where you are sitting? Any updates?
Well, it seems. Wait, I'm getting a feed, and I hope I can get in touch with the correspondent so we talk to him on the show.
Okay, so let's put him on the line. Let's call him.
Yeah, I'm still trying to see if he can be available so that we talk.
Okay.
But whatever I'm gathering is that the Equiapem South has delivered the seat to the NDC.
Equiapem South.
I am telling you.
It won't surprise me. If Equiapem...
It really does surprises me.
No, if Equiapem South goes to the NDC, I won't be surprised, because last year... South is Ebri. Last year, when I was in...
Is it Samuel Oku's place?
No. Samuel Oku has delivered Equiapem South.
Yeah.
Equiapem South, Obiamo's seat.
Yeah.
Last year, when we came for the Ojra, going through Ebri and some of the towns.
Okay.
I was telling my people that if they should hold elections today, MPP was going to lose their seat, because Obiamwa as a minister, was a deputy minister of local government also.
Yeah.
From Ayimensa all the way to Pediase. Pediase is a government installment, a seat of government. From Ayimensa all the way to Pediase, none of the street lights was working for like years. And Obiama was the deputy minister for local government and the MP for Equiapem South. There were so many challenges within the Equiapem South constituency. So I was telling the guys that from the observations that I've made on the ground, if elections were held that time, Obiama was going to lose elections. And funny enough, when they went to primaries, Obiama stepped aside for a new candidate to come through. And it's no surprising, because the people really wanted to change. So if NDC wins that seat, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised, because Obiama and the rest have disappointed the people of Equiapem South. They've really disappointed them, because they've held that seat for so long, and they've really not seen any improvement in the lives of the people. It's just that people are just coming into Ebri and the surroundings to just put up properties, but the locals, the indigenous, are really not
having a real feel.
They are not benefiting from anything. So if NPP loses that seat, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised. It's one of those things. It clearly tells you that when you are given the opportunity to lead, you need to lead and serve the people. You need to go get people, the constituents, what they want. You need little development, little things. You need to just make sure that you get to your constituents. So if you are not doing this, they will definitely punish you when the right time comes. So we just wait and confirm what we are hearing. But if it goes as is said, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow. Well, let's see. We are still trying to confirm from the Akuapem South results, but for the Akuapem North, the NPP has retained.
Yeah, Samuel Oku has done what we all knew that he was going to do. Samuel Oku was actually going to take the seat. It was no doubt. It's something that he can sleep and just wake up and just go to election and he would, comfortably win. So Samuel Oku has retained the seat for MPP in the Akuapem North.
So far, it seems the NDC is leading with 56.43%, NPP with 41.22%. Out of this is about 37,305 polling stations out of 40,976 polling stations.
Wow.
So we have just about some 3,000 polling stations to go.
We are getting closer. We are getting there. We are really getting closer to the ultimate. I'm sure pretty soon the Electoral Commission will set their tables to give us some updates.
But one place that we should be looking at the exciting feud brewing is from the posters. I think so far Musa Dankwa is being the only person getting it.
If it goes this way, the Musa Dankwa's info analytics will be the champions in this in this regard. They will be the champions of this elections because they've predicted a win for John Dramani Mahama. And if it stays like this, then that means their research was up there.
But it's been now officially confirmed that another prayer has lost in the Nsawam constituency.
That's a big one.
Wow.
Yeah.
The majority chief whip.
And Hawa Kumsen has lost.
The majority chief whip has lost his seat. Another prayer Sawum at Drojiri. The mighty are falling.
A wind of change.
And
then a massive one. Of course.
Like, I wasn't expecting that, honestly. For another brand, I wasn't. Because I don't know, but he has
the gentleman has managed to paint
himself.
The picture that he's untouchable. Another umpire has painted that picture that
his presence really
he's untouchable in Sawum Adoji.
A strong blue, so to put it, a very strong blue. And
and Media General, one of our credible sources when it comes to the reportage of these elections, are actually reporting that out of 16 regions, NDC is leading in 13. So it seems a very comfortable win for the opposition party.
Yes.
Well, let's see.
It's going to be a landslide. It's going to be a total soup.
Sure.
And MPP might win just the Ashanti and Eastern region from the look of things. It might probably win.
And then they'll get overwhelming majority. To help execute whatever.
They might be winning just the Ashanti, Eastern and the Northeast Bawumia's home region. That is how it looks like. Yes, the will of the people. That is it. The will of the people is being heard.
Politics.
Wow. But I mean. I'm really impressed with our team here also. We've really done our best gathering all the credible facts and information to serve our audience. Kudos to Papa Kwesi, who has stood on grounds since dawn.
Wow.
Yes.
The job is not done yet.
Huge kudos to the Honorable Bex himself. I mean, he's coming with a whole lot of facts and It's been an insightful conversation here in the studios of Ghana Talks Radio. And with our production team, we say kudos with our people who went on field to get us all the info that we needed. We really, really appreciate their efforts. Even though the job is still ongoing, we can't wait to thank you enough. We also spoke earlier on with a couple of people. We spoke with Dennis Mapuri, a very respected gentleman who has been in the media space for as long as I could remember, who also gave us some insights on some of the things that is informing the electorate on their choice of candidates in this year's election, and how the trajectory of Ghanaian politics is heading towards, looking at how vibrant and involving the youth has gotten now regarding the state of affairs in our country. So yeah, kudos to Dennis. We spoke to one of the influencers on social media, Foster, popularly known as Nikenyame.
Wow.
He also made some enduring statements for the incumbent party. Funny enough, he is an NPP supporter, a strong NPP member that year, but he feels like if the country is actually going in the wrong direction, we need to put the country first ahead of our political affiliations. And that is something I really, really acknowledged and appreciated from the young man. It seems that the youth are beginning to understand a few things now. So yeah.
Yeah, they are understanding the business of politics. It's the same way the creative sector, understood it, and people have cashed out in this political season. Someone like Kim Paluta has performed across both MPP and NDC stage. He's taking his money, made his cash cool. He's just going to enjoy himself this Christmas. That is what it is supposed to be. Yeah, okay. Let's understand that the politics is politics. It doesn't mean that because I'm performing on MPP platform, so it stops me from performing on NDC platform. I'm just doing my business. As Shatawale will always say, I'm a business person. So engage me on business terms. I wouldn't, if I want to endorse you, yes, I'll endorse you on another terms. But if I'm not endorsing anybody, I'm open to business. So just engage my services and let's do business. And some of the creative guys have taken advantage of that, and it's just refreshing to see that our politicians have also understood that business aspect of the young talent, because it's their talent, and if you want to engage them based on their talent, you just have to pay their big bucks and for them to come and perform. And it's refreshing for our political landscape that we are getting some of these things right. People are not initially the first time Paluta was seen with the vice president in a bus, singing his song and stuff. People started, condemning him, telling him that would be the end of his career. That is the end of his career, endorsing or being seen together with a political leader. But it ended up that was a blessing in disguise, because he was the toast of town. He's performed across both MPP and NDC platforms. So it's good for business in the entertainment sector. As well as we talk about the youth. The youth are now also understanding politics. Politics is not just about affiliations. Politics is not just about tribal connections. It's not just about who you are with in terms of ethnic grouping, or who you are with in terms of religious affiliations. But it goes beyond that. We are talking about who will better our lives, who set, who put in the right measures for us to get better standard of living, or improving our standard of living, or provide us with the enabling environment for our business to thrive. So we are getting to understand all these things. So it is informing us in our decision making, and it's informing us in what we do. So it's good for everyone. It's good for the youth. I'm very, very impressed with how we, the youth, have been engaged in this season of politics. We've really partaken in it, and we've really partaken in this decision making, and it's really good for our democracy. At least for us to get the young ones involved is a big deal, because initially we've always said that we leave the politics for our senior citizens, for them to take the decisions and just make sure that we at the bottom and get what we need to get. But in this time around, the youth are also getting involved, and it's just great for us. It's great for us. So we look forward to the Electoral Commission to give us the final verdict, the ultimate verdict, declaring who has won what. I'm sure by this time calls are going on backstage. People are congratulating people. So who will make the first call? So far as soon as someone makes the call, then you know that whoever calls, whoever makes the first call, then obviously you know that Jumanesi. We need to get an insight into Ablikma Central. So far, we've not heard anything from Ablikma Central. We need to know what is going on in Ablikma Central, as well as Anyasoto, Amasama and Trouble, all those constituencies. We've not gotten anything from there. Shai Osudoku, Ablikma North. We've not really gotten any concrete. Ablikma South, Okuvanda Poises constituency, we've not heard anything from there. Odododio, we are yet to hear. Krowo, we are here, and I think Ladeko Topon, is it that the constituency in which Nanado's driver is standing as the MP? Is it
sure.
So we need to keep an eye on Ladeko Topon. If indeed the driver of His Excellency the President will flip the seat in favor of the MPP, and how it's going to happen, as well as Senya West. Eugene and Gisela, we need to keep an eye on. Efutu, where the majority leader is Afenyo Markins constituency, we need to keep an eye on that. Haruna Idrusu, I'm sure by this time he will be celebrating, probably with another win at Tamale Central.
Aguna West too is another place.
Aguna West.
Aguna West. The controversy that was surrounding
Cynthia Morrison going as independent.
And a very interesting place.
Yeah, I think Aguna West is part of the 10 decide king making.
Okay.
Let me cross check again. Aguna West. Okay, it's Aguna East rather. It's Aguna East, but Aguna West, because of all those Cynthia Morrison controversies. So we need to keep an eye on Aguna West constituency as well, to see if indeed Cynthia Morrison made any headway with all those brouhaha that was surrounding her candidature, and as well as Amenfi Central, Joanna Jan Kujo. The wife of musician and Okeche. Yeah, we need to keep an eye on that seat and see.
That place is another place to really look at.
Fi Central, if indeed I'll win. I think I'll win. I saw results somewhere here that our win has flipped also. Let me cross check.
Okay.
I'll win.
Also, it seems Baba Sadiq is
flipping there.
Yeah, he is.
Baba Sadiq is doing magic.
For the first time,
Baba Sadiq,
Patrick Yabuama is losing his boots out of Parliament.
Wow.
He's a fine gentleman by all standards when it comes to politics.
I think our win has flipped. Our win has flipped from NDC to MPP. I don't know who the candidates is there, but it looks like our win has also flipped. So Baba Sadiq. So if we get Baba Sadiq also crossing the line, it means that all three showbiz personalities who entered the race in this year's elections have all gone through. That is A+, that is John Dumelo, as well as Baba Sadiq. That would be good news for the entertainment industry.
A very boost. It will really boost.
Yeah, it will get more of them out to in future to come out to contest in their various constituencies.
It seems confirmed also that indeed the NDC has won the Grapum South seat. But Papa, what did you really observe that made you ascertain that
when you asked Tiki and the rest, I told them the very first when we got to Ebri and we walked around, we went for the Ebri walk, Ebri walk or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't see anything happening.
Yeah.
And for a deputy minister of local government who is like, you are in charge of developments at the local ground.
Yeah.
So everything about development goes through the local government.
Sure.
And if you are unable to provide common street lights on a stretch that is as busy as the Ayimensa to Pediasi,
sure,
a stretch where it houses a seat of government, then I don't see your use as the MP and as well as the minister, deputy minister of local government. You are, sorry to say, useless as the common floor member.
Sure. One of the seats that has been won convincingly is the Fantiakwa, which is making waves because according to the people, for about 24 years now, it has been a seat for the NPP and the NDC has taken over.
Fantiakwa, north or south?
I think.
Then let's get that clear. Yes. Fantiakwa.
But it seems there's been a whole lot of seat flipping here and there on both sides.
Yes. And then it is really surprising.
Yeah.
Surprising. There are some of the seats you never anticipate that it could happen that way. And that is it. You see, like we said earlier, when the change is coming, it is inevitable and it comes with its own forces along.
Yeah.
And for Eastern region, it's really been surprising. I just monitored an interview that the regional chairman Jeff Kunedu had with one of the media houses, and he was really emphatic that the seats that are there for them in the Eastern region, the one that already they are occupying, for that one is fairly and strongly protected, and that even the NDC should be in the lookout because the ones that even belong to them, they have an eye that they are taking some from. And to my amazement and then the surprise that are just trickling in, now all these seats, surprisingly, we are even losing some to the NDC, which should tell you that politics, somebody would say, is not math.
It's not math.
Yes, yes.
It's not math at all because we're looking at some of the things that we heard some of these political leaders, I mean, proclaim or declare, leading to the victory of their parties and looking at how the results are going. I mean, politics is not math.
But you see, anytime results comes in as a result of an outcome of election, I said, so sometimes, what is the authority that politicians makes we believe that, Charlie, we are on top, we know what we are talking about, but the results will come and then it will just expose the reality
of
big
what
time.
is really on ground. You know, I think it boils down to, I don't want to use the word arrogance.
Okay.
It might be too strong for our political stance, but then they are too far from reality.
Okay.
Because once we give them the power, it seems they forget that they were once in our shoes. We only give them the power to go there too. But sometimes you watch some of their interviews and they can boldly tell you in their face that things are not hard. I mean, just this week, leading into an election day, and you sit on radio and declare that we are only complaining as citizens because instead of buying there's broken rice
Yeah.
for 10 cedis a cup. We are
prefer
aiming to buy 5 kilograms of rice.
Really?
If you tell,
Really?
I was
Wow.
wishing the journalist would have asked him the last time he bought a cup of rice to cook in his home. You know, you don't say these things.
No.
After they've given you the power to manage the affairs of the economy, for them to be able to afford what they want to afford, not what you would impose to them on them.
And senior, surprisingly, these are the people that even it is the taxpayers'
money that pays you.
That is it. From the very building that you put your heads in,
the cars you
drive, the people that serves you in your various
privileges
homes
that you enjoy.
You understand.
And yet you turn around and
it is disrespect. That is the word. Disrespect. Disrespect.
It's so good that Papa didn't come up with the word, because I know he would have used it.
Also.
Oh, but I mean, so far so good. The Ghanaians have really shown that they mean business this time around. They really mean business this time around. And as we were discussing earlier on, that whoever takes the mantle from here is really going to have the citizens to deal with, because we are really going to hold them to a higher standard from now onwards. It seems the least minimum they do is something they want us to hail them for.
Exactly.
In a 21st century, you build a 40-bed clinic and you call it a hospital, and so we should clap for you as a country.
Mediocre.
A regional hospital, 40-bed. Wow. Well, we are just glad that we are actually exercising our frustration through this process that we just held. Papa, so far, any update from your end?
Oh, not necessarily. We don't have any updates yet, but all indication points towards that the NDC is likely to be declared winners of this year's election, because from all the provisional results that are trickling in, and you see, I always say that gone are the days that NDC didn't know how to collate their results. This year that they took it serious, they are the ones even giving us the results. Because initially it would have been MPP calling the shots by now. MPP would have collated everything and given us what the results looks like, but it's gone the other way. NDC, just from Obobia Dakon's post, who is part of the national communication setup of NDC. NDC collated results so far out of 32,297 out of the 40,976 polling station. John Dramani Mahama has 4,984,976, representing 56.3% of the valid vote cast. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the MPP has 3,688,757, representing 41.2%. The others, which are all the independents or the presidential candidates combined, are polling 219,971 votes, which is 2.44%. And that is incredible, and that
very significant.
That is very significant. If they are polling over a percentage of the total vote, then it tells you a lot.
Overwhelming.
But it also tells you that there was a very low turnout of voters, because for a voter population of 18 million, and we are doing 478, so a little over 8 point something, 8.5 million or 8.7 million as at now. So we might not even do 10 million. But last 4 years, we're doing over 11 million or so, because another one with 6 million, Mama got around also almost 6 million or so. Yeah. So we're doing about 11 million.
Yeah.
And this year we might probably not even get to 10 million, whilst our population has increased. So it clearly tells you that the turnout was a bit low. So John Dramani Mahama is leading Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia per the NDC collated results thus far, with over almost 900,000 or so votes.
That is a huge margin.
It's a huge margin. It's a very huge margin.
Can't downplay it.
So that is from the NDC. NDC collated results so far. NDC results collated so far. I think. So provisional results we just let our viewers know that it's a provisional result.
Sure.
So this is not certified.
Waiting for it to be certified.
Yeah, waiting for it to be certified by the EC, so that we know our smoothness levels across board.
So it also seems that in the Ahafo region, we have about 5 out of 6 seats being won by the NDC.
Oh, okay.
And one of the candidates who won their seats is the son of Esi Edwin Ketia, who won the Tano South constituency.
Tano South constituency. So that's good news for the mosquito, General Mosquito. he's groomed his son to
Sure.
To come back to win a seat for him. That's good news for General Mosquito.
Yeah.
So yes, we are trying to get as many provisional results from the constituency level as possible for our viewers to appreciate how things are looking like. In terms of the election. Okay, so there's a statement from the National Peace Council. The National Peace Council urges political parties to withdraw supporters from collation centers to prevent delays to the electoral process. The National Peace Council, MPC, the West African Network for Peace Building, and other parties in the election situation room are aware of calls from the two major political parties to their supporters to converge at the election collation centers to protect the ballot, electoral commission officials, and security service personnel at the centers. The election situation room is concerned about this regrettable development that could impede the work of the electoral officers, unnecessarily delay the delivery of election results, and heighten tension at the collation centers. It is essential that political parties exercise restraint by withdrawing their supporters from collation centers and allow the accredited agents to observe the collation process. The MPC calls on the political parties to respect the electoral rules and to allow electoral commission personnel to carry out their duties with professionalism and integrity in order to deliver a free, fair, and transparent election. That's from the Peace Council, the National Peace Council. Earlier on, we had both the NDC Communication Director as well as Dennis Miracle Abuaji, who is the Communication Director for the Bawumia campaign, urging their supporters to go to the collation centers to protect their ballots or what have you. So the National Peace Council is calling on them to withdraw their supporters from the collation centers, that is the constituency collation centers, to allow the process to flow so that we get the results in as early as possible, and for us to end this process as quickly as we can.
Okay. In other news, the NDC's communication officer Sami Jemfe is asking the EC why they are refusing to start collation at TEPA when they have the full complement of ballot boxes and pink sheets. And what are those 50 military men doing at the constituency collation center? So, Baba, it seems that this military interference is really getting out of hand, because after their statements, I wasn't really expecting them to be seen anywhere internally.
Yeah. So we're all surprised to have seen the military around within town, because the military themselves stated that they won't deploy their men, especially to polling centers, which, yes, it seems they went on to do that. We didn't see military personnel at various polling centers, but then we saw military presence within the vicinity, within the township. So it's rather unfortunate that, per their statement, that they didn't want the military will be the last resort called upon for special operations. But as of now, we don't have any special operation that is currently going on for you to even have called the military or deployed the military. So it's raising a bit of concerns, and it's raising tensions across board, because everyone will just refer you back to your earlier press release stating that you are not going to deploy military to man the elections, and everything was left in the hands of the security forces, i.e. the internal security forces, to see to it that the security apparatus of the elections were being met. So it raises eyeballs on the military.
Okay. So in the Takwa Inswem seats, just coming in right now, NDC has won the seat.
So is it the Deputy Minister for Lands and Resources, Natural Resources? Yeah, Merkuduka means it means that Merkuduka is out of Parliament in the 9th Parliament ahead of us.
And the Fantiakwa 24-year regime of the NPP was actually in the Fantiakwa North, which is somewhere in the Begro area here. So NDC has also won that seat.
So NDC seems to be breaking the 24 genes of NPP in some areas. The same thing that has happened at Okankwe South constituency. For the first time in over 24 years, NDC has won that seat. It's the same thing that is happening at Fantiakwa North. Similar things are happening around. NDC is flipping some of the constituencies in favor of their.
And okay, so as we said earlier on, Faustina Elikulem has convincingly won the NDC the Domekwabenya seats.
That would be for the first time in the history of MDC winning the Domekwabenya seat. That seat has belonged to MPP.
Wow. No whether they remained very complacent in developing the area.
That seat has remained in the hands of NPP for God knows how many years now, because Speaker, Right Honorable
Alan.
No, not Michael Quay, right? Aaron Michael Quay was it then? Was a 3-time, or is it 3 or 4-time MP before Ajasafu took the mantle for I think Ajasafu has done 3 terms as well. Then finally NDC snatches that seat from the hands of the MPP. So it's long in waiting. It's been a long journey for NDC to flip that seat.
Wow, it's okay. So before we move on, today actually happens to be the birthday of
His Excellency, the former president, and this is not a good birthday
present from
no this because he said at a point that his birthday present would be MPP delivering or breaking the 8 and delivering the presidency to Bawumia, but it seems that it's going to be a very, very long birthday day for Papa Jack. It's unfortunate. It's rather unfortunate.
Wow. Papa, the gaps that we are seeing, the figures coming out, it doesn't really seem convincing for the incumbent party. Honestly, since the opposition is convincingly, gradually winning this election, and it might be with a landslide margin. It might actually be bigger than that which we experienced in the year 2016 when the current president
won over a million votes.
Sure. Wow. The parliamentary is getting very interesting because some of the results that we got earlier seems to be overturning, some going back to how they were.
And that's why the Tallying people said that the election, you could be winning at night, but in the morning, when you wake up, you would have lost. So you need to DG. Elections.
So on the entertainment part of the election, our very own Messi Ifya Odo, who has recently turned a newborn in the family of Christ, whom also didn't just endorse but actually declared and proclaimed that from God's own revelation, the NPP flag bearer is going to win the election. And people has begun questioning if she really heard from God or because how things are going, unless some angels come and intervene for
Charlie, wow, prediction I'm bemude.
Hey,
Asama too.
I think everyone, all media credentials are giving data-based figures. But one media house is also projecting a certain figure that is quite interesting, coming from the Net2 TV, who is saying that the NPP's flag bearer Dr. Bawumia is leading by 6 million votes.
This is not surprising because in 2016 and 2020, whilst the entire media space were declaring the result for Nanado, TV XYZ and co were solidly saying that President John Mahama had won the elections. So this is not surprising. Oman FM, Net2 TV, they are pro MPP stations, so they will definitely be doing that. But so when you do such things, then you are just maddening your reputation. Because every indication proves this side, but you are saying otherwise. So you just ruin your own reputation. So they should just take their time and for us to go through some of these things.
And the Stats GH, they are also a pollster. And they are projecting as at now that the incumbent party will secure less than 45% in the 2024 general elections.
Per what the NDC collated results is showing us, if it goes this way, because as of now, Mahmoud Bawumia is doing 41% out of the 37,000 plus collated results.
And 37 is about 90% of the polling stations.
Yeah,
it's even about more than 90.
Yeah, is it 37,000 or 32,000?
Yeah. 37. It's 37,000.
37,000.
Out of the 40,000 polling stations.
40,000. So that is huge. And
that's huge. Quite
huge. If Bawumia is doing less than 45%, then it tells you that it's 32,000. So
okay.
We have a little over 8 to 9,000 to go.
Yeah. From
what the NDC has collated so far. So NDC has collated out of the 40,000. They've done 32,297 out of the 40,000.
Sure.
Which puts John Dramani Mahama at 56.3%. That is at 4,984,976.
Sure.
Mahmoud Bawumia is doing 3,688,757. The rest are doing 219,971, which is a little over 2%, which is a very, very significant figure in the election race, because if the independents combined are doing that margin, at least it takes away percent. It has the influence on the main numbers. That means they are taking someone's figures. They are taking figures from one of the top two figures. So it will have a bearing on the actual results. So this is from the NDC. We'll try as much as this is the provisional results collated by the NDC. So it's from the NDC Collation Center. We'll try as much as possible to get you. The EC hasn't released. EC hasn't released any results yet. So all the results that we are having
are just provisional.
Results from
various credible platforms.
Yes.
And Papa, there is this notion of Bantama. The NPP always believe that once, in fact, their votes in Bantama holds certain weight to cancel a lot of votes in the NDC's strongholds. But then research has led to show that Ketu South actually has more voters than Bantama has.
Yes, the reason is that Bantama has been divided into like 3 constituencies. So the old Bantama is not like that. It's not anymore. Because back then in the year 2000, 2004, 2008, the Bantama was huge. Like back then, Weja was a big constituency which comprises Anyasotum, Weja, English and Mafun, which was the biggest constituency back then with a huge population. So when it got divided into 3, then it reduces the numbers for both constituencies. So it's the same thing that happened with Bantama. Bantama has been divided, I think, into 2 or 3 constituencies. So you wouldn't have that huge numbers from Bantama anymore. So that is it. So Ketu South, Ketu North will definitely have those huge numbers ahead of Bantama, because Bantama itself has been divided into 2 or 3 constituencies. I think since 2012 or so. So Bantama is no more the Bantama. So where they call it. They had a name that it was referred to. It's a World Bank, but they had another name. They named it after one of the states in the US. So when the results of Bantama comes in, then you know that everything is about to change. But Bantama is no longer the Bantama that we used to know.
Well, we are still with you here in the studios of Ghana Talks Radio, still providing you with all the facts and figures and results that have been provided so far in regards to the 2024 elections. Ghana decides. But Papa, there is something interesting that is being discussed on social media as we talk now.
Okay.
The NPP are very quiet.
Yeah.
And their silence is really, really loud.
Yeah,
like
very loud.
you know, the NPP that we all know. I'm
If
not
things-
used to.
If things were going on,
Yeah.
well, we would have heard them.
Do you think it's a sign that speaks something, or say I'm paying focus on a pancasa maybe a name or papa?
Yeah, that is election for you. Election nights like this, when you are that quiet, it means that a lot of things are not happening or not going in your favor. So it clearly tells you that the MPP are really not getting the result that they anticipated to get, because the MPP that we know from 2012, 2016, 2020, they would have by now declared or called the elections way before even the EC does the final declaration. But hey, today is the NDC who are calling the shot, because they know that they are in their own words, they are in a comfortable lead. This time around that they have a proper collation center, because the NDC for some reasons have failed to collate their results in the last two elections, 2016 and 2020. That is the more reason why the MPP were all over them, like they were above them in the elections, ahead of them when it came to collation and declaring results. So yes, the silence tells you that the MPP knows that it's not going their way, so they just don't know what to say to their people. I'm reading this from the National Youth Organizer of the MPP, Salam Mustafa, who says, "We will lose some seats but gain more. So far, we are leading in many seats and have regained some lost seats. I say fire up." Salam Mustafa seems to be giving false hope to his people, to his youth ranks. I don't know where he's getting that vim from. Salam Mustafa has been one of the poor youth organizers and MPP has had in recent years. He's really not marshaled the youth front of the party to deliver their mandates. He's been very, very poor on that, and he's just on social media just trying to get vim where there's no vim. Salam Mustafa, one of the poorest youth organizers MPP has ever had.
Wow. A lot of statistics.
So what is happening in Utu Senya is that the NDC parliamentary candidate now Koyo has finally moved from his house after the shooting incident and has returned to the collation center in a high-spirited mood. It seems that everything is going on for now Koyo. Now Koyo is going to take that seat from Hawa Obatampa Kumsi.
In other news too, I think in Tama West or Tama Central, where Abby Bright is.
Abby Bright is flipping the seat.
She has won.
Oh, then that's something. Abby Bright has really fought, because this I think her third time of action, and if Abby Bright also wins, that means that would be the fourth entertainment person going through, because Abby Bright is also from the entertainment, from the movie industry.
Wow.
So if we get Abby Bright, then Abby Bright, John Dumelo, A+, and Baba Sadiq. That's huge for the showbiz fraternity.
Sure. Whew. It is getting interesting. But we will be here with you throughout until the final declaration.
But I'm still shocked and marveled as to how A+ has won
his seat.
Has won that seat, because I've challenged A+ 4 years ago that he just sits on radio and do to be. He should man up and try and contest in the public election and see how people will react to all his shenanigans that he does.
Maybe your challenge actually motivated
him to just prove a point.
Yes, because I've seen that someone has gone to comment on that thing that if he wins, I should be bold enough to congratulate him, and I will definitely do that.
Sure,
I'll definitely do that because he was talking too much and not showing any action.
You know, some weeks back, I think that Dr. Okoboy made a statement, a post on was it X, but it was social media, that he bought some beans for about 5 cedis or 10 cedis, and he was so happy that at least the beans is affordable and all that. And him losing his seat today, as we are hearing, someone has just pleaded with him to plug him to the
beans
gobe, 10 cedis gobe, before he leaves power. You should do him that favor before he leaves power.
You can't be sad in this country, you know.
Not when you have data. Not when you have data.
You can't be sad in this country at all. Well.
So across social media, everywhere seems to be green. Everyone is showing their colors. The Green Army is up and running. The Green Army is up and running. The NDC has really fought a good fight. It seems that the likes of Malik Basantelli and his cohorts are going to have.
They are going to be heroes.
Yeah, they are going to be heroes.
Celebrated.
Kali J and the rest, they are going to be heroes to be celebrated. Because
and that guy, you see, he held 24 hours live stream.
Yeah, they are still on. Yeah, they are still on as we speak.
He pulled over 500,000 viewers. That guy really has influence.
Yeah, he has influence. They are still on.
He really has influence because there's been this.
They are currently on 600 and.
Wow.
22,000. They are still on.
Wow.
And still counting.
Yes, there's a little bit of banter competition between him and one other guy, Kojo Sheldon. And Sheldon's channel couldn't make up to 4,000 views.
Wow.
And he is making over 500,000.
And you see, the X space is for Kali J. He seems to control the X space, like the Ghana X space, and he has that influence. Yeah, he has that influence there, and it tells you if at this point in time over 600,000 people are on his live stream. It tells you how influential he is, and so when he went to endorse John DeMello, he went to John DeMello's campaign, and you obviously know that it will pull some strengths, especially with the students' body within the University of Ghana campus. So some of these things, big ups to him, Kali J. NDC needs to really reward him because they gave the youth a sense to want to follow NDC, but they gave the NDC that brand for the youth for it to be attractive to the youth, because NDC had lost that touch with the youth. People really weren't looking at the NDC that much, but people like Malik, people like Kali J, they've really given people, the youth, reasons to
buy into
the NDC agenda, and they've really done well. They need all the applause. If they can, they should just get them some appointments somewhere.
For that one would be extremely necessary.
Yeah, for them to feel, because then you know that the youth are part of the decision making, and they also feel part that yes, all the tours and everything that we've done, now we also have the opportunity to make that change or make that case for our fellow youth. So I'll just be rooting for such things for them.
Sure. You see, there was this guy.
Please, let's listen to my mama. My mama is talking.
complain. They will start complaining. I am sitting here to tell you the NDC will never come to power. NDC will never come to power. I'm telling you people. They almost shaky. They are panicking. They are panicking. That is why they are doing so many press conferences. They are panicking. Yatu baby. Abara yatu baby. Yambuko emu 20% Yamu boy, 5% Yamu boy. They are in the hot water. And these people are in the hot water. That is why they are doing this press conference. Also, for them what they say, they should stop the jubilation because they know 100% say they are going to lose this election 2024 election. They are going to lose big time. So I am telling all the MPP people, wake up, stand up, jubilate, because MPP is going to win this election and nothing will change it. The problem is
Mama Pat has spoken. Evangelist Mama Pat is still confident that MPP is winning this election. Nothing is changing it. So, according to Mama Pat, MPP faithfuls, wake up and start jubilating.
Well, it was this.
Mama Pat has spoken. He said the MPP people wake up and start jubilating because MPP is surely winning this election. They said NDC are panicking. NDC, according to Mama Pat, NDC are panicking. That is why you see Sami Jemfi doing lots of press conferences. So, that's from my Mama
kind
Pat.
of strong force hope he's giving out there. I'm even afraid.
I think that's one of the things that they shouldn't be doing, giving the false hopes. I mean, you give a prophecy, it has backfired. Just concede.
Oh, she's not considered that it has backfired.
Because we've had renowned prophets in Ghana make some declarations, and it seems that whatever they said. But we look at someone like the prophet Osu Bemba, who was even touted as NPP's spokesprophet, let's say. And this time around, he prophesied in favor of the opposition party, even challenging himself that if the opposition or the incumbent should retain seat, he is going to renounce himself as a prophet of God.
Wow.
Yeah, he did that. We also have Prophet Bernard L. Bernard, popularly known for his accuracy in prophetic revelations, and he also prophesied in favor of the opposition. So all these things come into play, and and psychologically, Papa, I think prophecies somehow manipulate voting.
It could be, but just to chip this in, news coming in from Ladede Kotopon. I'm not sure it's Ladede Kotopon. President Akufo-Addo's driver has lost woefully.
I don't know why this is funny, but maybe I just wasn't expecting that news.
Has lost woefully
to the mighty ones are falling.
Rita Na Andoli. So
it can be exception.
The streets of La are going agog. They are just because you can't be a parliamentary candidate and still be driving the president around everywhere the president goes, and you leave your campaign for who to do for you. So they've told him that he's not ready to. They are not ready to serve. You go and do your serving at the Jubilee House.
Your work is paramount.
Because if you can't leave your driving work to come and campaign, so why did you come for the PC? So they've told him that man, you're not ready for.
I think the NDC, one of their reps in Parliament, is it Kwame Aguza? Yeah, he has retained his seat at Adakulu.
Wow.
Yeah, he has. Wow. And someone is asking the timeline that aren't they going to sleep? And someone also came to reply that if I sleep today, how can I sleep tomorrow? In reference to what Dr. Bawumia said
Wow.
when he met us. I think from now till probably the next year, these are some of the
things that we are going to be hearing. Yeah.
But the Soloku go pop this
that
Christmas.
One,
Papa,
that one.
Papa Soloku mi diwechi o.
Charlie, but so free SHS campaign started around 2008, right? Free SHS 2008, free SHS 2012, free SHS 2016, free SHS 2020, free SHS 2024, and free SHS, it seems to be
the only message that
it seems to be didn't help this time around because free SHS is losing the election this time around after its implementation in the last 7 or so years.
But even beside the, let's say, as we all have been discussing throughout, that the bad or the mismanagement of the economy, besides that, do you think the policies that the opposition brought and sold to the citizens, did it really help in bringing them closer to the seats now?
I would say that people were just ready
tired
tired.
Change.
They probably they have that at the back of their mind that yes, it's time. It's 8 years. It's time for another person to come. So, irrespective of whatever policies that you are campaigning on, because I don't think, honestly speaking, I don't think His Excellency the former president had a superior policy. I don't think. In all honesty, when we want to debate and probe into policy by policy, I don't think he had a superior policy, but just that people were ready to let go of because it's an 8th term thing that we are trying. We've been practicing for this Fourth Republic. So that is the basis. It's not about policy. Policy didn't really play any role in this election, because if it indeed played, then you would have Ashanti region come out to vote. You would have them come out to vote. You would have people come out to vote because some of the policies that the government has implemented has affected them. But people were just tired. People were fed up. That's actually we don't. There's no need. Let's just go and let someone also come so that we see the way forward. So basically that was it. That was it. It's not about policy. It's not about policy.
I'd like to say maybe it was the NDC that was just resonating with the people.
Okay.
Like Papa said, it's 8 years.
Yeah.
No matter whatever you might have done, the infrastructure, turning the entire country into a construction site at the last minute is not changing anything. Go, let a new person, let a new face come, and let's see what they also have in store for us. So basically, that was it's part of the magic. What really is doing the magic?
Sure. And news coming in also once again is that I just saw something online. It's very funny, but let me just first the EC is yet to publish a single result on their website.
I
think people are actually getting agitated by that.
No, but that is no big news, because the EC only publishes certified results from the constituency levels. So if the EC as at now don't have certified results from the constituency level, there's no way the EC is going to publish that result. The EC only publishes results of the constituency. It doesn't publish polling station by polling station. They only get the collated results of the constituency, then they publish it. So as at now, I'm not sure the EC has received in their central base the collated results from all the constituency. As and when they get it, they will definitely publish it. It's the same thing that happened in 2020. Even when you go to the AC's website now, when you are checking for the results of 2020 and beyond, and backwards, you just see results of the constituency. You won't see polling station results there. It's only the constituency result. So they are just waiting for the certified collated result from the constituency for them to publish it on their website. So there's no rush in anything. I've said that until the returning officer at the constituency level holds your hand and raises it to the masses and declare you the winner, you are not the winner. So until the returning officer does that, the EC's job has not finished. So you allow the process to go on, to flow. The EC will only do that when they are satisfied with everything, and they will just hold the whoever has won. They will hold his hand up in the air and declare him winner at the constituency level. Then they will send the results to the regional level. The regional level will send it to the national level. So we need to understand all these processes. People need to be educated on how things work in our electoral process. Because if you don't understand some of these things, you will just be ranting on social media and be saying all sort of things that are not invalid. So that is how things are done. When we vote at the polling stations, yes, the results will be counted and declared at the polling station. It needs to be certified, and each and every agent needs to have a copy of the certified results. Then we move the result from the polling centers to the constituency collation centers. That is where, if a constituency has about 140 polling stations, we put them all together. Then we can declare the constituency result. When we are done with the constituency result, they will forward them all to the regional collation centers. Then we can say that the entire Greater Accra, with the 38 constituency or so, these are the 38 constituency results for the Greater Accra region. Then the region sends it to the National Collation Center. That is the EC's headquarters. The EC gets the regional result. EC only collates 16 regions. The head office of EC will just put together the results of the 16 regions and declare who the president is. Before it gets to the EC, every constituency had declared their result. Then they know their members of parliament elect. So the final returning officer, who is the EC of boss, only does put together 16 results from Upper East, West, Northern, Northeast, Savannah, Brown, Ahafo, Bono East, Ashanti, Oti, where Western, North, Western, Central, Greater Accra, and Volta. He puts them together and tells us that candidate A, candidate B has won. That's the job of the EC at the head office. So people should just learn these things and let's move on with unnecessary rants. Just stay. If you want to listen to election result, that is why it's once in every 4 years. You make time for this.
Okay, so results coming in from the Pantang Hospital Polling Station Center. The NPP had 16 votes, NDC had 15 votes, Cheddar, Nana Kwambidiako had 5 votes, and rejected ballots were 7,896.
Boys, I never too.
People need to respect Pantang food.
Boys, I know why I'm on So it's election night. These are the things that you get to enjoy on election nights like this. Sometimes
I missed all the pressure.
Charlie, tension behind let's try and get results from the Ablikma Central, Senya West constituencies. Let's see what is happening in those constituencies, because they are part of the king-making constituency. Jomoro, Shama, and the rest. Elembele Mugabe, is he retaining the seat or what? We need to find out and update our people. We need to find out. I've seen that the people are saying some MPP people are deactivating their account on social media. If you deactivate your account, we will meet you on the streets. So you better be online because it's one craft and I ever shall say. Okatechi FIFA Mensa declared Adenta bloom, but as I am far now then. So when you go onto the EC's not websites, Facebook page, I'm trying to get DJ Rock. I'm sending you a link so that you get that video for our viewers to see. EC is showing at the National Collation Center how their fax machines are set in place region by region, awaiting results from the 16 regions. 16 fax machines, everyone labeled by the regional name. So you just Savannah, results from the Savannah region will just come in and BC will just put those 16 results in. So I'm sure we'll get that video on the screens for our people to follow. We need to educate people on how our election processes are so that no one jumps above the process. You don't jump 2 steps above.
I think with the ISIS issue, people are saying that this is the first time it has really taken this much long for them to say something or publish something after elections. That is why.
Easy.
Yeah.
No, but this election seems to be one that the EC has been very interactive with the public, because every other 2 or 3, like 2 hours, EC comes out to update us on what is happening. For the publishing of results, I'll stand by it that EC only puts certified collated results of constituencies. Yeah. So if EC hasn't gotten that, there's no way EC is going to put up, because you remember that was it in 2020 EC were putting results and later on there were mistakes and they came back to change it. Yeah. And it was
they gave about 5 different
it raised so there's so much attention in the system. People were questioning the integrity of EC. So I'm sure that now they are taking their time. They want to be certain that this is the certified result from the constituency before they put it there, because there's no rush in doing anything when you are not sure or when you are not certain about it. So allow the process to go on. I've said it. It's once in every 4 years. Open tema kwa yemfa. Adeno ye den by ochina na isie so the victory cloth no yenhu sisi anu say green ebe show say blue ebe show. Na yen kope no ntem na yemfa nye ya de ochina. So we just relax. The results will come. Adegwa results cry EC has not even given us certified results, but people are already jubilating.
Yeah.
And so Mwamunim they are cost that. So let's let the process continue.
Wow. It's been a very interesting journey so far throughout.
Oh. Kofi also in Kansas has deactivated his account.
Yeah, he has.
Now no Osra desa. Onya bema. Kofi Kansas. Say ebuabom. Yes. What is say we any IPO na muye tu no. Politics. Nothing is certain forever. Today is your turn, tomorrow it will be the other person's turn. So when you get the opportunity, you need to know how. We need to find out from is it in Coco and Price or Honorable Brian a Champon what is happening there. Big names are quiet in this country.
Mighty ones are falling. So Charlie.
You have to
reinvent the wheel to find out what is happening.
Someone is asking Paul Adumanshu what is going on. Paul Adumanshu, they will who am I with heat? Cause heat.
I'm just anticipating the jubilation excitement, whomever it favors us at this time, because I mean nothing is going to stop whichever party that wins this election, the excitement will be crazy for the Soloku Christmas.
And great. It has always been part of the kind of enthusiasm that the elections always carry along. 2016 it was
okay. So that is the EC, the National Collation Center of the EC. So you can see that they have fax machines affixed with the names of each region awaiting the results. So when the regional result comes in, quickly the EC will tabulate them, put them together, and give us a final verdict. So what this means is that this is where the EC will get constituency by constituency from each region. Then the EC will have a certified copy of the constituency results. Then they can put it on their website. So until EC receives this, you don't expect them to come and put anything on their website, because this is the final point. This
Big news coming in. Ascent Central. NDC has taken it from Kennedy.
No, Kennedy didn't go.
Oh!
So that means the MPP candidate has disappointed. Has disappointed Kennedy.
Wow.
Okay.
So for Ken didn't contest.
Because he actually contested for the
presidency. Ken didn't contest, and he said he's done enough. For over 24 years, Ken has held that seat, and it tells you how things are.
I think Cape Coast North too will be another place to watch.
Cape Coast North,
you have to watch that space.
I think Echo is losing.
And Raga.
Echo is losing because I saw from the data I was getting. I think it seems.
I equally want to know if. I want to know that of Commander Dineguafu Ibrahim. That space too was a very interesting space to watch, because the feedback that was coming from grounds, were like the people were just fed up with Atamo's brother, Cardinal Mills, and then they wanted to just let him go and have some rest, because they think they've given him enough time to prove himself worth it for them, and he's not really making the magic. So that space too, we need to watch that space and see the surprises that came, how they equally had their share.
It's going to be a very long remainder of December for people. This December is going to be very long for some people.
Not forgetting that we are still anticipating the recall of the parliament on, is it 15th, right?
16th.
Yes.
And the whole corner, wow, be losing me. I just want to parliament too.
Because from what is happening, a very great tsunami is what
is happening
at the place. And then even if they meet, they wouldn't even have the sound mind to discuss
the matters
of the day. you understand? They wouldn't have that.
I'm not sure even most of them for MPs who lost primaries, they're already in the system. They've gone past that thing already. So for I just feel like she can go to parliament, and Sina Mensa will go to parliament because she's lost nothing. She already knows her fate already. But for for the Daquan Newmans and the rest, they might be sleeping in the house for the rest of December.
Wow.
It's going to be a very long December for some of them. It's going to be a very long December.
It's been reported actually that there is a certain collation center that some military men are trying to enter, and the police and the citizens have teamed up to resist them.
I think
what is really going on?
I said this earlier on. I think that was Leje Kukun, the police and the rest and the electorate or the constituents are refusing to allow the military because the military has no basis
exactly
going to the collation center. We've told them.
I don't know the person behind who is just pressing all these hash buttons.
Nothing will change.
Yeah, like we've said it here time and again, you can never subvert the will of the people.
Yes,
the people have spoken. Just respect whatever they are telling you, and let's move. Let's move on. At least Ghana shouldn't bend because
of one person's.
You understand? Ghana should not bend because you didn't make it today.
It seems Abu Jinapor lost the Damangu seats.
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
Yeah, he did.
For those babies.
Wow.
He did.
The surprises are just. This is 2016
reincarnation.
Oh. Wow. Election.
But this has been one of the most interesting relations in Ghana. We've learned a lot. You know, the anticipation of this election made people interested in learning about the Ghanaian state, the economy, the political stance and everything. So in all angles, it has been somewhat profitable to the nation at large.
Yes.
And even the aftermath result is really going to help us because whoever takes over, now we have the hunger of accountability.
One of our viewers, Sami Tuga, he said, if you guys won't sleep, we ain't sleeping either. Kula no tempo, I will go chew.
Wow.
Sami Tuga, no one is sleeping. No. Make sure stay with it. I've told you guys that this thing happens once in every 4 years, so there's no need for you to sleep. Just take and stay. Get some cola nuts, get some coconut water, add to it, and just take and stay. Let's all go through the night. We are wakekeeping. We are doing wake tonight until Jemensa comes to tell us who eventually the winner is. We are not sleeping. So Sammy Tuga, big ups to yourself. Make sure that you are sharing the live feed for your friends to also enjoy the live feed, and just tell us what your experience has been throughout the process. How you experienced your electing. What happened at your polling station? What was your experience? How fast the process was for you, and your anticipation as we await the final result from the EC boss. So let's get interactive. Sammy Tuga.
Yes.
No sleep. No, sir, wake up, collect your money.
We can't sleep today.
Hey, John Boedu, where's John Boedu? John Boedu, where's John Boedu? Where's Justin Cordier?
Like someone was just saying that the life of the executive should just
they should just tender in the resignation ASAP because
the core mandate is to give us political power.
Exactly, and so if you
are able to capture power,
then there's no need for you to be. So Charlie, Oko Kuna will super. Master Muko Aba system we are still live.
You see, in the peak of the campaign, I was monitoring closely some of the utterances of the MPP executives. And some, I'm like, are you just saying this because you think you must speak for people to hear? You realize that some of them they've really lost control with realities on ground. Saddam Mustafa was just number one, speaking, so to put it anyhow or whatever. I'm like, really?
You see, that is that is what power does, right? When you are far away from reality, between you and the people on the ground. And sometimes people also paint a scenario or paint a picture depicting something that is really not what it is on the ground. So you think that everything is okay, everything is cool, and you just be there and he will just say Chobe and he gets a couple of people following him and you think that is really, that is not how to marshal a youth wing. And I say this, if NDC wins this election, one of the key factors is because of Malik Basentelli.
Yes.
How aggressive he went to every nook and cranny of the country, make sure that he galvanized and he energized the grassroots of NDC. And at a point, he was like the poster boy of NDC. Wherever he goes, people were willing to. All of a sudden, he was like, even the presidential candidate, people wanted to see him more than even Mahama. Because he has given them something to be proud of, something to enjoy. But he is not even the youth organizer or the organizer. He was just a deputy national communication officer. But he was operating like an organizer or the youth organizer.
Full force
on the ground. Then you come to MPP, the national youth organizer of the MPP will be sitting on Facebook and issuing unnecessary press releases, things that doesn't do anything for you. And when MPP loses this election, which it seems likely, one person that they need to hold him accountable is the national youth organizer. He has failed the national youth front. He has really failed the national youth front of the party, because his predecessor, Samuel Uku, Nana B, this is not how they handled the national Antonio Ambefa Kabu, the rest. This is not how they marshal the MPP National Youth Front. Salam Mustafa has been the worst national youth organizer in the history of MPP, because he's failed the youth front, youth wing. They think that organizing, leading a youth wing is just about book, pen and paper. No. Former Juma. Former Juma. Even the NDC youth wing, the NDC National Youth Organizer, was also not matching up to the expectation. That is why someone like Malik stepped in and went to the ground, took the job by himself. Because he saw that his youth organizer was also operating. He is not
deficient in some of the things that were expected of him. So
honestly speaking,
they must step in and
because at a point in time I wasn't even seeing the NDC youth organizer. I don't even know what he does. Then he will just come and organize some waving flags, something.
The last minute vibrancy of Malik really helped.
Malik is the engine of this NDC.
Most of these influencers we were talking about involved with the NDC. Malik has this pull, this attraction that I don't know.
Yes, naturally he has that. Yes. People will say he's arrogant and what, but he has that attraction. He attracts when he comes into you. He has that power to attract.
But you know, when you speak to people closer to him, he's just a confident young man. They really speak of him and no iota of arrogance. There's something you hear.
You know why? Because most of the times in Ghana we tend to replace confidence with arrogance. People who are confident, we always see them to be arrogant because you know that I can do it. Or anything though, you are just being arrogant. That is our mindset. But he's really pulled NDC to this length. If NDC has any reward, the first person should be Malik. He really got into the grassroots, made sure that NDC was attractive enough for the people, because at a point,
for the youth.
NDC was never attractive to the youth. MPP back. MPP has always been that party for the youth. MPP has always been attractive to the youth, but Malik really has pulled strings to get people, following the NDC wagon. So he deserves all the applause. If NDC wins this election, he deserves all the applause. He deserves
also forgetting
all the applause.
Stan.
Stan.
I mean, the rebranding of the party. Coming into the 2024 election, is top notch.
You see,
top notch.
For those of us who are in the brands and communication field, we understand some of these things, and when some of these things take effect, you know where it's leading to.
Okay.
For instance, I will say I'll just wait till I hear everything.
Okay.
Then I can boldly say that I've been part of the success story of Keon, because everything about his branding, we took care of it.
Wow.
We planned it
Wow.
from day one,
Wow.
before he started his primaries.
Wow.
So sometimes you don't come out to say certain things because you know what you are doing behind.
Okay.
But people don't know what you are doing. So when you propose such things to others, they'll think that okay, then I will name. Then I hear that. You see that kind of thing. They will belittle you.
You leave it to the work to speak.
You
for
just
you.
leave, you just leave it for your work to do. Stan has been extremely brilliant with the communication, the branding. Muhammad's brand, is spot on.
I mean,
everything is well calculated.
Yeah.
Whenever Muhammad is doing his lunch, rally, everything is calculated. The stage, how they mount the podium.
Yeah.
The podium
The
always
costuming.
is positioned in such a way that you will see the background inscription of reset or Muhammad for president or change.
Change is coming.
They have a message. So
Yeah.
always you are watching Muhammad, but behind Muhammad there is a bold statement that is always hitting you. It's hitting you, and that is proper communication. You are not saying anything, but whatever you are seeing tells you a lot.
Sure.
And they've got it spot on. Spot. Stan and his team they've got it spot on. I know a friend blogger, Jabril, who hails from the north. He stopped, and I think Stan recruited him into the team, and I'm really proud of that guy. He stood with them throughout 2020 when they lost. He's still there, left his blogging job just to follow Stan to also build his experience, and today he will be laughing at the right side of his mouth. And that is what hard work pays. When you believe in something, you believe that whatever you are doing is right, and you continue to put all your effort, put all your energies into it, at the end of the day you will get the reward. Nothing will go, no hard work or no sweat will go unrewarded. Every effort that you put into everything that you believe in will certainly, you get a reward at the final point. It's the same thing. Earlier we were saying that if Nanado had, after two time asking for the president, he had, backed off like the way Alan did. Like by now, Nanado wouldn't be outgoing president because he would have lost hope. The same thing as Atamos losing 2004. If he had my bread, major then we asked him, baby, and 2008 he wouldn't win the election and all sort of. So you need to believe in whatever you're doing. You need to believe that definitely at one point in time your reward will come, and when the reward comes, it will come big time. So kudos to all the communication guys around His Excellency John Mahama. They've really done well. They're rebranding and trying to position NDC. When you go on social media, when you see the NDC baby girls, sweet baby girls, sweet baby girls.
Look at the different type of
they are jerseys. Yes, they are jerseys.
Oh, it was so nice. The party executives, wherever they go, they have their main names. Charlie, the branding was top notch.
It's part. So you need to appreciate all those things. If you don't appreciate those things, you might think that and can't home. But Charlie, politics is
exactly. These are the little details that if you pay attention to, it's going to sell you to people. And once you are sold to them and accepted, everything that you do automatically becomes accepted.
They will buy into it, and then they will be cool to go with.
It's just that people should. You see, previously, before probably 2016 or probably say 2020, politicians were not taking things like branding, communication seriously in this country until people started, putting emphasis on it. Now, each and every politician has their personal photographer. They have people handling their socials. They have people doing their communication. And that is to tell you that, Charlie, now they are understanding the business of brand. Because you yourself, as a person, you are a brand. You are not just an MP or you are not just a PC. You are a brand that needs to be well, your PR needs to be well calculated. Your communication needs to be well planned. Your marketing, your advertising, everything needs to be well planned, put together by professionals for you to run. You don't say that, oh, me a PC, no, I have my money and I want to go for election, so the American, no, you will fail. You need to get a team to put all these things together for you and make sure that the things are going in your favor. Won't you be by yourself? Mama, we are Jano, Omona, Yachom, the Ecoso, show me a red card. So it's high time our people learn this, and very soon it will descend to the assembly elections, the district assembly election. Now people will also take that thing serious because to me, I can't say, we area boy, what she share, Bibiana, a day we do an hour so by standing assemblyman, massa, you put yourself, plan yourself properly.
Yeah.
So, buy, you say, acquire the 2 minutes in some or between LED. Other than that, Charlie, forget about leadership position.
Yeah. We were just talking about this guy's influence, Kali J. And I think the guy really has a pull. He's actually started, I don't want to say an agenda, but the hashtag which he normally does to push some messages, and it's really trending. Like barely 30 minutes and it's just trending.
Wow.
All eyes on the EC. All eyes on the EC.
I'm an agenda and they almost said it's soon. So this is what we are getting from John DeMello just posted. With just 13 polling stations remaining, John DeMello of the NDC is doing 38,471. Lady Alasan Seriam of the MPP is doing 25,775. That is like 13,000, almost 13,000 vote difference as of now with 13 polling stations to go. The independent candidates who I was a bit rooting for has only 169 votes. I'm on yes, you also next time. So, with just 13 polling stations to go at Ayawaso West Ogun, John DeMello of the NDC is leading Lydia Alasan by 38,471 votes to Lydia Alasan's 25,775 votes. So, the air colonel. If John DeMello wins that seat, it will be the first time in 24 years NDC is taking that seat. First time in 24 years NDC is taking that seat. The same first time in 24 years NDC has taken the Okankwe South seat. The same first time in 24 years NDC is taking the Fantiakwa North seat or so. So it seems that 24 no is the same. If Asen Central, Honorable Kennedy Japan's seat is also will be the first time in 24 years NDC will be taking that seat. Do to me say after 24 years, Nadia, ya bring amount for baby until be ankoda.
So the Honorable Eugene Wachi entry has also released a statement.
Yeah, I've seen something like that.
Yeah, he says that, and I quote him, I read exactly what he's saying. We lost this general election the last quarter of 2022. The 90 MPs who mastered courage and called on the president to relieve the finance minister, Ken Oforiatta, of his position due to his mismanagement of our economy. Keeping Ken Oforiatta at post till February 2024 meant that we were not listening to the very people who voted for us and therefore didn't deserve their vote in 2024. They have therefore punished us severely and taught the NPP a bitter lesson. Almost a third of registered voters whom accumulate up to about 6 million voters did not visit their polling stations to vote due to apathy. Apathy.
You see, this is
night to you all.
This is a reminder of sins that were committed in time past. A quick reminder.
Yeah, not to cut you, Nana. I said it earlier here that what the result of this election is, it's not just about things that have happened, it's things that have happened in the past. People are going to vote because, not because Andre Chia will be fly over Mami. No, there have been series of incidents, series of issues that have happened, which lingers in the minds of people. That is why in recent times people were pulling up receipts and telling us that remember this, remember that, this has happened. So when you are going to vote, vote wisely, because this happened some time back.
Because I'm not cutting you short, Pa. Because what it is, the time that this whole finance minister started, you realize that the thing even triggered to the extent that even you had your own members of parliament who are reps or representatives of the party body at the grassroots, telling you that when they go to their constituencies, the feedback that they get means they are not happy.
But it seems Samuel Abu Jinapor has retained the seat Damango because he's celebrating among the party of Gunners. So his hands have been raised to Abu Jinapor retains the seat.
Wow. The feedbacks that were coming were not encouraging because the people are not happy. And I remember vividly, Mr. President entreated all Ghanaians to be citizens, not spectators.
Exactly.
So if your people are telling you that we don't like this thing that is happening, we are not happy, change him. He said, no, you are too comfortable with him. Fast forward, the MPs too have to let you know that we are two representatives of the people. Came together in their numbers. For the first time, government of the day, having your own members of parliament, so to put it, whether against you or against the decision that you are taking. And then you think you have to act at your own convenience.
Wow.
They will wait for the appropriate time and then punish you with that. So these are some of the things. These are some of the things. These are some of the things.
In the Pru constituency, the NDC has won both Pru East and then Pru West.
Wow. So that is it. That is it. Because the election is bringing a lot of, so to put it, surprises. This election, it is like the kind of euphoria that welcomed NPP in the 2016 election. That is the kind of euphoria that is presenting itself now. And well, we hope that the EC in the coming days will just certify things for us to have it clear that the good people of Ghana have spoken, and then we must all as a nation go by this. Yes.
And speaking of the EC, with so many discrepancies we've witnessed in this year's elections, and even dating as far back as in 2020, do you anticipate or expect a certain change in or reform in that institution if government should change, and especially in favor of the opposition party?
That is a good question. Now NDC seems to be winning the election, so they find no fault with the EC because NDC had raised so many issues with the EC prior to this December 7th election. But now that it seems everything is going in their favor, they are winning in the election, the EC seems to be okay. That is how politicians always play the game. We look forward to see if NDC indeed will have any changes at the EC, which I'm sure they would want to change the EC.
It will be a must. It will be a must.
Which
they can't wait.
Yeah, they can't. They can't because they've made some pronounces publicly that people like the EC boss and stuff they will get them fired.
But I think that it's just going to be a norm that whenever government changes power, especially in favor of a different political party, they are going to bring their own person on board.
No, but that shouldn't be a norm, because we had Afarijan who marshaled the EC from 1992 till when was it? 2012 or so, and he saw successive governments. He saw NDC come in power, MPP come in power, NDC come in power. So it didn't change anything, but NDC brought him into the office. So why do we always want to be doing that since Nanado came? It was a big no for me, because some of these things doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything, because even the one that you claim that you had issues with him, sworn or supervised an election that you won. So why would you want to change the person?
Exactly.
It's the same thing that the NEC is going to do now.
Exactly.
Because you've lost 2 elections in the hands of, is it 2? 1.
1. Well, yeah.
2016 was supervised by Charlotte. Auntie Charlotte. So Jane has done 1. NDC has lost 1, and NDC seems to be winning this. So why would you want to change her?
No, you see, they will raise the argument that leading to this, there were so many things that the EC got wrong, and if the NDC hadn't put in place some particular checks, it will still have gone against them. So in that sense, or in that case, they will see every reason or any reason at all.
No, but
to have a
when you saw, when you raised the alarm, did the EC accept or reject it? They accepted and made the necessary checks or made the necessary corrections.
You see, but honestly, from all the facts and data that we all collected from that particular incident, we realized how from the beginning the EC made it look like the NDC was just a loudmouth. Until later on, being presented with particular evidence that they considered. Even with that, there was still some arrogance.
But those problems emanated from NDC themselves, because NDC, you had taken yourself out of IPAC, the very body that goes to make decisions in conjunction with the EC. So whenever you have issues, you go to IPAC meetings and address those issues. You can't just sit on radio and be telling EC what to do, whilst you know that there is a platform created for you people to just go jaw and point out your differences or point out the mistakes for the EC to correct. So that was the EC stand. We have a platform. I don't expect you to leave the platform and go and sit on radio and tell me what to do. Meanwhile, you know the procedure to go. So it was the NDC's own doing, because they opted out of IPAC for so many years, for so many times or so. Like for some years, NDC was not going for IPAC meetings. It was just recently that they started attending IPAC meetings. And when they started attending IPAC meetings, then that is when they started pointing to the EC of their mistakes and stuff. You see, then the EC also saw me that we've erred here, we've erred there, so let's find a way of correcting it. And then the EC corrected them. So if you had not gone to IPAC meeting, you were sitting on radio and shouting all over, probably the EC wouldn't even have seen the need for them to change, and it would have gone against you in the long run. That is why we create institutions.
And that is exactly the argument of the NDC in the first place, because as you rightfully said, we've had the most respected Afro-Region leaders through so many elections, and we never encountered such of these things.
Oh, we did. Afro-Region's time, you know the problem.
To this height.
Afro-Region's time, do you know the problems, whether it is NDC in power or whether it's NDC in opposition or NPP in opposition? Afro-Region was having a tough time with them, because at the period of Afro-Region, we were not even tech inclined like this. And that was the period that they go to the strong room. That the strong room was one of the most sacred rooms ever in Ghana, and that is where things do happen. Fight and all those things happen. Afro-Region had a really tough time with both MPP and NDC, whether one is in opposition or not. So it is something that every other opposition party always find fault with the Electoral Commission. You see, as we speak, MPP in government finds no fault with the EC.
Yeah.
Let MPP go to opposition right now, they will find every fault with the EC.
And it's more or less becoming
a norm. Like that's what we are talking about.
Even if should NDC come to power and maintain Jemensa, MPP will go to opposition and find every fault with Jemensa. The very person that they brought to the EC. That is what is killing our politics, our politicking, or whatever it is that we call it.
I think from my point of view and from where I said, one of the things that I will really advocate for, so power change, especially in the hands of the opposition, is a constitutional reform. I think so many things needs to be done about 1992 constitution. The power granting, the independency of certain institutions. I think because there are some institutions that can only be credible, worthy, if they are actually independent on their own. But we can never call the EC an independent institution when they are actually, or they can actually be appointed by a president.
I mean that is why I say we need to look at the powers that is wielded to the presidency, because
the executive arm of government.
The president has too much power at his disposal, and sometimes they tend to even abuse some of these powers. Because if you are appointing all these people, you definitely be having
the Supreme Court judge, like all these things.
You are appointing the CDS, you are appointing the IGP, you are appointing the Auditor General, you are appointing the OSP, you are appointing every arm that is to check corruption. Is the president who is appointing that person. So how do the person even get that liberty to check that corruption within that party, that government? Because at the end of the day, there's a government that is appointing you, so you do the bidding of the government, and those things needs to change. If we don't change our appointing authority, especially take some powers of the executive, who will always come back, sit here and complain about these things. It's a big problem. And I think Alan Chamantin was very emphatic about that, that he would have reviewed the constitution if he gets the nod, and try and limit or take some powers off the executive. But that you can say when you are at the backstage, but when you come into power,
it becomes a different ball game.
Ball game altogether. And so that is something that is always tormenting our politicians. They will say all the sweet words in opposition. When power gets to them, it's like they never told us those things. So we live to see, but we definitely have to review the constitution and take some powers off the presidency, especially in appointing certain heads of institutions, especially those in charge of checking corruption. Because if the president is the one appointing them, it will be extremely difficult for them to check corruption activities within that appointing government. So if we can get a way that those institutions will grow by itself, and I always refer us to when Obama came to Ghana, his address in Parliament, that what Africa needs is strengthening institutions. When we are able to strengthen institutions and allow institutions to function and work, Africa will grow. Everything that we are doing in Africa is that we are suppressing institutions. Our hands are, the institutions are tied at the back of their of their body, because politicians are appointing authority and they tell them what to do. In recent times, we've heard that there's been some recruitment into the security forces. Let government change today. Let them swear in a new government on the 7th of January, 8th of January. All those people will go back home.
Interesting.
Mark this year. All those people that have gotten recruitment into the security forces, but Sami Jemfi and the rest have been shouting about this.
They'll be consistent on that.
Wow.
They will send all those people back.
Wow.
And
why should it be so?
You ask yourself, You see, we've politicized everything that we do in this country. So we don't have continuity, and we always, putting our people in there. That is why one of the presidential candidates was always saying that NDC and MPP has replaced head of state with head of party in government.
Okay.
Because the constitution says that there shall be a head of state who will be the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. But NDC and MPP will always replace the head of state with the head of party. So when you come into office as the executive, the president, you are doing the bidding of the party.
Not the bidding of the state.
No, the state.
They
are always doing the bidding of the party. They are always serving the interest of the party, not the interest of the state. But the constitution didn't tell you that come and serve the interest of your party. They said you are the head of state and the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. You are the leader of the country. So whatever you are doing it for the interest of the people of Ghana, not the interest of the people of NDC or MPP. That is where we are getting it wrong. So if we don't change some of these things, we'll continue to go back and forth like that. Because I've already told you that none of the other small parties or independent candidates are serious and ready to take over the mantle of affairs, because they don't have the strategy. They are not serious. Even what you are doing today, none of them has shown any sign of seriousness. People are doing press conference back to back. As at 2 a.m. you will get to see another press conference, but no other presidential candidate rep has called for press to come and listen to them. But they are part of the process that we are going through. They are just wasting our time.
that is one of the things that whenever you say.
No, but you see, they are wasting our time, because if they are not on the ballot and we had only Mahama and Bawumia, when you give me the ballot, quickly I will vote and the next person votes. Papa. Process is easy. But look at you people. All of you are in the ballot. Now when you print the ballot, you need to even hold the ballot like this and see where your candidate is. Then you will hide the ballot somewhere that no one sees who you're actually voting for. What sort of stress is this? So those candidates, they should listen. If you are not ready to put up structures like MPP and NDC, if you are not ready to get election machinery, if you are not ready to get resources, manpower, like NDC and MPP, don't come and waste our time henceforth.
I think this should be really.
We need. But you know that. You know that EC has something of that in the constitution. Before EC approves you as a political party, you need to have some structures across the district.
And all these things.
Sometimes they overlook them.
They overlook them.
No.
You see them active only when election is pending.
How can a political party who wants to win power sit down 4 years, just 1 month or 2 months to election, you go and elect your presidential candidate? How do you win election with such an attitude?
You're running nobody knew the new force.
I'm not even. Look at CPP and PNC. They know that 2028 will go for election. They won't do anything. They won't do any congress. They will sit down 2 months to the election. They will go and do a low congress, elect PC. Then Bernard Mona will go and they will disqualify him, and he will go to court and say that you are a joke. You that sat down for 4 years, waited to just 2 months to the election, you presented yourself as candidate, and you went to the EC, and the EC had disqualified you, and you are telling EC that you are going to court. You knew that 2024 there will be election. NDC and MPP knew that 2024 election. They started their premise from 2021. It's a process. They've elected their polling station executives, electoral area coordinators, constituency executive, regional executive, national executive. Now they come to elect their parliamentary candidate, their presidential candidate, their running mate. Look at all this. It's like 3 years process. But you will sit down, use 2 months, 2 months old, 2 months.
Do what someone used 3 years to do.
Someone has used 3 years.
And then you expect to get same results.
Mahama has been campaigning since when? Since he lost. Since he lost election. And you, Bernard Mona, and the rest. These people are not serious. You sit down 2 months to election, You go and file, and you expect to go and win Mahama. Someone who has been campaigning since he lost the last election.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you yourself, you don't even have the manpower.
No.
You don't have the resources. They are just time wasters.
Yeah. They are tied to the apron strings of these people.
Yeah.
And then I tell you again that when they go for the election, they don't even have agents. It's the same MPP and NDC that are providing them with agents. Me know
these people.
Me know war.
Me and I was
what you say?
You see,
now my daddy and we were better than each other.
What you say? That is it.
We should find a way of cutting down on these people. They are wasting our time. To be honest with you, they are because none of them has shown seriousness in this election that we've done. Because at this crucial point that people are doing back-to-back press conferences and people are raising issues about the process that we all went. None of you have that mindset, or none of you see the need to also come out to tell us how you've seen the process thus far. What are the little mistakes that the EC has done that you can point to them? Because EC, whenever the parties do their press conference, EC also comes to respond to some of the questions that has been raised. So if you also are a serious political party or a candidate, you also be raising questions. Because I'm not sure everyone got the process smooth like that. Everyone has issues here and there. It's not just MPP and NDC who had issues. Everyone had issues. So you are just leaving everything to NDC and MPP. Then you come and tell us that Ghanaians should
consider they should give you a chance to be a third.
No, they should forget about the duopoly.
Yes.
Meanwhile, how can we forget about the duopoly?
When you have represented
we don't know
an option to choose.
Yeah, which we not giving us a better option to choose. So we need to find a way of going about this thing. I know my candidates will be furious when he hears me saying it, but the truth needs to be told, because Tallying, when put him on house in order.
Who is your candidate?
Oh, my candidates, I'll tell you. The election. I've said that the election. I went to vote for people that I have direct relationship with, people that can give me my daily bread.
So you actually didn't vote based on policies, nothing.
No, people that gives me daily bread, people that will ensure my daily bread.
That's not interest though.
No, someone who is giving me job to do is that the person has created an avenue for me to get myself business or things to do that I get my income. I wouldn't go and vote against that person.
Okay, but clearly you know the person is not going to win.
Whether he's going to win or not, I'm also showing that loyalty, appreciation for him giving me the business. Because without him, I might not be here. So I'll show my appreciation to him. At least he has seen my talent, or he has seen my skills to give me to entrust his brand or something in my hands. So I will just go and reward him with my vote. People went to vote for Ekuadonko. Even though Ekuadonko is no more, they went to vote for Ekuadonko.
Rest in peace.
Yes. So that is you vote. I've told you that it will get to a point. That is how we are going to vote. We are going to vote based on who is
personal interest.
Yes, based on personal interest. Who is giving you what?
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, I know that I can call you. But I don't even know where you meant to me frail.
Na obi a obe hu na menya also.
And you say candidate I wait to me after in terms of that's how we are going to run the politics in this country. So that's just by the way, but in our honesty, we need to be looking at how political parties go about their business in this country, because if you are not showing that much seriousness, then we also wouldn't, entertain you, because at the end of the day, more be wasting your time. Because it's also expensive, resource-wise, to put all these things together. So we've always advocated that get yourself together, form one alliance or coalition, then try and challenge the two main political parties who have been operating or who have been governing this country in the Fourth Republic. on Shannon no be farm ba almost so omonti ase we chiri mo ade mo wi ne so mo nka mo humbo mo so you don't even know who was going to lead you people mo nga some cry.
For me, sometimes I say they are just using some of this bait to just even cash out
for their business purposes,
to just cash out. So it should continue to be this way whilst they stand to enjoy whatever goodies that they've been enjoying all the time. So, let's see, maybe.
Update Ben update Ben it's almost 2:30 a.m.
Yeah.
I say yeah Chebisa and by this time 2016 and 2020 by this time MPP they about to two my you left and right. But I say atia for Sweden. Atia for Sweden. Hey Charlie asemo on my we say mbajo. Let's go and read some comments. Thanks for the update on the Damangu seat. Hooray for NDC. Hey, you guys are doing well. Courage, Kwame, Bozu. Please, sorry if I didn't get your name. Nice presentation. Nana Oponke. Yeah, Nana Kesing was our correspondent from the Eastern Region, Tafo, the Kokomentumi area. They've all done well.
Sure.
David
Adolfie. We are not sleeping this night. We need an aquam media. An aquam media could have a report or more with each other. You know, catch them. Munko two candidates no phone. Some will be put structures.
See, there's a post here that I want to share with you guys. This rapper, musician, Kojo Q.
Yeah, Kojo Q, yeah.
So he just made a post that not all the voices we hear are from God. I thought there be a will to offend.
Because see Anna
and Papa, someone came to reply that well, all they come from high places.
Yes. All they come from high places. They know. But because
you just can't be standing Ghana.
I'm telling you.
Because me, mommy, evangelist, mama part. The AC, they're going in a but now say, Emma, some Bimbi.
Very hopes.
Mammy, mama part. They're going they are panicking. That is why they are doing press conferences.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing will happen. Mama part says, Montumo. Now, more the shrine in the Bunyako because we are saying this again. Every other prophecy, every other procurement or whatever it is, we are going to pull up those
receipts. And then
Mama shrine. We are going to pull those receipts and we will force you to do those things. Because yent now na mo mfa nyamesem ene sunsumsem enwehwe on my way. It is also be cool if Mahama wins, we will force you to kill yourself. Because some kwasasem you people should stop in this country. That is why I support Okatechi. Upon what the I want to keep you on until the prophet nation nation candidate never know until they just say Monday they so on my room.
Oh, but I mean it has really been a smooth, interesting,
upon
oh, it's not. I'm sorry, they will be.
It's not the chess.
They'll tell you the purpose of the land.
Oh, yeah. The nation's prophet.
Yes, the purpose of
the fathers of the land. Yes. The nation's prophet has spoken. Yes. Oh, so it seems that for the very first time, someone like Nigel Gezi is going to get his prophecy correct. And also Abremu Pans and about Baku.
But see,
one
thing about Nigel, the guy was just discredited out of it in 2020. And if you listen to his prophecy very well in 2020, he said that the person who is supposed to lead the nation is John Mahama. But say Yanshe ye na efa kwan bi so ekopie the incumbent.
Okay.
We will be here to testify. That was his and I listened to him very well. I listened to him very well.
But baby, you saw 12
And for me, he's been consistently consistent on Mahama.
Yes.
Consistently consistent.
That's why
he has just been consistent.
And that's why people actually tagged and branded him to be an NDC.
Sometimes we tell them to wear their jerseys because Charlie, I don't know, just wear the jersey and let's put you in that category because there's no long thing about this whole thing. One person that will probably applaud will be Reverend Owusu Bempah because he predicted for Nanado in 2016-2020 and he's said that things have changed and the way things have changed, it seems that I don't know when you free MPP in same Akomahama in same, and he got a whole lot of bashing for that. And if indeed it comes true, we need to carry his stones and just go to Glorious Way Chapel and just go and present him in stones because he's the only person who has predicted back to back and is getting it correct. So Papa will come to the church. God willing, Achina. By that time, na Jemensa, the minimum son of a chain, you bring some bebo. On the mean, so you bring Jemensa bebo. Until the Papa ever na the old Bobby Mount. And he said the one age to one of the nation's prophet. Will be the nation's father. The Obiabe can be Obiabua because one with my man Kufodu, no one or some my Mahama. Is indeed. On our shame, come say Mahama will lose the 2016 election for which Akufo-Addo was the anointed one for the chosen one, and indeed it came to pass. And this time around, so assistant team. At least on Rebecca said so far we know clearly. So on the father of the nation, Papa, never more in that year now. Now, wow, sister, I grad that year. We didn't cheer. I just say, yes, baby, and to channel. Sister say, so I grad that they will force her to go back to the shrine. I feel Tigari na se for Sikagari ni obekoyemi sentence na over the other say to fan ho masa mo hwe bibi yozisi anu our baby girl our born again baby girl if you're atiafaso atiafaso if you're
I think that
atiafaso
and I don't really want to be the defining poet of someone's poetry, but looking at what Kuduki roots I'm not saying that is what it is, but then I am saying it could be what it is.
Well,
yes, sister name comes and it came from a place of a little bit of sweetness and highness.
If you're
there is this NPP communicator who went on original TV and declared something. He said that on the day of election, he will be in that studios with a petrol, and if the NPP loses, he should be set
ablaze. Wow. Now we need to pull those things. So, Charlie, people who need to, go by their words. We need to hold them by their words because Salam Mustafa also said something that he's putting it live online.
They should kill him or something.
Oh, we will help them to die. we will help them to die because I don't to fire politics in America can you go scot free. We'll help them if they want to die. We'll help them. Ghana and say Dawson, I come cry baby na moon film na I come so Salam Mustafa, wherever you are, say enyati krenkren pe
Magana Fonte
will help you to will help you to say goodbye to Ghanaians and go and meet your makers. Go and meet your maker because Ghana na Dawson. You pekwan ma manfo be enye dwane didi. Nti de be siesie wie chema wontumi ma yente wonka Chema won to me. They did quite my enter on Kawashanti region. Chema won to me. Chema won to me. My enter on
Can would be one of the few figures who would come and concede very soon.
Chema won to me. The information we are getting is Charlie Yasimo. You all need to resign and put your form tour. Send a man for if social media. So, my sisters are more landing sooner. Or no, so they when you give in, she's heartbroken. She's heartbroken. Ejumanu soon. I'm on for the Maria Beshe Ejumanu. So Ejumanu, you know my forefront. Never will say, people to see. I don't know.
All these casualties, they are always allowed.
You do the research, you do the analysis, and you see that Charlie. I don't know. It's likely say and so you take precautionary measures.
Casualties, they are allowed sometimes.
Results been there, so far Blakema Central, we still not gotten anything from Blakema Central.
Okay.
Jefferson Saki, what is happening at Jefferson Saki's end? What is happening at Jefferson Saki's end? What is happening at Eugene Hines end? Eugene Hines also then is
Agona West.
Agona
Cynthia Morrison.
Cynthia Morrison. Oh, so NDC has swept the entire Tema seats.
Oh, yes. Wow.
Yes.
Tema West, East, and Central for the first time. Abu Ramadan has broken the 4-year gens.
And giving, wow, that is awesome.
Okay, I think we are going to pick some feet, right?
Okay.
Rock, are we picking some feed? Okay, so we'll join the feed shortly. I think the EC is addressing.
We had some live proceedings from the Electoral Commission. Just so you know, they have been giving us 2 hourly briefings right there from their headquarters, and you heard them speak about what really is happening now. There's some concerns as well as to whether or not they're really addressing some of the main issues that are happening in some collation centers. We're not really hearing much from them. There are also concerns about why the results are not being declared. As of now, we've not heard anything as regards to parliamentary results, although we have some provisional results trickling. We're waiting for the Electoral Commission to start to declare the results. Then, of course, we'll be right here bringing you all the details, all the analysis. Johnny is standing by with more analysis right here on your Election Command Center.
Thank you very much, Judith. And we'll go straight to Richard Obimenu in Brekum East. Is joining us now on Zoom. Richard, thank you very much for your time. What can you share with us from Brekum East?
Yeah, good morning. Right now, I am at the Brekum Collation Center. And as I'm speaking with you right now, we have got a certified, projected presidential result that we have to share with our viewers right now. So as I'm speaking with you now, I have the results over here. And that is Muhammad Bawumia presidential, that is 16,550 seats. That's the result that you got. Muhammad Bawumia, 16,556. Daniel Augustus Lati, 52. Daniel Augustus Lati, 52. And Chris
addressing the media and the public back there, but we will go back to get you that feed. I think the EC is actually getting ready to now make some declarations on the various results that they have also collected from their representatives. So yeah. But so far, so good. The provisional results have indicated that the opposition party, which is led by the NDC, with the flag bearer in John Dramani Mahama, the former president of Ghana, are leading, or is leading, and is likely to be handed the mantle on January 7th, coming 2025. So yeah, all being so good, and we can all see some of the NPP party loyalists actually prematurely conceding defeats and congratulating the opposition party. So maybe there is a certain wind blow of change.
That is it.
Yeah.
That is it.
About any updates?
I'm trying to get a bit of understanding as to what is happening in Ablekma's West constituency with regards to the Honorable Esla Usu.
Okay.
There's been some some reports suggest she's losing, others suggest she's winning. So we want to get clarity on that, on her state, so that we can also share with our viewers. Ablekma West. We still not have anything coming from Ablekma Central, where Jefferson Saki is trying to unseat the NDC incumbent. As you already said, Nsawon Madodri, the Honorable Onadompre, the majority chief whip, has been defeated in that contest. That's a big one, a big loss for the MPP. We still need to see if the majority leader, Honorable Afenyo Markin, who I know that he is going to win hands down, but we need to get things correctly.
Tsunami is all over.
Yeah. There's a big tsunami. There's a big tsunami in the MPP. There's a big tsunami in the MPP. So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It just looks like Ghana has turned green. The Green Army is wild awake. The Green Army is they are showing their colors. The Green Army of the National Democratic Congress is waving the flag very, very high. They are large and in charge. After 8 years, it seems after 8 years in opposition, they are bouncing back to take the mantle.
They're stronger.
Yeah, they are bouncing back to take the mantle. Mahama is making history. Yeah, this election was basically about history. Whoever wins is making history, because he's the first president in the Fourth Republic, or even the first president in the history of Ghana to have lost as a sitting president stage a comeback to win 8 years later. So he's making history for himself. So he's going to do his last 4 years of his 8-year term. Then we'll get a new face on the ballots for the NDC for the first time in about 16 years. So it's going to be a big deal for the NDC come 2028, when they will have to do away with John Dramani Mahama and introduce a new face. And that is going to be a big challenge for them as well, because at that stage, if Bawumia is then again presented by the NPP, you know that Bawumia would have already made some gains already, because he would have, in opposition, be still leading the MPP, be still, going around, making sure that people are still familiar with him, and still putting his face in the faces of people. So whoever NDC chooses in 2028 will have a daunting task, very, very huge shoes to fill, unless the MPP also decides to change Bawumia in 2028.
Wow.
Then it will be an even field for everyone, because then it's new faces all along. Unless then some of your people decide to also show face again in 2028, then probably they might have chance. They might have chance then, because if NDC is introducing a new face in 2028 and NPP doesn't go with Bawumia and change the candidature, then MPP and NDC will have a new face. Then what it means is that the only person that will be an old face will be someone from this election coming back again. So like the Alan, the Bediakon and stuff would probably have that chance, but they will have that chance when they have the structures and the machinery to operate in that regard.
But then in regards to what you just said, Papa, going forward, do you think that, and looking at 2028 is going to be very crucial, especially in the sense that it is constant that the NDC will be coming with a new face. But looking at the stance of our political scene now, where we are more of accountability, what this party has done, what this government did for us, if the NDC should deliver, Ghanaians traditionally, not really in terms with a new face kind of thing, but yet the NDC should deliver if they should win as it is being projected in 2024, but then come with a new face, and NPP or any other person comes with a familiar face, what do you think is going to be the probabilities in the outcome of the 2028 election? I know it's quite early, but at least we can make...
From where I said, I've already started looking at the architecture of the MPP already.
Okay.
It's going to be a hell of a time for Bawumia to get the nod again to lead MPP come 2028.
Why do you think so?
Because then he wouldn't have that machinery that aided his victory this time around.
Wow.
Because for a lot of people, Bawumia enjoyed how do we even term it? The system of the day, like the establishment. He was like the establishment candidate. So he enjoyed all those privileges and enjoyed all the machinery, all the machinations, everything. All the logistics were at his disposal. So it was easier for him to move around and get the rank and file of MPP to get him to lead the party. But in 2028 it will be a different ball game altogether. Mind you, if what the projections are remains that, then NPP would have been in opposition then. NPP in opposition would probably change a lot of people when it comes to the party hierarchy. Because then they will come to the grounds and the people will tell them that they failed. They've taken the party into position. So what do you what can you say? So and it's a great indictment on the personality of Stephen Tim, someone who has fought to be the national chairman of MPP for all these years, just to win the national chairmanship and take the party to opposition. It's a great indictment on his name.
History will have it.
Recorded
in your name.
Yeah. That's you were the one that took the party to opposition. So MPP will have probably a new look. Because the elections of the polling station executive and all will start roughly by 2026 thereabouts. NPP might have a new look in terms of the national hierarchy. And if that happens, then you are looking
They
at
would have a chance.
a possible, probably new candidate, unless the party decides that we are cotton Bawumia Dada, so let's all agree and send him along. But knowing the MPP that I know, this will be the opportune time for people to rise, because now it's a level playing field for everyone. There's no establishment to persuade or push anyone. We are all going into a race at the same level. So knowing MPP, you will get tens of people showing up to contest, and that will be a very, very interesting one. And when you have people showing interest, then you obviously are not certain that you will lead unless you get over the line with the people's mandate. So it's going to be some interesting times in the MPP primaries, especially with their executive primaries and all those kind of things.
Talking of interesting times, there is some interesting news reports coming in from Joy News that the NPP have abandoned their communications directorate, with 2 scheduled press conferences cancelled since the last one. The reporter actually states that they went into the room where the NPP hosts there, and there is no party member there. The entire communication team has left the grounds.
I'm out to win.
It's interesting. No, but the should I call it a defeat yet, or it's too early? But the results is overwhelming in favor of and the defeat is overwhelming against, because now we are looking at about 1.6 million difference in votes, and that we still have some places which are yet to report their collation. A place like the hometown of the former president. So it seems we still have some. And then also it's been projected that NDC might make up to about 40% in Ashanti region.
Because I've said this earlier, because of the voter apathy and people really didn't show up to vote. So then whatever gains that NDC has, they will eventually reflect in the voting thing. So it's obvious that they will get that. They will get the percentage that they've been yearning for all this while, because MPP supporters or MPP sympathizers didn't show up to vote. Wow. It's really interesting.
Very
this election is one for the history books. It's one for the history books, because a lot of things
very amazing. So whereby voter turnout was extremely low in this election, so to put it. And then the NDC has managed to
win it.
So it should tell you that clearly it's a surprising election.
Sure.
And anything was just capable of happening, and it is.
So from what we are gathering, it seems that for the first time in the history of Ghana, we are going to have a woman as our vice president.
Yes, that is one thing for the books. That is another thing
in the person of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who I've always said that hasn't brought anything significant to the Mahama ticket. He's really added nothing significant. It's just but all in all, that is politics for you. It's politics for you.
But I think she's paid her dues in all as well.
Sure.
Coming back for the second time, it also states how much the incoming president, as projected, have faith in her abilities and potential. So let's see how their administration actually goes, because we are yet to actually experience how. So let's see.
And then I believe against all odds, even the kind of enthusiasm or her presence to the ticket in Central Region, some way, somehow, it's part of the magic that I did. It played along. Okay. I remember I was in Cape Coast during the K2 F2 fashion, and she was branded all over.
Wow.
In Cape Coast.
Wow.
Nana James was branded all over. Wow. So it should tell you that those in Central Region were looking up to her. Yeah. They see that these are very own. Just as the late Prof Mills will say that as you feel here and I can say so it played to it.
Yeah.
It played to it.
And it appears that she might not really have that vibrancy in her presence.
Sure.
But then whenever I listen to her as a running mate, and then I listen to the opposition's running mate, you can clearly see a certain difference in administrative articulacy, and you know that speaks volumes, especially for women empowerment, because if a woman can rise up to such a position in a country as a Ghana, it tells a lot.
Sure.
So this actually should encourage parents to inspire their children to aim higher than just being buddies and what's not, becoming prophetesses in 3 days to confirm things that we are yet to see if God actually has revealed to them.
It seems Eugene Ayin didn't succeed in unseating Gisela Tete. It seems Gisela Tete has retained the seats Usu Senya West. She seems to have to...
Gisela
Tete.
On the NDC tickets.
Yeah. Wow. The sister of Anna Tete. She seems to have retained her seat. Eugene Ayin, the communication director at the presidency, couldn't do the magic. It seems the people from presidency are all losing their seats.
The parliamentary seats doesn't really look so well for the incumbent party as well.
And Gisela really, she worked. She even sometimes she's able to leave her constituency to go help those adjoining
constituencies.
Yes, this should tell you that she was strongly on grounds, even though Eugene was coming. He had all the forces behind him, but hey, you know, the relationship that possibly she has with her constituents to also maybe did the magic.
Yeah.
But you see, for politics, karma has a way of either rewarding or punishing. Anyhow it is. I believe that wherever George Nyanda is, will just go back to the history books and he'll have a lot to say to himself. And that is politics. That is politics. So whatever that comes up, let's just embrace it and then put our eyes together and then see what the future holds for us.
Yeah. Wow, this has been quite I don't know how to put it, but one of the most interesting historic elections under the Fourth Republic. I'm really very proud and honored to be part of this experience because Charlie, it's been a roller coaster. It's been a roller coaster in the political scene of our dear country, and today has made a statement, set so many foundations going forward in our political scene, and so we just hope for the best.
Me personally, the outcome of this election has really surprised me because following political discussions from the camp of the NDC, because typical of me coming from Dankwa Institute, which is purely MPP think tank, and then following whatever discussion that comes from the NDC, I keep asking myself that what is so special this time around that NDC is having under their sleeves? That make them think that this election can be a done deal for them.
It's wrapped up for them.
No, it can't be. If not anything at all, even for 4 years of doom so is enough for Ghanaians to punish NDC. But it has also helped me to appreciate better that election, not what possibly you set your minds on, is what actually becomes the problem of the day. Senior, you get my point.
I really do.
So what this means is that what you might term as a problem, it's something could chop to someone. So NDC really spoke, and they knew what they were really up to, and they knew what was under their sleeves, and it has really worked out the magic. It has really worked out the magic, because
it really has.
NPP was really touting the achievement, and the evidence was there. Everybody could have attested to it.
Sure.
But NDC came more like an underdog, just to come and then
swept it away.
That's it.
It has taught me a lesson. It's a great lesson for whoever is in the political arena, because then again, I'll say this again, that if you are given the mandate to lead the people, you don't wait till last minute to show working. You don't wait till last minute to give back to them what they deserve from onset.
What is actually duly theirs.
Yes. If you want to do something for them, you start from onset. Let them see that, oh, my shot in us here. But be binting, I say, is insane. They will better understand that than wait till last minute and just be going about and doing all the merry-making fanfare here and there. What the former president and possibly the president-elect John Mahama said way back, that Ghanaians have short memory. This election is telling him that no, Ghanaians never had short memory, because Ghanaians have voted against MPP if all the results that are coming in is certified based on things that have happened years back, not things that happened this year. Things that Ghanaians have gone through over the years, especially in the second term of Nana Addo, because that is where all his big issues emanated from. That is where his big challenges started from. And when everyone was pointing to certain things to be done, when even party faithfuls were calling for reshuffle, when party faithfuls were pointing to one particular person in Kenoforata that get Ken out of government, and that will be the basis for us to move on. Akufo-Addo has had a loyalist, someone who believes in loyalty, stood by his man Foreta and kept him true till when he thought everything has been thrown to him, he cannot resist. And at that point in time, a lot of things had happened. Ghanaians were fed up. There were so many things, and there were instances that people had lost their livelihood because of certain decisions or certain policy directions of governments, i.e. the banking sector reform. Yes, you would say that you didn't quote unquote collapse any bank, but you merged them. You didn't do anything, but that thing affected a lot of people, including my own boss, who lost over millions of cedis. He has just relocated back to London. So all these people have that at the back of their mind. The debt exchange program, which saw so much pensioners losing their pension. Ken Oforiatta was lead in that, promising the Ghanaians that there won't be haircuts, there won't be people affected. But at the end of the day, people got affected. Ken Oforiatta was promising Ghanaians that Ghana wasn't going to the IMF. Ghana ended up in the IMF.
Yeah.
So you see, it was that point where Ghanaians were like, no, why? Can't you do away with this man? Because everything that he said that wasn't going to happen is actually happening.
The reverse.
All the things that he promised that we wouldn't get there, we got there. And we were still defending the undefensible.
Yes.
Or the indefensible.
Yes.
So Ghanaians never forgot all those things. Ghanaians never forgot all those things. You could have built 50 billion hospitals. It's not even about. I'm saying that you could have, you would have even built 50 million unit of hospitals in December of this year or November of this year, and they would have still voted you out because they've gone through certain period that really affected their lives. Exchange rates thing, fuel issues. We've gone beyond COVID, but still we are paying COVID levy. People were asking, why are we still paying that? The government was not telling us anything.
E-levy tax.
E-levy, you told us that the e-levy was going to
create about 11 million
solve so many things. E-levy wasn't doing that. There were introduction of other taxes. So all these things are accumulation of things that the Ghanaian electorate were looking forward to say, when the right time comes, we will tell you that, we will let you know that we didn't forget about all these things. We've gone through that period. When we told you, you didn't listen. You played deaf ear to all these concerns that we raised. And that is exactly what they are punishing MPP for. Because if MPP, or especially the president, had listened to even his own party people when they were calling for reshuffle, especially with Kenneth Furata, if he had listened to that call, probably they might have salvaged the situation somewhere in the period, but he didn't. And that is really cost the MPP that much. Yes, because you have already said in previous years that it is not infrastructure that we're going to eat. We can't do, if it is for infrastructure, then it's easy to do because you borrow and just come and do. That's infrastructure and all this kind of thing. And those things came back to haunt you. You see, so those are the things that influence, inform the decision of the electorate. It's not whatever you are building for them, because some of the things that you were even building were really not completed whilst they were being commissioned. And we will see if change of government comes. We will see how they will pinpoint or they will point to us so many of those things that you might have. I say Edichum is one of probably the best education ministers that we've had in recent years. He's really championed a lot of reforms in the educational sector. Aside that, the the free SHS had so many challenges, had challenges that needed to be addressed, needed pragmatic, solutions or something to be done about that. But people were raising their concern. People were talking about it. Then all that we care that the children are going to school. Leave them. Let them go to school. We are providing for them. Leave them. But there were so many issues around, or challenges around the free SHS that needed to be addressed.
The government actually ignored.
They ignored all that. They were focused on let's get the student in, let's get the student in. But there were challenges. People were raising, parents were raising concerns, headmasters, headmistresses were raising concerns, but we're not listening to them.
And Papa, you see, aside these things of the government as you present it being, let's say, should I say disobedient to or not listening to the masses, the electorate. One other thing that people have been speaking of is the rate of the lawlessness or the curtailed rights of the citizens, because we've come to experience something, and it became a norm that once you are going for a protest, you should be anticipating a brutal attack from the police, and that shouldn't be so. A protest is a mandated constitutional right for any citizen, but under this regime of the NPP government, it became something that the citizens weren't really allowed to. And do you think this also informed the citizens? I mean, in terms of their rights and their freedoms.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. So there are so many things that you can pinpoint to this MPP government that they didn't do right or they had it wrong. That might inform the voters as to what their direction will go. I go back to say the free SHS. I always was telling Commander. But I was always telling him that, see, the MPP is relying so much of the free SHS graduates that they are thinking that those about 1 million graduates of the free SHS will come vote for them. But hey, listen, when you go to the schools, it's a different ball game together. The headmistresses or the headmasters are also telling the students different story. They are like, they make them believe that the free SHS is not free. It's not free. Or it's not what it seems to be, because they are going through a lot. So, if the party is going to, focus on those new voters, they are going to be laughing at the wrong side of their mouth, and it clearly shows. I can say for a fact that majority of the free SHS students didn't turn up to vote. And I saw this thing coming long time. And because from the registration process, you could see that most of them were being forced to come vote. It was not from their will and even if it's from their will, it's just that they needed an ID card
for
certain
register SIM cards and all that.
So it's not for the purposes of going to vote for anybody. They just wanted the ID card, or they are just being forced. And you see, when you force people to do certain things, you are not going to get their genuine feeling. So from all those things, I had that conviction that if MPP is to rely on these free SHS people, they are going to disappoint them. They were not going to turn out to vote. And even if they are going to vote, most of them might even vote against the party because of things that they are going through. Because bear in mind, there were countless reports of malnutrition within the schools. Expired food being served to the students. Each and every free SHS term, we get issues about food. Parents were sending food to their wards. Parents were sending money week in, week out. So then they will tell you that yes, I don't need a free, but every day they are here for something. So already that purpose of being free now has been defeated because of all these lapses and challenges that the program was facing. And there were no pragmatic steps taken to address some of these issues. So all that they were concerned is let's get the students into the class, let's get the students into the schools. All that matters to the education ministry was get the students into the school, get the students into the school, get the students into the school. Forgetting that there were serious challenges that needed to be addressed. And I knew that these challenges will come back hunting them.
And it really has hunted them as we are looking in the figures that are coming.
The figures that are coming.
Bex, we look at one other instance or one of the things that could actually be another shot in the foot for the NPP government, leading to their defeats in the 2024 elections. The issue of Galamsey, it's raised a whole lot of concerns. I mean, it actually raised international eye plugs. BBC and CNN actually coming to take coverage and all that. And the masses, the citizens protesting and being fought by state institutions or by the government itself, do you think it also really broke the entire deadlock?
Very well. Very, very. Thank you so much, Singer. And it is true, extremely truth about this thing. Because as the president, the bar stops. And then the citizens have joined the very clarion call that you've given. Yeah. They've joined and they are all out with it, hoping that you show the way, join forces, and let's get it done. But you get party apparatchikis who are into it. You yourself, you are not coming out openly to. Meanwhile, you have laid your presidency on the line in relation to issues of this nature. But your doings and actions speaks otherwise of it. Sure. Are you getting it? So he couldn't stamp his feet on the very authority that he possessed in relation to he fighting this kind of canker. So people realize that this is just a mere rhetoric in a sense that you want to deprive some of us from getting where our daily breads are coming from, and then a few or possibly majority of people within your circles are those who are enjoying
and benefiting.
So if that is the case, then we punish you. I'm not surprised if it should come that Mrikuduka too lost the election this time around.
He actually did.
Are you getting it? Because the signal was given to us in 2020 election. And then the rippling effect we've come to have it this time around. So he couldn't stamp his authority on the very crusade that he waged on this Galamsey thing.
Yeah, because if we can go back in time, we kindly remember that leading to his sworn in the 2016 elections. I mean, one of the messages that actually sold him to the electorates, to the voters, was about the fight of Galamsey. So if you saw that this news that you are coming to fight it for us, even challenging it with your presidency and woefully failing on delivering that promise to the people,
that is it. So somebody will say, I wanted to get a word right. So his actions were directly opposite the very things he was telling us. For Galamsey, it was just a scam, it was a sham on the part of government. And Ghanaian, whenever they want to punish you, they will wait patiently for the appropriate time.
Just do what you want.
That is it.
That's a marina swan.
That is it. Because these things are happening, you have your own party hierarchies. Look, if this Galamsey thing, president was committed to stopping it. It wouldn't have traveled to this far for us to have a second punishment in relation to it. It could have been done. But that political will wasn't there from him to get it done.
Why do you think it became so? Why the government couldn't fight the Galamsey itself?
Very well, sometimes when you push it so hard, it will be that it is what it is. But whereby even in an answer expose, it was openly, you see people, presidential staffers, they will tell you that, Shraj and what have you cleared him and he's innocent of. Look, the whole picture line was stated openly that even the seat of government was just the arena where all these dealings and so on and so forth are being worked out. So
it makes it difficult for
the
government to punish itself.
That is it.
Okay.
Because I remember this communicator made a scenario on something and I laughed over. And to me, he was making really sense to me. Abronya said, Sekramaino Okronfo no ba fie na se kraman na mpo a. Ese wo so okraman so okronfo no ba no be bribe okraman no. Are you getting it?
Wamani don't pay.
Wamani don't pay be a bribe no nti watuma be any operation say we call. So you being the head, these things are happening at the backyard, your own backyard. And you are not having the balls, the gravitas to just deal with the matter.
Sure.
Then indirectly you'll be counted as being part.
Sure.
So if you are part, they will wait and punish you at the right time. So you know, Ghanaians have a way that they handle issues, and then if they want to deal with you, they will deal with you.
Yeah.
You know, President, so to put it, has been known as #1 human rights advocate, and we all know
we were here to believe
over time.
Yeah.
But when people are protesting over some of these things that is unwarranted, that is not helping their daily lives, look at the brutality that the security personnel will they just leash on all these.
And that was the infuriating part of it. Because it's more like you are beating me and you don't want me to cry.
That is it. That is it.
Meanwhile, I am hurt and I want to express my hurt.
That's
leave me to cry.
That
you
is it.
want me to cry.
That is it. So today you have your way. Do it to us.
Yeah.
Tomorrow
I also have
we also let you know your real size. So these are some of the things that really contributed to it, because he couldn't man up enough to deal with the Galamsey issue.
Okay.
But I'm also happy that some way, somehow, in dealing with the Galamsey issues, I was expecting all of us to have that holistic approach to handle the said matter. But it was taking a political dimension out of it from the camp of the other side. I'm happy from the trend that is going. Power might be handed to them soon. I want them to have the balls to just handle this matter, and then because it will get to a time, Ghana as a nation, if this canker is not well fought and eradicated, honestly.
Looking at how deep it has sunk, do you think there is any chance of us coming out of it?
There's hope for it.
Oh, really?
There's hope for it.
Okay.
Me, I say that it is the political will. When the political will is there, everything is doable. Just have the gravitas that you want. For Christ's sake, you are the commander-in-chief.
Sure.
If the president should tell the two of us or my able members, all of us here, that we should go and sleep, come on, who are you?
Who are you?
You understand? So if the political will is there, it is just that thing
that
will bring the kind of result that we are all anticipating and then yearning for.
Okay.
But the will is not there. So they say it and then they do otherwise. It can be done.
Wow.
And even be done and then be done well.
Right.
But they just say it
and
simply because they want the people to So for me, it is doable.
Okay.
Just have the political will that this is a mission I want to accomplish. You get the results.
We just hope the next government will have that will that we all seek to.
That is it.
You will see that we'll come back and sit here next 4 years and talk about
and I still be talking about it.
And talk about the failure of on the part of this government.
Wow.
Because this thing, it seems everyone benefits from it.
Yeah.
So it's become
difficult
for them to talk about it or get this thing over the line, because they are all beneficiaries to it. And this next government will come and also find ways to benefit from it.
So
that is how
difficult
to fight it. That is our own doing, our people there. So we'll come back here, hopefully, God willing, 2028, and be talking about the failure of the government in solving Galamsey issues.
It's a pity.
You see,
Well,
like from your submission, the underlying word has always been the political will and priority. See, I always say that when President Akufo-Addo came into power, and he knew that Free SHS was his flagship program. He had that political will and prioritized Free SHS, and he made sure that even in the first year of his government, he implemented Free SHS. So that is the political will, and that is the priority. When he prioritized the Pokwasi interchange, it was built within the first 2 years of his government. That's political will and priority. So if you have the political will and you prioritize things, you get things done. Whenever any president comes into power and prioritize that we are going to end Galamsey, it just takes one order. We are stopping Galamsey today. If you are not ready to stop, army get into the bush, shoot and kill whoever is on the sea or on our river bodies. Shoot to kill. Nobody in this Ghana, unless then they will come and be saying human rights, but no, we don't. But nobody in Ghana will say that you are doing the wrong thing. Everybody will back you because it has gotten to the point that we need to take that drastic decision, and we need someone who will get that political will, who will think about the interest of everyone and push that and prioritize that. You see, so it boils down to that word, the political will and the priority. This is my priority. I want to make sure that I do this for the people. I want my name written boldly on this. And you can go as far as everywhere to make sure that you get a thing done. So it's just that we just hope that, and I doubt that the next government will come and I doubt. And if they don't, we are going to use the same medium.
That brought them into
the same medium, and we are going to use the same Kalije and Co on X to make sure that we will push that same agenda again. Because it's something that we want to look at it as a national interest. It's not a political part. So if, for instance, all these years it has been politically driven, that boys should push that agenda to paint the government black, then when you also come, we also politically push that agenda to paint you black, since you are not taking any action against it. So exactly what we are going to do.
Okay. Well, you are still tuned in live in coverage from our studios, Ghana Talks Radio. We are still here giving you all the updates and discussions, and awaiting a few announcements and declarations from the EC to actually wrap up the 2024 Ghana Decides election. But then, Papa, so far, any update from the EC yet on your end?
Oh, no. The EC hasn't updated anything yet. I'm sure, as I said, the EC might give us any update at all in the wee hours of or later in the day, because we're already in Sunday. So if we are expecting any big announcement from the EC, it will probably be later, probably Sunday evening. And that's the baby I don't know. So we are not expecting the EC to announce anything yet. Probably the parties themselves will just be telling us what it is that is happening at the end.
But don't you think the NPP has conceded too early?
The NPP hasn't officially conceded, but they've just gone off social media. It's just as it is. They've not officially conceded defeat. They've just gone off, and it is what it is. And you see,
interesting, you know.
The NPP have gone off. They've gone off, Charlie. Ejumani heading.
Power the power feels because you control power. When power is with you, you are able to control things and then get things done. So the moment power too is leaving you, it is not easy.
Yeah.
So I can relate.
Wow.
That definite silence that is coming from the NPP end.
Wow. You know, some of the most intriguing results that has been accumulated. One of them relates to Japamesa. It seems that his seat has never been won by the NDC before. This time around, the NDC has taken over the seat in second D. Also, the first time the NDC has won the Obuasi East seats.
Wow.
Yeah. So it seems Abuaje Samuel took it from Dr. Patrick Boachi-Yadom.
Wow.
And that's also quite a statement in this year's election. So many results coming in that are quite amazing, surprising, and all that. But you know, it seems Ghanaians are really speaking in different terms this time around.
Yes. Ghanaians were really making a statement to the NPP.
And it's been officially confirmed that the Bawumia Central seat has been taken over by Kwame Plus.
Okay.
And see, Papa, he's really waiting for your
That's a good one. That's a good one from A Plus. He's done well.
And then it's really deserving of him, though he never sat down to just let it come. He worked his heart out to get that seat. Honestly, he really worked. Though you might see him on radio and TV all the time, thinking that he was doing the politics just in the comfort of Accra, but he was always in constituency getting the job done.
Sure.
So it's very deserving of him.
Sure. Wow. And I've been searching. I'm just looking for a statement from one of the NPP heavyweights, and it seems But so far so good for the youth in Parliament, because we already have Edem Agbana, we have John Dumelo, and we have Kwame A Plus. I still am waiting on some.
And then I'm very sure going forward the lives of Kwache, Felix Kwache. They might also be joining in Parliament.
Yeah, Felix has won his seat.
Felix Kwache, Kwache also has won the Abra seat.
But I'm really looking forward to Baba Sadiq. I still haven't had the confirmation.
The confirmation yet. So
we can't really.
The next Parliament is going to be an interesting place. Very, very interesting. So let's watch out. Let's watch out, because this ninth Parliament, the drama has been extremely extraordinary.
Wow.
The drama was just so much.
Wow.
But this time around, we hope that at least the caliber of people, and then the people that are taking the majority in the House of Records this time around, we trust them to do a better job rather than the theater thing that they've shown to Ghanaians, that Parliament that is supposed to be the House of Honorables are now the House of Jokers.
So Parliament is meant for serious business, and
so this time around they have to sit up and speed up their games and spare us their jokes. Seriously, she spared the jokes this time.
So it's confirmed. Infantiman, NDC has won Infantiman. Ophelia Hayford has lost the seat.
Wow.
She has lost the seat.
And also the BBN
Wow.
The NDC has taken the seat there as well.
Wow.
Bright Asamoah Brofo has won it for the NDC. Dorman West, it seems Vincent Opon Asamoah has won. Vincent Opon Asamoah. I don't know if he stood as an independent candidate or So,
and Honorable Ajimamenu too. I don't know whether he still clinged on to the seat or this time around.
We need to check.
Yeah, he also fell.
Ajimamenu is in one of the Doma.
Yes. The Doma. I don't know whether Doma Central or whatever. He also clinged on to the seat for.
How the mighty are fallen.
It's interesting. Oh, so Tamale South. Haruna has.
Haruna do some. They maintain. Yeah, there's no challenge.
Those people.
Not to Alasan
So you need to. He also won.
Yeah. Oh, those places. There's NDC, NDCC. They will sweep them all.
But in share, so how did Stephen Amwa win?
In share, so.
Sticker. Or.
Stephen Apia will win, but that in share is a typical Kumasi. Constituency, the heart of Kumasi, so that one is a no.
Jackie Chan man. He said the education system has transformed. First, we are going to teach some act in the school, and if they want to act movie like Chinese, we've really had some interesting characters in Parliament lately. Because I look at this man, I just look at Katie Hammond and I'm like, these guys can stand up.
I'm telling you.
The next Parliament, the 9th Parliament, will be interesting with the characters like A plus.
Parliament.
I would
intellectual discourse.
I would want to see how A plus would, stand in Parliament House and be delivering some of those things, his usual submissions that he does on the United Showbiz. We would love to see him do those things in Parliament for us to see how, he goes about.
Okay, so some people who have also won their seats in the NPP Otafo, we have Vincent Eko Esefua winning his seat. We also have Okwase Airebi Kojo Okominkoma winning his seat there. And in Kwada, so Kingsley Nyako has.
But me, if I'm a sitting MP, and I see I'm a sitting MP in government, and I see that our government is losing power. I mean, I would have loved to also lose so that we all go to opposition. I wouldn't love to be an MP in opposition after tasting MP in power for all these years. Charlie.
You see,
I would just vacate the seat and tell them that Charlie, you go opposition, you could dream.
Politics. In case to serve Ablajifa
she will take it hands down.
So we still have some results coming in. We will be updating our audience with all the results as when they come.
So the graphic is reporting that out of 224 polling stations, 144 results gathered from the Ablekuma West. Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufo has 16,304. Reverend Kwekwedu has 20,444.
Wow.
So the Reverend is already leading Esla by 4,000 votes.
Hey, then people are angry.
As of 145 polling stations counted out of the 224 polling stations. So a little over 80 polling stations or so to go.
I don't think it can really change that much.
So it's not it's not a done deal there yet, but we just have to be keeping an eye on that.
Wow. Surprise. Very surprised.
K2 North, almost all the polling stations provisional results for president. Mahama did 39,318 compared to Bawumia 6,339.
Wow.
Where is this? In Kwantan North constituency, KG1. NDC provisional results. NDC candidate 25,402. NPP 22,733. That was a bit close. In Quantum of that's in the OT region.
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So you see, most of the results that are coming in are mostly from the voter, OT, and other places.
Yes, I've spoken.
Yeah.
I'm all. Wow.
So in the Navrongo Central constituency too, it seems John Mahama has won.
Yeah, the NDC has won that constituency.
Yeah.
In Navrongo Central.
Wow.
But the MPP is also claiming that Patrick Bawumia has won the Okankwe Central seat.
Wow. That's where Baba Sadiq.
Yes.
Wow. Well, as I said, I haven't really had that much of confirmation, but it looked likely because
so NDC is also MPP is also claiming that they've won the Okankwe Central seat. They've retained the seat actually, for which some fans of Baba Sadiq are also laying claim to the fact that Baba Sadiq has won that seat.
Wow.
So we wait to see who actually will be declared the winner of that seat.
And in Ahafo Ano Southwest too, the constituency in Mankraso, Baba Abubakar Sadiq has been declared the winner there, so NDC has taken that seat. Yeah. So many.
Lots of provisional. Yeah.
I mean, but you can trust us in the studios of Ghana Talks Radio to provide you with only credible ones and not on fact-checked results. So yeah, we'll be bringing you all the verified, credible results and figures.
So, Ejapamaisa is indeed has lost their seat in secondary. NDC has retained the Dodio seat. New Kote Ashi has won. Yeah, so NDC has retained the Dodio seat.
Wow. The EC, it seems everyone is waiting for the Electoral Commission to come up with something, but it's almost 4 a.m. and
the EC would talk
when they feel comfortable in.
Yeah, when they have the results at their disposal. So I'm not sure from the last time they visited or they came online.
Okay.
They were ready yet.
Yeah.
So Asante Achimnov, yes, Ohene Kwame Frimpong, the independent parliamentary candidate, has flipped that seat. He has taken it away from MPP's lawyer and their Pia Kubi. So MPP has lost that seat for the first time.
Wow.
In so many years. That was the seat Obo attempted to
win.
Yeah, to get the nod to be the MPP PC, but he couldn't sail through. So that seat. So I'm sure Obo eventually will go 2028 to stage a comeback to see if he can reclaim the seat for MPP.
Sure. But Papa, what do you think has been the rationale behind the flip in seats and in various constituencies?
Well, generally it's because of the voter apathy, is because of the frustration, is because of people seem to be fed up with a particular candidate or the party for a very long time, so they feel like they need to, switch or flip to see if they are going to see any form of development in their various constituencies. So some of these things, it's just that people are just tired. People are just tired about having the same member of parliament for so long, or having one party leading them for so long. So yes, basically it's just that. So because most of the seats that are being flipped are seats that have been occupied by the MPP for so long, for 20 plus years. Yeah, and today eventually the MPP, seems to be losing some of these seats.
Okay. It seems in the Impo constituency, John Sani recorded 8,299 votes, and Bento Henry of the NDC recorded 11,680 votes. So the incumbent has actually lost to the NDC PC. That is the reports coming in from Impoho as well. Wow.
It's been a long day. We're still here on Ghana Talks Radio. This is Election 2024 live coverage on Ghana Talks Radio, your election zone. We're still bringing you election day, but now we've transitioned into election night, where we're getting you all the results as and when they come in, provisional results, since they are not fully certified by the EC. So all the results that we are giving you are provisional results, not certified by the EC. So we look forward to the EC giving us more clarity on the results that we've been going through over the period. So it's been a very long day. It's been a very long day for us. We've really gone all the way from the beginning of the polls till now. We gave you lots of updates on across the country with happenings, updates from almost all the 16 regions. All the interviews, all the big whips, as and when they voted, we brought you all those visuals. And we've kept you in constant updates with things that are happening throughout the election period, and this is where we are time waiting for results to come in for us to also run them by you. We are still receiving results from all over the country. When they come in, we also share with our dear viewers who have been with us throughout this period of the coverage. We thank you all for joining. There's a message on YouTube. Wilson Forson says, you politicians need to treat each locality according to what their local needs are. There are several issues that the current government took for granted. I tend to side with you on this because a lot of times they don't tend to look at what is happening in their local vicinity. I've seen something like that. That's people want to generalize the development, so you don't pay attention to specifics. What this locality needs, what this electoral area needs. What electoral area A needs is different from what electoral B needs. Sometimes all that someone needs is just the drainage. Other person might just be needing street lights. Others might just be needing probably a bridge or a footpath or a footbridge or something. So based on these needs, then you design and find solutions to their needs. But when you generalize it, you tend not to get solutions to everything, because then again you don't know the specifics. So you might come to an electoral area who might be needing street lights, but then you'll be doing other things which is of probably no importance to them. So they would not appreciate that much whatever it is that you are giving them. So I tend to side with Wilson Forson on that politicians need to treat localities, electoral areas, specifically based on their local needs. And when you do that, they will appreciate what you are doing for them proper, because then it is that need that they want, and it's that need that you are providing for them. So that is from Wilson Forson on YouTube.
So some other news coming in is that there are still military men being deployed to certain constituencies who are intimidating the representatives there from declaring the actual results in that constituency.
I think the former president John Mahama has just in some few minutes ago released a statement on Twitter. He said, "My attention has been drawn to the violent activities of some unscrupulous military personnel deployed to cause mayhem and disrupt the declaration of parliamentary results in some constituencies. This is to caution the personnel involved that they will be held individually liable." It ends there. I think there needs to be continuation of this text.
Okay. Wow. So, but have you realized something? It seems the Ghanaian election has some correlation with the American.
Yeah. We seem to have some correlation because as soon as Trump made a huge comeback in the November elections, there were signals that is eventually what is going to happen. And this year's election had so many similarities to the American election, because of American election, the vice of the current president was also in some bizarre circumstances had to jump in to lead the Democrats at the last hour of the campaigning period, facing the former president, and it was a huge one for Kamala Harris, which I saw that it was going to be a huge task for her So as soon as Trump won, even that, given the fact that Trump is a Republican, which is more in the same ideological or in the same identity as the NPP, who all have the symbol of the elephant and who all have the same colors. NDC, who don't align with Republicans, were rather jubilating.
That is quite ironic.
NDC was, and NPP was also jubilating that yes, the elephant in America has won. I was even surprised, and I was like, how would the victory of the elephant in America be a victory for the umbrella in Ghana? So why would the umbrella be celebrating the victory of the elephant in America? But yeah, everyone read their own meanings into it, and if what the results that are coming in is anything to go by, then definitely the NDC will be laughing last, because yes, Trump made a comeback. Trump served as one-term president. He was booted out of government at the same time as Mahama, or not. No, Trump was booted out of government in 2016, right?
Yeah.
And
he bowed out the same year the NDC also did.
So meaning that Biden has also just done one term. Biden has also done a term. So yeah. So at the same time they went out, they all come back at the same period as well. So yeah, that is for the Trump Mahama coalition. It seems it's played to the advantage of the NDC. So we'll see what the others will do. We'll see what the others will do. So we are still monitoring across board to see posts from NPP fraternity, but it seems all NPP accounts seems to be
they seem to be very silent, and it's quite interesting.
They are off or offline. Or NDC
and
accounts are offline.
There's been a photo from the NPP's correlation women. It's projecting that they've actually lost or losing.
Yeah. I've seen that photo. But you see, you can't really speak to it that much, because in this day and era, you can get AI generated pictures being inflated, like put into the space to think otherwise. So I just saw it, and you just have to look at it in that manner. Most MPP folks are offline, so you hardly know what's happening with the MPP. You barely know what is happening with them.
So we are still here. We are still feeding you with all the necessary updates. It's 4 a.m. in the morning, Sunday to be precise. We've done well. You've done well. The entire team has done well, and I really appreciate all of you for being there for the democracy of our beloved country. We thank the entire management of Ghana Talks Radio, the entire team, and everyone, you, our audience, for sticking with us through and through up until now. Very soon we are anticipating some update from the EC themselves, but before then we can actually do with all the provisional results that we've gotten so far, which every year we probably rely on these results to see where the election is actually heading towards. And so
yes, it's still your election zone. This is election day, election night. on Ghana Talks Radio. You are live across our socials on Facebook, on X, as well as on YouTube. Thanks for joining us wherever you are watching this live feed from. We've been with you since the start of the 2024 elections. When the polls opened, we've been with you, giving you all live updates across the country, from the northern sector to the southern sector. We've covered virtually most parts of Ghana, giving you updates as to the happenings on grounds throughout the day till now that we are receiving provisional result. As of yet, we've not had any certified result from the EC.
Sure.
The EC is at the central or at the EC headquarters, awaiting the results from the various regions, which the regions are also awaiting the results from the various constituencies to certify it before sending them over to the EC, where the EC will eventually be uploading those results on their website as and when they get them fully certified. So that is the process that we are, that is the stage that we are at the moment. So we are waiting for certified results from the EC or other results that you see online or you hear even from us, a provisional result. Already the NDC is projecting that John Dramani Mahama, who is the party's flag bearer, is leading with about 56% of total valid vote cast in about 32,000 polling station results that they've collated themselves as NDC. They've collated 32,000 out of the over 40,900 polling station results that they've collated. John Dramani Mahama is leading the MPP's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia by 56% of the total valid vote cast. So we await the EC to also firm or confirm this assertion by the NDC. As we speak, NDC or sorry, the MPP has not made any pronouncement or has not said anything concerning election or the results collation. That is unusual of the MPP. When you look back in election 2020 or election 2016, by this time in the election period, MPP would have already projected their victory, or would have already given us a fair idea as to the results that they've already collated, because they have a system of doing that. But this year the MPP is failing to provide the viewers or the citizens with any collation from their end. It's just that it's the NDC who have rather collated about 32,000 out of the 40,000 plus polling station results, which puts John Dramani Mahama way above the 50+1 needed to secure a one-touch victory. John Dramani Mahama from the NDC-owned coalition is pegging around 56% of the votes collated by the NDC's collation center. So we still await the EC. Hopefully the EC comes to us later in the day, in Sunday. I'm not sure the EC will speak any moment from now. The EC might be joining us later in the day in Sunday, where the EC might have received most of the certified results from the various various constituency collation centers, which by then would have been sent to the original collation centers and forwarded to the National Collation Center, for which the chief returning officer of this election, the chief returning officer for the presidential election, who is in the person of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Madam Jen Mensah, will finally declare who has won the 2024 presidential elections. Before that, all other parliamentary elections results will be declared at the collation centers at the various constituencies by the returning officers at the constituency level. So when you see your member of parliament or your PC hand raised at the collation center at your constituency level, then you can be firm and certain that he or she has eventually been declared the winner at the constituency level. So this is how the stage This is where we are, and this is the process that we need to go through. Okay. So at the National Collation Center, the EC is awaiting results from the regional collation centers. The regional collation centers themselves are awaiting results from the constituency collation centers, who received all the polling station results. So the collation centers at the constituency level received all the polling station results from the various polling stations within the constituency. They will collate them, they'll put them together and forward it to the regional collation center. Then they will also put the regional collation together, get all the constituencies within that region, and fax it to the EC at the national level. Then the EC has just one job, just one job. The EC has the job at the National Collation Center to just put together 16 regional collated results and declare who the next president of the Republic of Ghana will be, and who will be sworn in on the 7th of January in the year 2025, the year of our Lord. So that is where we are now, and that is what we look forward to in the coming hours on this day, on Sunday. So it's a Sunday morning in Accra, Ghana. It's 4:09 a.m. in Accra. This is Ghana Decides 2024. Ghana went to the polls early in the morning of 7th December 2024. Ghana decided, or Ghana voted throughout the day of 7th December, from morning of 7 a.m. to evening of 5 p.m. Ghana started counting its ballots around 6 p.m. till now. We're still counting the ballots of the presidential and parliamentary elections. The process has been quite smooth, relatively calm, with pockets of issues here and there, which has been dealt with by the security forces, especially the Ghana Police Service. They've been on top of issues, making sure that they apprehend every suspect who tries to have a field day, to cause any mayhem within the electoral process. So polls ended around 5 p.m. on 7 December. Counting began immediately as polls ended, or polls closed. So we've counted, we've sorted out, we've counted, and now we are at the stage of collating results from the various polling stations to get constituency results. The constituency results will declare or determine who becomes the next MP of the various constituencies. So that is what we are giving you. All the results that we are giving you as of now are provisional results that has been collated from the various polling stations at the constituency level. They are yet to be certified and affirmed or confirmed by the EC. As soon as the EC confirms and certifies those results, the winner of those constituency will be their hands will be raised in the glare view of the public, declaring them winners of the constituency, and MPs elects are waiting to be sworn in on 7th January 2025 in front of Parliament. So, or in Parliament, to say. So that is where we are now. We are still collating results from the constituency level, which will be sent to the regional level, then fast forwarded to the National Collation Center at the EC headquarters here in Accra. They have just one job, put together 16 collated regional results and declare who the next president of the Republic of Ghana will be, who will be sworn in on the 7th of January 2025, and who will lead Ghana in the next 4 years that is ahead of us. So that has been the journey so far with the election of 2024. Ghana Decide 2024, live and large on Ghana Talks Radio, your election zone. We've been with you throughout the election day, and we're still here with you. We hope that you are enjoying our live feed. We hope that you are enjoying our analysis. We hope that you are enjoying our discussions. You are also part of the discussion, so you can also share your contributions, share your views, send your views, and tell us what the process was like when you went to your various polling stations, and how fast the process was. Did you encounter any problems? Were there any any issues that arose that needed the attention of either the AC or the security forces around? So let us know your views, and let's get interactive on this. We are doing this together with you. Without you, we won't be here. No. We won't be here. We would have been sleeping by now, but because you are there to, you are there to engage with us, we are still here for you. So let's get it interactive, and let's hear from your side. Did your preferred candidates in the parliamentary elections win? And if the person has won, which constituency are you watching us from? Where is your constituency? Did you vote in your parents' the constituency in which you were born, or you voted in the constituency in which you live currently? So let us know, let us learn from what the process of these elections has been. Let us learn a few things about our constituencies. Where is our constituency located? Which border, which constituency borders our own constituency, and all those kind of things. So let us hear from you how you've seen the whole process so far. So it's still Ghana Talks Radio. I'm here with my brother Omari, who is anchoring the show. We are here to help him, analyze and also bring you information as and when they drop in. All right.
Thank you, Pakwesi, for all the update that you've really run us through since the entire election voting process began up until now. Rightfully said, as you put it, we are still here with our audience. We are still inclined and obliged to give them all the updates, all the necessary updates regarding the results that have been collated so far from the elections of 2024 Ghana Decides. The news coming in still is that the EC is yet to actually commence on any declaration yet, and so we are all waiting for the EC to make that step, and then we can give a confirmed data and results to our audience and viewers as well. So in a short while we will be leaving you. We will be leaving you for a while, and then we will resume later in the morning to give you the subsequent advancement on the election 2024 updates. Thank you. See you soon.